It's like there's some water underneath, right? No, this is hard ice, barely made a crack in that. So let's check out some more snowfall totals here. We've found a couple more trucks that haven't moved in this parking lot. As I mentioned about 30 minutes ago, we've got a lot of essential workers here, some linemen, some other contractors that are working here. We saw a truck with a company from Gonzales that does some like heating and cleaning, tubing cleaning. This looks like an emergency vehicle here that can maybe pull you out if you get stuck somewhere. Some bucket trucks there off in the distance. But here's a snowfall total gauge for us here. When in doubt, right? Chop the car down to the hood, slide it out. It's a nice little cross section there. Some nice powdery snow underneath, but you can see those ice crystals there up on the top. And here's another thing I want to point out to folks that may want to go out and see the ice for themselves carefully. Of course, the roofs of these buildings, you want to be careful when you're walking close to a roof because you're starting to see that blanket of snow that fell on the roof melt, slide down the building. And some of those have icicles hanging from them. So you don't want to find yourself underneath that as it comes crashing down from a 5-story building here right on top of your head. So be careful. I'm going to swing you out this way if we can. So our hotel here is kind of set back from the highway here. This is Highway 51, which is going to connect the interstate to Airline. That's the major route that all of the first responders have been using here in Laplace to situate you here. Interstate this way, Highway 51 traveling down that way, which takes you to Airline and the rest of St. John Parish out that way. What you're not going to see is anybody on the roads because Sheriff Mike Trigg has issued a curfew here across all of St. John Parish through 6 a.m. today. Started at 6 p.m. yesterday, 12 hours overnight. Everybody stay indoors. Also closed in St. John Parish, the schools, the garbage collection, the government buildings. They're going to make some determinations for tomorrow. We're waiting to see how the sun comes up, how the crews can get out there and keep everyone safe. But you see how this roadway looks. Now this has had cars driving on it throughout this entire event, so it's gotten broken up a bit. Imagine the interstate here, right? To get from Laplace out to the city, you have to go over a large stretch of elevated portion. We've been saying it all week. Those elevated bridges and roads, they're going to freeze first. So they are going to have frozen and then also had all of that snow on top of it. So those emergency crews need to be able to get out there, maybe with some plows, maybe with some salt, whatever they can, to chunk up that ice and get it cleared out. So Rob, we're going to continue to likely see no one out for a couple of hours, but that's nice. We can kind of give you a closer look at these conditions. But we have reached out to the sheriff today to see if we can get some updates on some overnight numbers. We know 2 people were at the warming centers here. There's one in Garyville and one in Wallace. But we haven't heard much about overnight calls for service, so that's something that we're working to get some more information on this morning.
So, Maddie, I know you've got a New York state of mind. We'll catch you in the next hour there. Maddie, live in Laplace. She's doing a great job talking about that black ice. I know it's something Josh Robertson and his photographer, Jake Rosenberg, who is a snow-weathered photographer, are dealing with in Hammond. Let's get out now live to them. Josh, has Jake taught you any of the tips about walking through that ice? Well, let's see. We may not have Josh there just yet. All right, there he is. Hey, Josh.
Hey, Rob. No, hey, yeah, I just heard your question there, and know that Jake's big tip is don't do it at all if we can avoid it. Yeah. So we're here right now, standing at. Now, I want to show you this side of the parking lot we're in, where really this is the safest area because all the snow that was here yesterday has melted, and this is hard, dry ground. A lot of this, some of this anyway, and then some of it is a little icy. Now I'm going to show you the difference here in a second. So we're not the only ones staying at this hotel, obviously, and a lot of people are not going to be leaving this hotel all day long. And some of them, hopefully, will be some of these utility trucks that are still out here, and a lot of these workers here were called in just in case there were issues, power outage issues. We'll walk down here. This truck has been parked here. This utility truck here that deals with power outages has been parked right in this same spot for the past 24 hours. That's good. And we talked to a couple of them yesterday who hopefully are nice in their warm beds asleep this morning. We talked to them yesterday, and they told us that they haven't had to do anything yet. They haven't been called out to anything, which is good. That means there haven't been any severe power outages around the area, and it's been very quiet. Even all day yesterday, you know, we talked to plenty of people yesterday, people who were puttering around at the Waffle House or downtown Hammond when the snow started to fall. They came out, they enjoyed it, but there weren't a lot of cars on the roadways. And then as the snow really started to fall, it became a ghost town around Hammond, and that's good. That's what we've been preaching. That's what we want people to do. You know, I got this hand warmer here in my coffee, taking care of us, made sure we're the first ones up here this morning. They brewed us some fresh coffee. It's keeping this right hand warm. The left hand is starting to freeze a little bit because it is 14 degrees out here. And that's a lot different too than yesterday. Yesterday we saw all the snow, but the snow was falling and it was around freezing at around 32 degrees. And then it got above that during the day. And honestly, it was pretty bearable just walking around the snow. And be careful there, Jake. That looks pretty frozen. I'm going to see. Oh, yeah. So you hear that sound? You don't hear that sound very often in South Louisiana. So this is the issue you're going to run into. Now, I wanted to show you the other side. Once you get here, this is a lot of black ice. I mean, I can almost, there you go. I mean, I can almost slip and slide around here. Try not to bust I'm getting old, so I don't want to fall. It might be the end of me. But you know, this is the issue. Even the little incline going up to the hotel, there's a slight incline. Even that is dangerous if you're in a vehicle, because anything that's an incline, you can run those tires, but on this kind of hard, frozen ground, you're going to start to slip and slide all over the roadways. That's what officials want people to be aware of. The snow may be over. There's still snow on the ground. Go play in it in your yard. But that's all you should really be doing, because A, it's going to be really, really cold today, much colder than it was yesterday. And all that, whatever melted yesterday leading into the evening, froze again. And it's going to be much more dangerous to be on the roadways. And people have obviously been heeding that warning. There's a couple gas stations that are open over here near the entrance to I-12 here in Hammond, but other than that, a lot of the businesses are going to be closed. A lot of officials are keeping that warning up. They don't want people on the roadways. Most of the elevated ones are closed anyway, so just want to be aware of that. But yeah, Rob, Jake's pretty familiar with this. I'm not a fan of 14 degrees. I don't know anybody who would be, but I know up there in the north, those folks are kind of weird, right? So we'll send it back to you.
Big tip was try to get Josh to walk on the ice first. So be careful out there, seriously. It doesn't take much to slip, and even if you're going slow, you could hurt yourself pretty badly. All right, well, water pressure could be low in your area with many people running their faucets. You probably have to keep doing that this morning right now to keep your pipes from freezing. The director of New Orleans Homeland Emergency Preparedness tells Fox 8 the next day and a half is critical.
I'm saying as a common sense measure, please, you know, if you're going to do laundry, shower, make breakfast, wash dishes, try to spread that out throughout the day and allow this water system to recover every morning and kind of build back up its pressure, because, you know, this is what we have seen in the past with winter storms, you know, and certainly, you know, we'll potentially see during this one is that's when the boil water advisories will start. Things will happen in the mornings when the pressure just runs too low. And so those are the types of things that I think people really need to keep in mind. Even at this point, if you weren't able to wrap exposed pipes outside your house with, you know, any type of pipe wrap or anything like that, even if you have some blankets and some duct tape, anything, you know, lawn furniture moved up against your pipes, anything to try and maybe shield those pipes or cover them in any way from being exposed for the next day and a half to the cold temperatures.
Officials in several parishes urge neighbors to reduce the strain on the system. The city of New Orleans says if you need a warm place to go, the Treme Center is your spot. They say the Rosenwald Warming Center and all other centers are at max capacity. If you need help getting to a shelter, call 311. Governor Jeff Landry says the state needs to prepare for a hard freeze after yesterday's winter blast.
There's going to be a natural inclination that when the snow stops, that the problem is going to stop, but that's not true. Actually, the problems are actually going to begin. This winter wonderland that we're seeing right now is going to end, and a hard freeze is going to begin. So the fun is going to come to a quick end. And for many of us out there, the work is really going to begin.
Still, the governor is urging people don't go out on the roads. Many of them will be closed, and the ones that could be open will be dangerous. The city of New Orleans is updating its trash and recycling collection schedule. Services are expected to start back tomorrow, so if you're a Tuesday location pickup, that will occur on Thursday. That schedule will continue through Sunday. The RTA is extending its closures for transit today. That includes buses, streetcars, and ferries. It's unclear when the services will resume. Time now 4:45. Now that the snowfall has stopped, we'll tell you what you can expect from curfews to school closings.
Tonight, 6:30, it's Bucks Pelican on the Gulf Coast Sports and Entertainment Network.
At Deli de Bossier, when we celebrate a win, we go big.
Hey, $2.
Checkmate.
But don't worry, we can dial it back when we need to.
That she'd never go down.
But if we win for you after an accident,
Wow. You might just feel like celebrating too.
When Bayou Black Electric customers run out of the supplies and equipment they need, they know we're just a phone call away. And just like that, the experts at Bayou Black Electric are filling their order and delivering directly to the job site, so work doesn't have to stop. When it comes to providing electrical supplies to marine, oil field, agricultural, industrial, fabrication, and commercial markets, no job is too big or too small for Bayou Black Electric. Expert service, free delivery.
Marshall's buyers are detail-obsessed perfectionists who take quality very seriously and go to the ends of the earth to hustle the best of the best for you. Yes. We get the deals. You get the good stuff. Marshall's.
Reimagine exceptional with the 2024 Buick Envision. With advanced technology and breathtaking clarity, and quiet serenity within. Experience confident driving, an all-wheel drive that takes you wherever you need to go. Make every day an occasion. Buick, exceptional by design.
Get 0.9% APR, plus no monthly payments for 90 days on this 2024 Buick Envision. See your local Buick dealer.
With moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, my skin was no longer mine.
My active psoriatic arthritis joint symptoms held me back.
Don't let symptoms define you. Emerge as you with clearer skin. With Tremfya, most people saw 100% clear skin that stayed clear, even at 5 years. Tremfya is proven to significantly reduce joint pain, stiffness, and swelling.
Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and TB. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine.
Emerge as you with clear skin. Ask your doctor about Tremfya.
Welcome back now at 4:48. It's dangerous outside with many streets turning into ice. A former hockey player took advantage of that on Canal Street. Olivia Vidal caught up with him on the Canal Street ice rink.
Ice hockey on Canal Street. Yeah. Okay, why?
Well, we were driving around checking out the snow-covered city, and then my girlfriend saw the ice down on the road, and she said, "Well, go grab your skates and see if it works out." So we went back home, grabbed the skates, and then laced them up, and it's working out great. Yep, feels like home.
Yeah, tell me about the ice. Like, I mean, is this like prime ice hockey?
No, but it gets the fix in, you know? So I know there's not too many rinks around here, so it's nice just to get them on my feet and scoot around. And a lot of people have been stopping and asking for videos and pictures, so I feel like it's bringing joy to people just kind of through hockey, and no one really even knows hockey down here, I feel like, but it's bringing joy, I feel like, so it's cool.
Hey, we know about hockey down here. That's Jay Krupp. He's a retired hockey player from the Columbus River Dragons. Remember the Brass? Trash collection services in St. John the Baptist Parish will be suspended today. Officials say services for Thursday will also be determined later today. Local officials say curfews will be enforced as this winter storm continues. The curfew in St. Bernard is in place till noon. And in Thibodaux, a curfew is in effect right now. Officials say it remains in place as long as there's ice on the roads.
Now, your Weather Authority forecast from meteorologist Zach Fredella.
I'm watching our temperature right here from the monitor on the side, and we're now down to 23 degrees in the heart of the city. So we have a hard freeze ongoing. That is number one thing this morning, is make sure you use the water in your house. First thing, make sure you don't have any issues. Let's talk about yesterday's historical day. Top 2 recorded snow event in the city of New Orleans. That 8 inches is from MSY. We'll see. I think they're going to have a record from Audubon. So we'll see how Audubon compares, because technically this 1895 event, there was no MSY at that point, or there was, but it's not what it is now. That was not our climate site. Our climate site in 1895 was Audubon, and that's where you got a 2-day total of 10 inches, but easily. This is an historical event, something that you just never see in modern times. Now, looking at our current temperatures across the state, this is also incredible. It's 16 degrees in Houma. It's 15 in Slidell. It is 8 in Lafayette, 9 in Lake Charles. We have single-digit temperatures in South Louisiana. That is also an incredible feat. And most of that is because we have a huge snowpack. It's like we're at the Arctic. Clear skies, winds are calm over the western half of the state, and you have that snowpack. That's what happens at the Arctic Circle. They're in the middle of the winter. You don't ever see the sun, so you just get colder and colder and colder over that snowpack. Okay, let's plan out today here and see how this is going to play out. Frozen solid this morning. Everything that was on the roadways that was sort of, you could gain traction because it was snow, it was that powdery substance. It is now rock hard, rock solid. It is a layer or a sheet of ice that is going to be a problem for the next several hours. We do get above freezing around 11 a.m. That is not going to help us that much. In fact, sun is going to do more work on the roadways than the temperatures today. So having that sunshine all day long is going to help us, but a rapid refreeze will occur as we go into sunset this evening. So let's talk about today's impact timeline. This morning, all roadways are frozen. It is very, very dangerous to travel. You should only do so if you have an emergency. This afternoon, the melting begins. The sun could melt things fairly quickly. We're going to start to lower some of these accumulations that we have across the area, but it's not going to be enough. We're not going to go to totally dry, and that's what we need to do. We need to be totally dry so we don't have to worry about a rapid refreeze tonight. We're not going to be totally dry tonight, so a rapid refreeze is expected. Black ice will be a problem as we go into tomorrow morning. Speaking of tomorrow morning, we once again will have another pipe freeze across the entire area. I'm forecasting 16 on the North Shore, 26 south of the lake. So we will continue to have to worry about pipes at least for one more night on the South Shore. I think after that we'll start to rise those overnight temperatures. We're going to spend about 12 to 15 hours below freezing. Does that really matter? No, because right now we've been below freezing for over 24 hours, and we're going to stay below freezing probably for about 30 hours until we can get enough sun today to get us back above that freezing mark. We're going to get out of this, guys. It's going to be a slow process, but things are going to be back to normal by the weekend. You can see our normal temperatures come back for normal January. We'll start to get some humidity as well going into next week. And look at the long range forecast. That is a raindrop. It's not a snowflake. So we will have rain chances once we get to Sunday into next Monday. That's a look at your forecast. Back to you, Rob.
All right. Thank you, Zach. Time now is 4:53. People across the region had so much fun in yesterday's winter blast. We'll take a look at how some of you made the most of it.
If there's one thing we like, it's choices. And your Ford dealer is the place to start. With a full lineup of vehicles and available powertrains. Get your ideal combination of power and capability with gas, hybrid, or all electric. But more important than the power you choose is what you choose to do with it.
Right now, get $7,000 cash back on a 24 Expedition, only at your Southern Quality Ford dealer.
Have you ever dreamt of getting 2 of your fave Wendy's items for $7? Like a spicy chicken sandwich, Dave's single, or 10-piece nugs? Well, today's the day your oddly specific dream comes true. Pretty good dream. 2 faves for just $7? Gotta be Wendy's.
With moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, my skin was no longer mine.
My active psoriatic arthritis joint symptoms held me back.
Don't let symptoms define you. Emerge as you with clearer skin. With Tremfya, most people saw 100% clear skin that stayed clear, even at 5 years. Tremfya is proven to significantly reduce joint pain, stiffness, and swelling.
Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and TB. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine.
Emerge as you with clear skin. Ask your doctor about Tremfya.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce me.
Which you do you want to be today? At TJ Maxx, you can afford to turn your closet into a place of endless expression. With the quality you deserve, styles you crave, and prices you love.
I'm gonna do what I do.
Maxx what makes you, you.
The latest in audio innovation, power, connectivity, and unprecedented storage. The future of furniture is now.
Oh my gosh, you always were the dramatic one, but you're forgetting one thing. Our new modular 3 at Rooms to Go is next generation style too, with pieces designed seamlessly to fit your space so you can relax, work, even stay organized. Comfort, style, and convenience. What will we think of next? It's Drew and Jonathan for Rooms to Go.
Welcome back now at 4:56. A 7th Ward French horn player got some practice in during the winter blast. Take a listen. Oh yeah, I love the people in the background urging them on there. Sounds good out there. Hey, we have a collection of people taking pictures of themselves and having fun during yesterday's Snola Day. You can find all of those videos at fox8live.com/snow. This is we've got some viewer video from Carrera, Mississippi that's showing a kid face planting in the snow while sledding downhill. Yeah, a little something to make you smile this morning while you're stuck inside. All right, time now, 4:57. For the first time in a century, the New Orleans area experiences the winter blast of a lifetime. Olivia Vidal joins us next with a live look for the city streets.
Something big is here. Really big.
Come on, Nolan, get the pothole.
Nothing can stop something this delicious from coming to every home in America. Joe's Nose King Cakes since 1988.
That grimy film on your teeth.
Dr. G?
It's actually the buildup of plaque bacteria, which can cause cavities.
Most toothpaste quit working in minutes, but Crest Health's antibacterial fluoride protects all day.
It stops cavities before they start.
Crest. Hey, Sweaty. Sweetie, you good?
Someone stole my Old Spice antiperspirant. Now I'm smelling like perspirant.
I did. Force 24/7 sweat protection.
You did this to my pits.
If your spouse or parent worked at an industrial worksite before 1982, you may be owed money for secondhand exposure to asbestos. Many workers carried asbestos home on their work clothes, exposing everyone in the household. Fortunately, there are still $30 billion in asbestos trusts to pay for the damage. Spouses and children can qualify for a share of the $30 billion. For over a decade, AsbestosClaims.law has helped workers and their families file claims and receive compensation checks for their asbestos exposure. Contact us at 833-4-ASBESTOS.
Injuries from a car wreck can be life-changing. When I was injured in a car wreck, the Womack Law Firm was there for me when I needed them.
If your life is changed from injuries suffered from the negligence of someone else, you deserve a life-changing settlement.
I put the Womack on them, and they got me $2,250,000.
Call us for a free consultation and let our family fight for your family and for the life-changing money that you deserve.
Future of cool, comfortable sleep is here. Introducing the new Sleep Number Climate Cool Smart Bed, the only smart bed in the world that actively cools and effortlessly adjusts to both of you. Sleep up to 15 degrees cooler on each side. It actively cools by drawing warm air away from your body to keep you cool and comfortable throughout the night. Our smart sleepers get 28 minutes more restful sleep per night. And now save 40% on our new special edition smart bed. Shop a Sleep Number store near you.
Now,
From New Orleans' most watched news, Fox 8 Local First starts now.
In Snowfall, and this is just the most incredible thing.
I came here to escape the snow, but now I guess it's followed me here.
Yeah, we're a community, you know. We're gonna be together through thick and thin, through hot and cold, you know. Hey, girls.
This morning, a winter blast leaves roads slippery and frozen. Snow fell for hours, packing in inches of snow, and it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity with record snowfall in our lifetimes.
And now the work starts to clear the snow and ice. The roads icy, so officials are advising everyone to stay off the roads, stay warm inside until things are safe again. 5:01 on this Wednesday. Good morning, I'm Kelsey Davis.
And I'm Rob Krieger. We have team coverage of this rare winter blast, but in the meantime, let's get over to meteorologist Zach Fradella with this first alert.
All right, and look, I understand everybody, you're kind of getting a little stir crazy. You're ready to get out. It's not the morning to do so. All right, we have dangerous road conditions across the region. Things have gotten worse overnight. Yesterday, it was that powdery snow, and now we've just frozen everything to the ground, and we have a thick sheet of ice in most spots. It is going to be a problem all day today that we're going to deal with ice. This is not going to just disappear all of a sudden. We've compacted that snow on the streets, and so now we have this thick layer of just an ice rink, and you literally can skate on the street right now in most spots. Look at our current temperatures. We talked about how when you have a snowpack, you're going to have problems with temperatures dipping way down. It is 12 in Slidell. The airport's now down to 25. Belle Chase is down to 20. Houma 16. It's 5 in New Roads, 5 degrees in Louisiana right now. That is incredible. Not only was yesterday incredible, this morning's temperatures are incredible. This is a look at the overpass right here at Norman C. Francis, and there's your sheet of ice. This is going to be a problem all throughout the day today. Now, we will get sun, and that sun is going to help. And it's not only just a temperature thing where you have to get above freezing. I'm pretty sure it's the sun that's going to do the best work throughout the day today. And as soon as the sun comes up, we're going to start to get that melting going. Technically, we hit the freezing mark around 11. I think 11 o'clock is when we're going to go from being below freezing to above freezing. But the numbers are going to start to really not matter, because as long as the sun is bright, our sun is strong enough at this time of year to start to melt away some of this snow, some of this ice. Remember, we have 10 to 12 inches of snow and ice in spots. So it takes a lot of time for that to happen, and it's not going to totally dry up throughout the day. So as soon as we hit the 6, 7 o'clock tonight, you see the numbers? We're back into the 20s. So we will refreeze, a hard refreeze happening very quickly as we go into the nighttime hours into Thursday. Then we have to worry about black ice tomorrow, where some spots will be dry, but then some spots could be that block of ice. That's Check of Your Weather. Let's get a look at what those roadways look like right now. Here's Christy.
And that black ice is very tricky, guys. So again, if you don't have to travel today, please stay put. You've been looking for days to kind of stay inside. You can stay inside, play in the snow, have your fun at home, but this is why you want to stay off those roadways. Most of our interstates and roadways are going to be closed again today, so be mindful of that. You won't be able to travel anyway. Do not go around any of those barricades, but we're taking a look at what it looks like on the West Bank. This is US 90 at Lafayette. You can see completely iced over. This is approaching the Crescent City connection at General de Gaulle. This is on the West Bank Expressway near 2nd Avenue, and this is on the Crescent City connection itself. You can see lots of ice out there, and again, we talked about that black ice where it could be very tricky, even on the interstates, roadways, surface streets as well. So again, that's why we're telling you to stay home today until most of this clears. We had several accidents out there yesterday, so don't let that be you. Quick update for you. The Sunshine Bridge is back open in St. James Parish, but again, travel at your own risk. We'll have more updates throughout the day. Kelsey, back to you. Thank you, Christy. Well, snow plows from Arkansas are crossing state lines, working to clear snow and ice from roadways in Louisiana.
So talk to me about the strategy going forward. As you say, it's supposed to get really cold, especially tomorrow. Are you going to have to replow those roads where ice may have formed overnight?
It won't be replowing them. Essentially, we've brought loaded salt trucks. The spreaders were loaded with salt when we came. We've been applying that sparingly throughout the day as we've been plowing. But we'll put down a layer of salt tonight on a lot of these bridges, especially the one behind me, trying to keep it where it's as passable as we can keep it. And then hopefully when the sunshine comes out tomorrow morning, it'll start melting and we can get moving and pushing more snow off the road and get everything hopefully cleared up as quick as we can.
And that was Derek Wyatt, the state maintenance engineer for Arkansas Department of Transportation, on the plan to attack those roads later today, those icy road conditions later today. Trying to put all that together at one time.
Several problems today. Water pressure, one of them, could be low in many areas, including yours, with so many people running faucets, trying to keep those pipes from freezing. The director of New Orleans Homeland and Emergency Preparedness tells Fox 8 the next day and a half is critical.
I'm saying as a common sense measure, please, if you're going to do laundry, shower, make breakfast, wash dishes, try to spread that out throughout the day and allow this water system to recover every morning and kind of build back up its pressure, because this is what we have seen in the past with winter storms, and certainly we'll potentially see during this one is that's when the boil water advisories will start. Things will happen in the mornings when the pressure just runs too low. And so those are the types of things that I think people really need to keep in mind. Even at this point, if you weren't able to wrap exposed pipes outside your house with any type of pipe wrap or anything like that, even if you have some blankets and some duct tape, anything, lawn furniture moved up against your pipes, anything to try and maybe shield those pipes or cover them in any way from being exposed for the next day and a half to the cold temperatures.
Officials in several parishes are urging neighbors to conserve water and reduce the strain on your system. Governor Jeff Landry says that as we enter a hard freeze, the work begins now.
It's going to be a natural inclination that when the snow stops, that the problem is going to stop, but that's not true. Actually, the problems are actually going to begin. This winter wonderland that we're seeing right now is going to end, and a hard freeze is going to begin. So the fun is going to come to a quick end. And for many of us out there, the work is really going to begin.
Landry says no weather-related fatalities were reported.
Well, snow and ice blanket roads across southeast Louisiana this morning.
Yeah, Maddie Kurth is live in Laplace. She's stuck there until the ice melts. Maddie.
Hey guys, good morning. So right now we're at our forecast low here in Laplace, 21 degrees, but it feels like 12. And as far as how much will warm up today, a nice steamy 36, same as yesterday. But hey, that's above freezing, so that's a good plus, right? Okay, this is what it looks like in Laplace, but you're gonna see something similar if you come out here and you go to your car. Check this out, right? We parked this one underneath this covered area at the hotel. They were gracious enough to let us, but still we were able to collect some icicles here all along the grates here and the vents in the hood of the car. And you can, they're easy though to just knock off there. Not as strong. But I have not confirmed this with Sheriff Mike Trigg, but I do see evidence of a snowball fight here as well in the parking lot. I can tell you how I verify that, right? Make a little snowball from the snow there on our news unit, throw it up. Looks exactly like it. I think that verifies snowball fight happened here. But of course, there was a lot of fun that happened in Laplace. There's also some danger to be aware of, and this is a good example of it. A sloped area here, like the parking garage of the hotel, and very quickly we start to see it completely ice over. So some of it cloudy here. You can see where it may have melted as cars drove around and got a little sloshy, but it takes a good kicking of a boot and it doesn't even crack. So the ice is thick, the ice is hard, and every once in a while you catch a slick spot. So my hack from when I was in college in New York City and it snowed all the time was just to never really pick up your feet from the ground. I thought that if you keep constant contact with the ground, then you'll never land with your booty on the ground. So that's what I've been using today throughout the parking lot, and it's seeming to do all right. Now, we haven't had many reports of accidents, of emergencies here, but we did have a pretty big one in St. John Parish. This was on Sawgrass Drive, a tragic house fire here. The good news is no one was injured, no one got hurt, and the family did have a place to stay. And it's a good reason too, because their entire roof erupting in flames, a little bit of peeling off of the side from the paneling of the roof and the front of the house. And of course, firefighters having to go in there and attack that thing with water, come to overnight, and all of that water freezing inside their home up on the rafters of the roof. So we're thinking about that family, of course, and the firefighters that had to get out there to fight the fire, right? They were driving on icy, snowy roads. This was about 10:40 in the morning. The snow had been coming down since about 5:30, 6 o'clock at that point yesterday. But the firefighters reported being at the scene within 11 minutes, despite all of those conditions. You're likely not going to see many people on the roads here in St. John Parish this morning, mostly because of the curfew that the sheriff enacted. So that was 6 p.m. last night to 6 a.m. this morning, and also because of the conditions of the roads. We've been talking to some of the workers here. This is a hotel right off the interstate, so it's mostly gas station clerks, some cashiers, as well as there's a Waffle House there. We know the Waffle Houses are always open. So we went and checked in with them. Most of them were saying, I don't even know how I'm going to get home today, trying to call in maybe some family members to come give them a ride or something like that. Some saying they would stay at a hotel or some kind of family member's house, maybe locally. But people here are not taking their chances as far as we've been able to determine. We've also have a lot of essential workers here at our hotel, evident by all of these big trucks here. And so that's why you're seeing some tire marks, but you're also seeing some cars that haven't moved because some of the hotel staff here is also hunkering down with their families as well. They were allowed to come in. So let's talk black ice. Did you see that slip? Let me get somewhere safe before I do this. So this is exactly the reason why we're telling everybody you don't want to stay outside and play necessarily in the way that you did yesterday. This looks like just wet concrete, okay? It's crystal clear. And as you start to walk on it, you very quickly might catch a slip spot. Same here, looks the same over here. Dark road. This looks a little bit more like what you might see on a tarmac, like an asphalt road or highway or something like that. I'm doing my same tactic, right? Not picking up my feet, yet it is just, okay, maybe we should stay away from this area cold. This one looks to be a little bit more dangerous than the other one. So I'm gonna walk slowly over here and get to where there's some more traction. The reason for all of this being, folks, is that we're just not used to it, right? And maybe you feel like after a day in the snow you can handle it, but this is where the hidden problems start to come out. Black ice, right? It just looks like the normal street. And you don't realize that you're in a very serious predicament until you already are. Okay, let's talk about closures. We've got main interstate closures here in Laplace. To put you situationally here, from where I am, I-10 this way, Highway 51 running behind me, taking you to Airline and the rest of St. John Parish there. This is a significant area because this is one of the main starting points of the interstate closure for our area. From Laplace through the entire metro and out to Slidell. It was that way yesterday. It will be that way today as well. I-10 closed. And then also a major route to the North Shore, I-55, going to be closed here from the I-10, I-55 split, which is right here near Laplace, all the way up to Ponchatoula. Road closures staying that way today, at least until DOTD can wake up, get some crews out and see what we might be able to do about the interstates. But the main portions here are all elevated. I was up on a higher floor in the hotel here, able to look out my window and see those interstate bridges. Obviously shut down since 4 a.m. yesterday, snow on top of them, and very much looking frozen. Also closed, schools, garbage collection, parish government buildings, but the emergency crews are here and available. So God forbid you do have an emergency, you can still call 911. Just, of course, exercise patience and grace with all of those folks. They're out here, sometimes possibly risking their lives so that they can help us. So grateful for them. But Rob, that's the latest update here. We're going to be a very careful walk now because it seems as though as the temperatures drop a couple degrees, we might get a little bit more icy here. So we're going to carefully make it back inside and check back in a few. For now, reporting live in Laplace here, Maddie Kurth for Fox 8 Local First.
All right, Maddie, be careful. And shout out to you wearing your awesome reusable throw from last year. It's keeping you nice and toasty, looks like, and it's very stylish, I must say.
Hey, Maddie, I wanted to ask you,
Oh, thank you. I needed it too because I got here and I didn't have a hat. And so thank goodness, Crew of Muses, I got my hand on one of those coveted reusable throws and it saved me here.
That would have been a much different story if you didn't have a hat.
My goodness,
that technique that you use to walk across the black ice is kind of like skating, right, without skates.
Exactly. You want to use those hands too. So if you do have to walk out for any reason, just, go slow and use all of your balancing mobility to just try and stay up and do your best.
The black ice shuffle. All right, time now is 5:15. We'll be right back.
Tonight, the Pels are back at home taking on Giannis and the Bucks, and the Pels are ready to send them packing.
How about Z on the follow? Oh, my goodness gracious.
Tonight, 6:30, it's Bucks Pelicans, live from the city on the Gulf Coast Sports and Entertainment Network.
This is Donald. He broke his collarbone in a car wreck. Donald made that one call to Morris Bart and got $150,000. Morris Bart, the firm you know, the name you trust.
You want affordable security for your home or business?
Save with ABC Fire and Burglar Alarm. Pay only $2.99 for a new alarm system.
And we still have low monthly monitoring.
Call ABC today, 889-9795.
There's DNA. Then there's heavy-duty DNA. HDNA. It's engineered into every aspect of the GMC Sierra HD. With the pulling power to prove it. Tow hitches of the world, prepare for glory. Get 5.9% APR for 84 months on Sierra heavy-duty Denali models. That's over $5,300 in average finance savings.
When Bayou Black Electric customers run out of the supplies and equipment they need, they know we're just a phone call away. And just like that, the experts at Bayou Black Electric are filling their order and delivering directly to the job site, so work doesn't have to stop. Expert service, free delivery.
50 years with my best friend.
Quick, the Quicker Picker-Upper. Bounty absorbs spills like a sponge and is 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less. Bounty, the Quicker Picker-Upper.
Are you one of the millions of Americans who suffer from an upset stomach after a big meal? Try Pepto-Bismol. Unlike some products, Pepto coats and soothes your digestive system to provide fast 5-symptom relief. Stock up on Pepto today.
What does it mean when I say get the BART advantage? It means we have more lawyers and more experience. Over 40 years of winning. Over $1 billion won. Don't take a chance with your case. Get the BART advantage.
Accurate, timely forecasts when you want them, wherever you are.
You can trust Bruce Katz and the Fox 8 Weather Team, your weather authority.
All right, welcome back at 5:17. We've already caught up with Maddie in Laplace. Meanwhile, Josh Robertson is in Hammond taking a look at the icing conditions over that way.
Hey, Josh.
Hey, guys. How y'all doing? Yeah, we got a gentleman actually walking out like us right now, walking right out of the entrance of our hotel. And, you know, Jake said it a second ago, cha-cha real smooth. That's the joke, but honestly, it's very icy right here, even right when you walk out. And I hate to admit it, it's almost, I don't want to say the word fun because we do not want to encourage anybody to come out here. I probably will fall down at some point today, and it's not going to be pretty. I did want to say I fell down yesterday while walking here in Hammond, yesterday after we got off from my hotel to the gas station to go get some snacks. And on the way, I did fall down. No one was around to see it, and I shouldn't have even told you guys. That secret could have died with me. But we're going to keep walking here to show you all of that snow, and a lot of it is still around here this morning. What did melt has been frozen again because right now it's like 14 degrees here in Hammond in Tangipahoa Parish, and it is very, very tough to walk, and you really need to pay attention to each step that you take right in front of you. And as we walk through the parking lot here of our hotel, it is just ice, frozen ice all right here. And there's a vehicle now driving off. That's the first vehicle we've actually seen driving anywhere this morning, except for one police officer I saw earlier out on the main road. I-12 is just over here, and there has been almost virtually nobody out here this morning. Most of these businesses, and we're going to keep walking a little bit closer to the roadway, but each of these businesses, most of them are going to be closed today. The gas stations have stayed open, so it's been kind of our main hub, our main place to go if we need kind of anything, water, any kind of drink, snacks, anything like that. But other than that, it's been very, very quiet, like a ghost town. And, you know, Maddie earlier was talking about the first responders and the essential workers who were staying at her hotel there in Laplace in St. John Parish. We've got some of those guys staying with us here, too, at our hotel. And luckily, all that snow piled up on those vehicles means that they have not been used. since yesterday, and that's good. And that means that they have not had to respond to anything. And I actually did put in a word to Robbie Miller, who's the president here in Tangipahoa Parish. I talked to him briefly yesterday just about everything they were dealing with. The main thing is obviously, guys, they just don't want anybody out on the roadways. That goes for yesterday and especially going to be today. And we're going to watch our step here, Jake. I know Jake's filming and walking at the same time. Never a good combo, but when you're talking about snow and ice, we want our photographer to also be safe. And we're going to walk all the way to the roadway here so I can kind of show you guys. Now, I know Robbie Miller, the Tangipahoa Parish president, did say yesterday they spent really the whole prep leading up to this storm trying to salt as many of the overpasses and the bridges as they can. But even with that, that was really for emergency personnel and for anyone who absolutely needed to get somewhere yesterday. They could use some of those roads. Many of the interstates, many of the highways, many of the bridges were shut down completely. And then the main road that goes right here through Hammond, right off of I-12, it has been open. But it's unclear right now if they did salt it. Now, there's a car driving right there. You can see I saw one police officer coming down, and we're walking through another parking lot here. And this is a mixture kind of of snow and ice. And I know we talk a lot about black ice, too. I'm going to show you that here in just a second when we get a little closer. But anyway, the main highway here is still, again, open. But there's really not a whole lot to do, so there's really no reason to be out driving around. I would hate the idea that people have to get to work today. I would hope most non-essential people would be able to stay home and not get called in to work. Is this, and Jake can tell me because he's up north, this is what I thought, maybe this is black ice right here. I don't know if it is or not, but this is what I'm talking about. This is dry right here if I'm walking. This is like walking, but this is where it gets slick because you may not notice and you're walking normal and then bam, you slip. And you go down because this is completely frozen solid and it's like an ice skating rink right here, guys. And so that's something you got to be paying attention to. Again, the main road here, some part of it looks to be dried out with ice right in the middle of the roadways, but we'll send it back to you now, guys. But again, you want to be very safe, especially here in Tangipahoa Parish and Hammond. No souls out here except for us. That's good. But we'll send it back to you. We'll send it back to anchors in the studio.
Josh, I'll do you one better, all right? You said you slipped when you were going to get snacks yesterday, and you shouldn't have told us, but we know now. I'm currently cutting a video to share of my trek into work.
On a bike.
I rode my bike, my electric bike, into work over the Norman C. Francis overpass. Crashed 3 times on my way to work. I have a giant bruise on my elbow, big one on my knee. But I was going slow. I was going like 6 miles an hour. So.
But that just goes to show you how slippery things are.
Well, in that case, it just would have been safer to just walk at that point.
That's what when he said he came to work this morning. I'm like, you walked? He's like, no, I took the bike and crashed. I'm like,
it would have taken so much longer. I had to be here for the news.
But sans bruises. All right, Josh.
You can't see the bruises. Hey, time now is 5:23. Let's go over to Zach Pradella. The things we do for the news, right?
I was told 4 falls. Wait up, the story's changing.
Yeah, I thought it was 4. You know, when you fall that many times in a row, it
just all
starts to run together.
Got to review the tape.
Let Rob Krieger be the story of the morning. That look, it is dangerous out there on a bike. Okay, you're going to get bruises. In a car, you can be deadly if you're trying to drive in this situation. Let's talk about the historic storm that we went through yesterday. 2025, 8 inches. Now, there's going to be a lot of skepticism with this, all right? This is at MSY. These 2 official reports, there really wasn't an MSY. Well, there was. We were getting the data back in 1963, but this is actually from Audubon, this 4.5, because I'm technically grouping Audubon and the New Orleans International Airport together. So the 4.5 in 1963, we blew right past that. This is definitely from Audubon, okay, in 1895. And I'm trying to see if we can get some kind of record for yesterday's snowfall close to Audubon, or maybe they took a Audubon. We don't get everything automated from Audubon, even though they do keep some records still there. So it would be interesting because we've had reports in and around the city of 10 inches plus. So I know it's the official record-keeping book is going to be MSY, which is going to say, hey, it's 8 inches, but pretty sure we could say it's safe to say that this was on par with that 1895 event. Now a crazy morning of temperatures. Lake Charles, it is 8 degrees. Slidell, it is 12 degrees. Houma is now 12 degrees. So a frigid, cold morning. We have a snowpack. We have clear skies, and that's exactly how you get those really cold temperatures at the North Pole, because there's ice and it's always dark. And this morning, there's ice and it's dark outside, and that's why we are well below freezing, and it's numbers that we have not seen in a very long time. Now, looking at today, let's plan out today here because it's going to be dangerous early on. It's going to be dangerous really all day long. We get above freezing at 11. Now, as soon as the sun comes up, we're going to start to melt the roadways, especially the roadways, because there's a little bit more warmth underneath that concrete, even though right now it's just one big block of ice. But the sun is going to be with us all day long. So it is going to help tremendously. We're going to start to knock down those accumulations. You're going to notice the water is going to start to flow and start to drain into our area drains. Here's the problem. There's no way we can get rid of all of this in time before we hit sunset tonight. We're not going to have dry streets by later tonight. We're not going to have dry medians by later tonight. So all of the snow that's melting is just going to start to roll onto the street. It might be water later today, but it will refreeze very quickly tonight. So this is today's impact timeline this morning. All roads are frozen. Very, very dangerous travel. This afternoon, the melting begins. Sun can melt things pretty quickly. You're going to be pretty surprised how fast the snow is going to start to disappear before our eyes. But tonight, we're not going to get rid of everything today. And so tonight, a rapid refreeze is expected and black ice will be widespread. It's almost going to be more dangerous because we're going to get some dry pockets. And then like Josh just showed you, you can all of a sudden hit that area where it's going to be frozen. And tonight, we're going to have to worry about that refreeze. 16 north of the lake, 26 south shore for tonight. That means another pipe freeze, calling for a pipe freeze 12 to 15 hours at or below that freezing mark. There's the 7-day forecast. And you see it the next 2 days. We got to get, I think we have to get to tomorrow afternoon. That's going to be the flip where we go back to normal. And look, in the long range pattern, it's not the little snow icons, it is rain icons. We'll be right back with more Fox 8 Morning Edition right after this.
The Fox 8 News app. The news and weather you need all in one app.
No football? No problem. At the Greater New Orleans Boat and RV Show, Friday, January 31st through Sunday, February 2nd. See the latest and greatest in pontoons, fishing boats, sports boats, personal watercraft, and more. Fifth wheels and travel trailers at the Greater New Orleans Boat and RV Show.
Touch can mean so many things, even for people with moderate to severe eczema. Touch can make two feel like one, or simply be a helping hand. Dupixent can help you stay ahead of eczema as you welcome the feeling of touch. Dupixent helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that can cause eczema to help heal your skin from within. Many adults saw 90% clearer skin. Some even achieved long-lasting clearer skin. And fast itch relief after the first dose. Severe allergic reactions can occur. Get help right away for face, mouth, tongue, or throat swelling, wheezing, or trouble breathing. Tell your doctor of new or worsening eye problems like eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma or other medicines without talking to your doctor. Dupixent, the #1 prescribed biologic by dermatologists and allergists, helps you feel the heal. See the difference for yourself. Reach out to your eczema specialist today.
We're kicking off 2025 with our biggest New Year sale ever at Best Chevrolet. Bad credit, bankruptcy? We want to help. Best Chevrolet has a vehicle for you. New Trailblazers, $4,000 below MSRP while they last. Yes, $4,000 off one of our best-selling vehicles at Best Chevrolet. It doesn't get any better than Best. A proud member of the Gail Benson Automotive Team.
When winter season hits, Emergencies supports your immune system with so much more than vitamin C. Be ready to fight back with Emergency. And for on-the-go immune support, try Emergency Crystals. No water needed.
Here we go again.
Wait, there's a red Hulk now?
Excuse me, what do I do about this?
We use Tide Oxy Boost. It's a lifesaver.
The most powerful clean in any universe.
Looking good.
Thank you. See Captain America, Brave New World.
The Greater New Orleans Boat and RV Show is back Friday, January 31st through Sunday, February 2nd at the Pontchartrain Center in Kenner. Hundreds of boats under one roof and over 100,000 square feet of RVs, travel trailers, and fifth wheels at the Greater New Orleans Boat and RV Show.
Welcome back at 529. Snow-packed roads in Mississippi. Officials are warning that ice has already accumulated on many bridges as well across the state.
Madeline Adams rode out the storm along the Mississippi Gulf Coast.
out here in Long Beach, Mississippi, where it snowed pretty much all day Tuesday. I woke up at 7 a.m. Tuesday and was seeing snow from that point, and then it pretty much snowed all the way until 5:15 p.m. That's kind of when we saw the snow die down a little bit, but we just have a blanket of snow here in South Mississippi, specifically over in Long Beach right next to the water. But I'm just going to show you right here, as you can see, just how deep the snow has gotten. This is probably, I'll kind of step in it here a little bit just to show you guys how deep this snow is. If I had to guess, probably about 8 to 10 inches of snow right here. We're seeing, that's the norm. We're seeing about 8 to 10 inches of snow in a lot of places. Obviously in some other places you're maybe seeing 4 to 5 inches. But it has been a day full of snow on Tuesday here in Long Beach, Mississippi. We saw some sights. We saw a guy who was running along the beach. He was enjoying it. He was the only one out here, so he had the whole beach to himself, in shorts with just a long sleeve shirt. So he must be from the north, but he was enjoying running out here in the snow. And we also met someone, Mr. Andy from Ohio, grew up on Lake Erie. Even he said snow like this much snow is incredible for him to see. You know, he goes back to Ohio to visit family a lot, but he said even a snow event like this is just really a sight for him to see, and he doesn't see this often. So this might be, you know, something that's unusual for our part of the country, the South, the Gulf Coast, having this much snow. But of course, you know, even people up north, this would be such an event for them as well too. So as we can see over here as well, just kind of piled up on this ledge over here, the snow is just accumulating, and this would probably be about 6 to 8 inches right there. And of course, you know, we are right by the highway, right by the water. We saw a lot of traffic earlier in the day, a lot of people driving on these icy roads. We want to again emphasize not to travel. Please stay off the roads unless you absolutely have to. And if you do have to drive, be very careful, go very slowly. But you know, the concern moving into Wednesday is, of course, that some of the snow may freeze. The concern for black ice on the road, making it difficult to drive. So be very careful as you travel tomorrow. Please stay inside if you can and just enjoy this snow. I mean, it's been a beautiful day, beautiful Tuesday over in Long Beach, Mississippi. And really the entire beach was covered in snow. And it was just incredible. We built a snowman as well. And he just kind of grew as the day went on, as the snow kind of piled up on top of him. And it has just been a beautiful day in Long Beach, Mississippi. I know we've seen so many people enjoying the snow over in South Louisiana as well, which has been so fun. So again, enjoy the snow again on this Wednesday, but make sure to be careful. Don't travel unless you have to. Enjoy the snow safely too as you walk around, as some snow may have turned to ice. So just be careful as you guys do that, but enjoy this once in a lifetime historic event. In Long Beach, Mississippi, Madeline Adams, Fox 8, Local First.
Time now is 5:33. We'll be right back.
Here at Fleet Supply Warehouse, we ship our parts nationwide daily to keep your generators and pumps running efficiently. When it comes to filtering your equipment, you need the right parts from experts you can trust. Shop FleetSupplyWarehouse.com. It's what we do.
Immediately after the crash, it starts. Before you even know what's happening, the truck company sends their insurance people, their crash experts, and their lawyers right to the scene.
What are they up to? Shaping the story to protect their bottom line, and none of them are there for you.
But we are. The minute you call. After your truck crash, demand Dudley DeBosier, your on-the-scene big truck team.
If they try to twist the facts, we know how to set them straight.
Demand Dudley DeBosier, 444-4444.
I love that my daughter still needs me, but sometimes I can't help due to burning and stabbing pain in my hands. So I use Nervive.
Nervive's clinical dose of ALA reduces nerve discomfort in as little as 7 days.
Now I can help again. Feel the difference with Nervive.
Did you know 80% of women are struggling with hair damage, just like I was?
Pantene Miracle Rescue Deep Conditioner with Melting Pro V Pearls.
Locks in moisture to repair 6 months of damage for resilient, healthy-looking hair. If you know it's Pantene.
Have you ever dreamt of getting 2 of your fave Wendy's items for $7? Like a spicy chicken sandwich, Dave's single, or 10-piece nugs? Well, today's the day your oddly specific dream comes true. Pretty good dream. 2 faves for just $7? Gotta be Wendy's.
Exciting news. The Leah Chase School is growing. Now enrolling for the 2025-2026 school year, we're expanding to include 6th grade. From kindergarten through 6th grade, we offer academic excellence, arts-focused activities, and a nurturing environment where your child will thrive. Apply now at enrollnolaps.com and chase your excellence at the Leah Chase School. Don't wait. Apply today at enrollnolaps.com.
As Louisianians, we've seen a lot of insurance companies come and go when times get tough. That's not us. Go Auto low-cost car insurance has been here all along, protecting Louisiana drivers so they can get on the road and go, explore, discover, live, and enjoy the road. We are Go Auto, Louisiana-born, Louisiana-loved. Just call, click, or come by to get a fast free quote today.
It's 5:35. Good morning. I'm Rob Krieger.
And I'm Kelsey Davis. Let's get over to meteorologist Zach Verdella, or Zach Frost officially this week, who we're blaming him for bringing all this snow. And no, it's so funny. We were talking about this, Zach, yesterday. We had a couple of snow breaks. We ran out to play in the snow right outside the station, and we were all in awe. And you said, I told y'all this was coming. Y'all didn't believe me.
You know, but it's not. It's very rare to be able to forecast something historic like this. And sure enough, it came to fruition. It doesn't always work like that in regards to meteorology, but a dangerous morning on the roadways. Yesterday was actually better than today. Yesterday you had snow. You had some traction with that snow. Now all of a sudden you've packed down the snow on the street and it's just a frozen sheet of ice. This is going to be a problem all day today. Make sure you just stay home unless for some random emergency you need to stay put for a period of time, not only today, maybe even into tomorrow morning. Look at the current. I never thought I would see the day that we would have single digits on this board. Morgan City is 9, New Roads is 5, Slidell is at 12. In the metro, let's just see what right now in the heart of the city, we're now down to 22 here at Fox 8. So it is strictly kind of like if you're near the lakefront, there's a light breeze. Outside, once you go over the levee, there's really not much of an influence from the lake. So we are seeing our numbers get to that pipe bursting freeze. This is a pipe bursting freeze if there ever was one. Homa right now is 12 degrees. Make sure you get up, move that water around your house. I've been watching the bridge here, Norman C. Francis. There's actually a car over there. And you just see how it's just one big layer of ice at this point. Everything is like this across southeast Louisiana. So that's why you need to just stay put, because there's going to be some danger that's going to be out there that's going to be lurking throughout the course of the morning. Let's talk about today in the timeline here when we can get above freezing and we start to try to melt some of this ice. Now, here's the kicker. The temperatures, it's good when you get warmer, but this is the key. You see the icon? It's sun all day long. That sun is going to start to melt everything very quickly. So once we get the sun up, the melting is going to begin. It's going to help. We're going to get above freezing around 11 a.m. We'll get a few degrees above freezing, but we're still going to have pretty good melting going on with that sunshine. Here's the issue. We're not going to get dry. Okay, we're going to still have melting. We're going to have water all over the place. And then tonight, look how fast we go 5 to 6 p.m. We're dropping 10 degrees. We're back into the 20s tonight. So that means very quickly we're going to see a refreeze go into overnight tonight. I think we have another 24 hours of this mess. By Thursday afternoon, things will improve dramatically across the area. Let's check out your forecast. Let's get a look at those nasty roadways. Here's Kristen.
That's right, and because of those icy conditions, multiple closures remain in effect. Causeway 55, Twin Span, I-10 from Laplace through to Slidell. There's just some of the closures in effect right now, and you can see how nasty it is out there, guys, just covered in ice. This is going to be your commute, I-10 at Oak Harbor. Again, this is shut off, but we just want to show you what it looks like. Completely iced over. And so today we mentioned that things could get a little bit trickier because of that black ice. So that's why we want you to stay put off of the roadways, guys. Do not travel around any barricades, because again, this is going to be your travel for the most part. So again, enjoy that snow at home and be safe. We'll keep you up to date with the latest right here on Fox 8. Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you, Christy. Well, time now is 5:39. Maddie Kurth has been in Laplace now for a full day and now dealing with snow and ice for a full day.
And Maddie Kurth, with your experience dealing with snow and ice in New York, you have some tips for if you're going to be out walking and, you know, looking at the sites, because we don't want you driving, how to safely do that.
Hey, Kelsey and Rob, exactly right. I went to college in New York City. We saw snow every single winter. Obviously, it stuck around for many months. And the thing about New York City is all of the sidewalks that freeze, the snow comes back on top of them, packs the ice back down, they freeze again. And so that's a little bit similar to what we're seeing here. This is the parking lot of a hotel here in Laplace, just off the interstate, and you're seeing underneath fresh snow more ice. And so you want to be careful walking in any of this, because as it starts to collect on your shoes, here I'll use my boots as an example. And I'm walking and I've got traction here because I'm in the snow, right? But what that's doing is adding another layer on top of every boot here. There, maybe that one you can see a little bit better. And then there's just thick ice stuck to your shoe. So even if you can find a spot in the road or the sidewalk that doesn't have ice on it, you may be having ice on your shoes already, which can complicate things. You do not want to have a slip and a fall at this time, right? The roads are still covered in snow and ice. And so yes, the emergency services are operating today across the region, but they're going to have to make some judgment calls and be careful themselves to get to you out there. So currently in Laplace, feels like we're teetering between 11 and 12 degrees this morning, but honestly, it's a lot easier to be out here when the snow isn't falling from all directions. We saw nearly 12 hours of snowfall yesterday here in Laplace. We've been doing a couple of cross sections on some of the cars here that have been in the parking lot. But first I want to point out how beautiful. Look at these crystals. I mean, it's like it's Mardi Gras here in Laplace. They just spilled glitter all over the parking lot here. And then we'll do that cross section for you. So of course we're competing with some wind, so some of the cars have a lot more snow than others do. But we mentioned having an issue with making snowmen and snowballs yesterday. All of this really pillowy, soft sand here. Look, I'll try to make one, and it just kind of falls apart like that. Everybody told me on social media you needed to wait for the sand to get a little bit more wet, to melt a little bit, to really pack in. And so if I come over here to maybe where that sand or that snow is melting here and get just a little bit of this stuff, it's definitely packing tighter. Look, one squeeze and I've got a full snowball. But let me caution you, because we just tried this out. I threw a snowball like this at Cole's back, my photographer, Cole Walker. Didn't feel good now, did it, Cole? No, shaking the camera, no. So you don't want to use these to have a snowball fight with the kids out in the front yard or the backyard. But what it will be good for is to then roll in that pillowy snow like this, kind of, and then crunch it down again. And the more you build this up, the better your snowman's going to look. Mine was looking just like one, almost like a slimy snail or something. Just one snowman all at once. I think I've got my tactic down now. Once the sun comes up, I'm going to be working on this a little bit more. But that's the latest here in Laplace. Kelsey and Rob, we'll send it back to you guys.
Maddie, I think a lot of people will be doing that because we were trying to build snowmen yesterday, and the same thing. It was just such fluffy snow people. We saw snow crawfish, but it just was so fluffy, it just like crumbled in your hand. So we're like, okay, we'll try this again later.
Hey,
so good to know.
Don't throw snowballs at Cole,
yeah.
all right?
Leave Cole alone.
Yeah, that boy's
Look,
got grit,
Cole
all right?
He doesn't need those snowballs. He would be a test dummy for me. He's got more grit than anybody out here, okay? He's been freezing. He's got his Alabama hat on, which is not going to do you much to keep you warm, Cole. Just dilute those thoughts up there with playoff dreams. Leave them up there. But look, I'll leave you with this, guys, and I'll show you. I'll throw it on the ground so you can see how hard this is going to hit maybe like your brother or sister, which is why I don't want you to do that. But here we go. 1, 2, 3, on the ground.
Oh, yeah.
Chunks of ice that are still in there, y'all. Check this one out.
Yeah.
Chunks of it. So
Snow
be careful,
day
have fun, but of course, don't
Maddie
be throwing
Curd.
ice at people today.
Oh, we love it. All right, thank you, Maddie. Time now is 5:43. We'll be right back.
Get your Arthur Hardy's Mardi Gras guide on sale everywhere or order online.
I'm Morris Fark. If you're injured in a car wreck, call me and you can talk to a lawyer right now for free. Over 40 years of winning, over $1 billion won. Call me now at 525-8000. One call, that's all.
Reimagine exceptional with the 2024 Buick Envision. With advanced technology and breathtaking clarity, and quiet serenity within. Experience confident driving, an all-wheel drive that takes you wherever you need to go. Make every day an occasion. Buick, exceptional by design.
Get 0.9% APR, plus no monthly payments for 90 days on this 2024 Buick Envision. See your local Buick dealer.
Let's go! Looking for the coolest kids furniture? Nobody has more than Rooms to Go Kids. With the largest selection of bunk beds, bookcase beds, upholstered beds, day beds, and storage beds. There's more ways to stay organized, more ways to work, and more ways to play, which means more ways to let your kids be kids. And of course, more ways to help you save big with our unbeatable prices. If you need kids furniture, nothing beats Rooms to Go Kids.
Save during the New Year's celebration at Rainbow North Shore Buick GMC. Drive home a new 2025 GMC Sierra Crew Cab and get $12,500 in total savings. So come get your New Year deal at Rainbow North Shore Buick GMC. Real people, real deals.
Something big is here. Really big.
Come on, Nolan! Get the pothole!
Nothing can stop something this delicious from coming to every home in America. Joe's Knows King Cakes since 1988.
The first time you try Bounce, it hits you. Your laundry feels way fresher, softer. So you start to wonder, if I put a sheet of Bounce on the finance guy, will it make him softer? Bounce can't do it all. But for better laundry, put a sheet on it with Bounce.
A car ran a red light and smashed into me. I went to the hospital with a broken neck, but I knew what to do.
Sam was injured and needed help fast. She knew what to do. She made that one call. Call me now at 525-8000. If you know, you know.
Welcome back at 5:46. The Regional Transit Authority, RTA, extends its closures for transit services through today.
That includes buses, streetcars, ferries. It's unclear when the services will resume, but we will let you know. Well, some of our Fox 8 crew helped someone who got stuck in the snow yesterday. Take a look at this.
Forward, 1, 2, 3.
Local first! Okay, so this was one you heard me mention to Maddie just a couple minutes ago, our snow break. So we were all kind of getting restless as we were rotating in and out of coverage, and somebody popped in the newsroom like, snow break, and we'd all suit up and go outside just to get some fresh air and check on the snow conditions. And so this guy was actually crossing the intersection. He stopped to let someone come through, and when he tried to take off again, he got stuck. So that's actually Josh Guillory, one of our producers, is in the booth right now. Caitlin Dwyer in the white vest there, one of our other producers. She's in the newsroom right now. Zach Fradella.
Zach was out there.
And Marshawn Jones, one of our digital team members there, pushing that car out of the snow. The worst part was
Caitlin jumping.
They pushed it out of the snow, crosses the intersection, and gets stuck again.
Oh, man. The best part was afterward, y'all just started cheering, local first. Oh, my goodness. All right, something to laugh about, because I know a lot of you, look, a lot of stuff has been messed up.
Yeah.
Right? I had a flight that was supposed to fly out yesterday.
Yeah.
Got canceled today, got canceled. I ended up having to cancel the whole trip. So it happens. Let's go over now to, we're going to go to Zach now.
Or Josh.
Josh. Yeah, let's go to Josh, who he's stuck in Hammond until those roads clear.
Yeah. Hey, Rob, I was listening to Maddie's hit earlier, and I know we're trying to avoid as much as we can. It's virtually impossible to avoid walking on the slick ice because literally if you take one step out of our hotel room, this is what you're looking at right here. It's as soon as you walk out, it's this right here. Now, I know snowballs were the thing yesterday, but here's the difference between yesterday and today. That's it. That's the difference right there. What was snowballs yesterday is now ice, hard, frozen ice, and all it takes is to be walking and you go down hard. And all that fun, snow angels, snowmen, you can still do that today because there is still snow in certain spots. And we'll walk over here because obviously those grassy areas that you have in your yard or around your hotels or anything like that, there is still snow on the ground. But any of those roadways where that snow fell yesterday, it melted at some point most likely, and then it refroze. Now we're in the snow now, so it's few and far between, not like it was yesterday. All that we were standing earlier, that was all snow yesterday. Now it's all frozen, hard ice, and that's going to make driving really, really difficult. Now this right here is still that very fine, powdery snow, so there is still a little bit of it. Look, much like today, if you're going to be stuck in your house, you can still go outside and play. Now, I will tell you this, temperature-wise, you need to be much more careful because yesterday, while that snow was falling, it was bearable. This is cold right now. It's 14 degrees here in Hammond, and it's only going to get colder actually before it gets warmer. There's a dip coming. It's going to probably drop a few more degrees and then go up, hopefully, but it's not even expected to get above freezing until halfway through the day. And so that is something, if you are going to be out having fun in the snow with your kids especially, or your loved ones, you want to keep an eye on everyone, because the cold is going to catch up with you really, really quick. I mean, like I said earlier, these gloves are doing virtually nothing for me. We haven't seen very many vehicles on the roadway. I've seen a couple of Hammond police. I've reached out to Robbie Miller, who's the president of Tangipahoa Parish. I know they were at their EOC building in a meet, coordinating with all the state and local officials for Tangipahoa Parish. They've been salting roadways. A lot of the elevated roadways have been closed, and they're going to remain closed, especially throughout today, because driving has gotten more dangerous, not less dangerous, since that snow fell. And so that's going to be the main thing today. Just staying put, staying where you are. And there's not very many places we can go anyway, other than a couple of gas stations near I-12. Very few places are open. I haven't been able to make it to the Waffle House because we can't really drive right now, but I bet that place is still open. But that's Waffle House. Not everyone can be Waffle House, guys, okay? You got to be careful. So we'll send it back to you now in the studio.
That's because it's a Waffle Home, Joshua.
That's right.
A Waffle Home.
That's it.
All right.
That's it.
Take care out there, you and Jake Rosenberg. I know Jake has some frozen tundra experience, but nothing like this down here.
Yeah.
All right, be safe. Time now, 5:51. Let's get over to meteorologist Zach Verdella. Zach, this is going to stick around for some time, huh?
It is. It's 3 degrees in South Louisiana right now. New Iberia is 3 degrees this morning. That is an incredible number this far down south. Slidell is 12, Bogalusa 14. In the city, we're in the low 20s. We're sitting right around 20 degrees. Homa is 12. You know how it gets really cold at the North Pole? Because they have ice and they don't see the sun all winter long. Well, guess what? We're not seeing the sun right now because it's nighttime, and we have a layer of snow. And it's not just a small layer. It is a big block of snow and ice below us, and that is how you freeze the atmosphere like we're doing this morning. So when are we going to get out of this? The sun is going to get us out of this today. Now, it's not going to be perfect this afternoon. It's not going to really improve conditions enough that we could say, hey, everybody go back to your normal routine. By 11 a.m., we're above freezing. But as soon as the sun comes up, we're going to start to melt everything. As soon as that sun gets up high enough in the sky, it's strong enough that we're going to start to melt all of this snow and this ice around the region. We're going to keep that sunshine around through the afternoon. We will spend a few hours above freezing, but the sun is going to be the kicker today. That's what's going to do a number on all of this accumulated snow, accumulated ice that's across the area. Here's the impact timeline of how this is all going to play out. This morning, very dangerous conditions. All roadways are frozen, and it's not that light, fluffy snow any longer. Where those roadways have packed down, it's just an ice rink. It literally is just one big layer of ice, and it's not very small either. It's a thick layer of ice. All right, this afternoon, the melting's really going to kick in. You're going to notice a lot of water moving around, going in towards the drains. That sun is going to melt things pretty quickly, but not to the point that we're going to have dry roads and dry medians by overnight tonight. So there'll be some spots that'll be dry tonight, but that makes it even more dangerous, because then you're like, oh, well, it's dry. I can venture out. We're going to get a rapid refreeze once we get into the nighttime hours tonight, and black ice will be widespread going into tomorrow morning. That will mean some areas are dry, and then you'll hit this patch where you hit a block of ice. And that's where we're really going to have big problems, because I know everybody's getting stir crazy. You want to get out the house. But if we start having more and more cars on the roadway, that's where the problems are going to begin. 1 or 2 cars right now, which we're seeing, that's not a big issue. But when you start talking multiple cars, then we start running into each other, and we have some major problems. Tonight, we still have to worry about a pipe freeze, 16 on the North Shore, 26 south of the lake. So everybody, full precautions going into overnight tonight and into Thursday morning. We'll spend another 12 to 15 hours at that freezing or below freezing mark going into your Thursday. We will get out of this, guys. By the weekend, it's back to normal January weather, and that's little raindrops next week. It's not snowflakes, so more normal weather is on the way very soon. Christy?
All right, thank you, Zach. And we mentioned it. We're going to mention it again. Stay home, guys. Emergency vehicles only on the roadways. Today's going to be more dangerous than yesterday. So this is a live look at what we're still dealing with. Iced over roadways. This is in Kenner, I-10 at Williams, I-10 at Williams, I-10 at Loyola here at the bottom. And so, again, we're going to be dealing with that black ice now. So please stay home, stay off the roadways. Several of our interstates are still closed. And also just want to mention the Claiborne Avenue Bridge is closed as well. Back to you guys.
If you are looking for a premium certified pre-owned vehicle, look no further than Southland Dodge in Houma, your no-pressure, no-hype dealership. 6161 West Park Avenue in Houma.
Come see us here at Southland Dodge Used Car Center.
In Houma.
We make every special event special. Grayson's Events and Entertainment.
Grayson's Events and Entertainment will elevate your next corporate event, church festival, school fair, or summer camp. Featuring Midway Carnival game trailers, carnival rides, mechanical bulls, holiday-themed inflatables, and so much more. Visit Grayson's online for a complete entertainment package.
The #1 choice for everything fun. Grayson's.
Feeling backed up and bloated? Good thing Metamucil Fiber Plus Probiotics Gummies work harder for your digestive system. With fiber to help promote gut health and probiotics to help relieve occasional bloating, so you can feel your best. Metamucil Fiber Plus Probiotics Gummies.
Old Spice Gentleman's Super Hydration Body Wash. Vanilla and shea. 24/7 moisturization with vitamin B3.
Are you using all the Old Spice?
Oops.
Struggling with erectile dysfunction? At Aspire Health and Wellness, we help men feel like themselves again. Even if you have diabetes, high blood pressure, or prostate issues, we have a 98% success rate. Aspire guarantees results, or you don't pay a dime. Let Aspire restore your love life and help you regain confidence and control. Taking care of yourself is the first step of caring for others. Call Aspire now and let passion make a comeback in your life today.
No football? No problem. The Greater New Orleans Boat and RV Show is back Friday, January 31st through Sunday, February 2nd at the Pontchartrain Center in Kenner. Hundreds of boats under one roof. Register to win a free Magic Tilt trailer and over 100,000 square feet of RVs, travel trailers, and fifth wheels. Get 50% off new fifth wheels. Travel trailers for $8 a day. Free parking and shuttle. There's something for everyone at the Greater New Orleans Boat and RV Show.
Patients who have sensitive teeth but also want whiter teeth, they have to make a choice, one versus the other. Sensodyne Clinical White provides 2 shades whiter teeth as well as providing 24/7 sensitivity protection. Patients are going to love to see Sensodyne on the shelf.
Take a look at this. Time is now 5:57. A video showing people sledding down a snowy street in Miro. We've seen all kind of ways for people to get pulled down the snowy roadways, and these are the folks in Miro. Looks like they're using a golf cart, perhaps. And the kids are having
fun
a blast.
out there.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And hey, check this one out. The New Orleans Police Department, well, they just couldn't resist it, having some fun in the snow. Officers were spotted in a playful snowball fight with residents and tourists in the heart of the French Quarter. You can even see a dog joining in on the fun. Everyone having a good time. All right, time now 5:57. We've got so much more on this historic snowfall coming up.
Swiffer Duster traps 4 times more dust for clean even mom approves of.
That reach.
Making hard to reach
So easy.
Swiffer. Wow. The mother of all cleans. Love it or your money back.
Home Goods. Go finding.
It's a new year. Get a new ride at Legacy GMC in Slidell. Right now, save $13,500 off MSRP on a 24 GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation. Come shop with us in Slidell or online at LegacyGMCSlidell.com.
It's the finance company again.
Well, don't answer it.
We can't go on like this. We need help with these bills.
It's the finance company again.
I'll take it. You need to call our bankruptcy attorneys, Kirkpatrick and Associates. Have a good day.
Bill problems? We are Kirkpatrick and Associates. Call today for a free bankruptcy consultation.
With the constant threat of flooding, your parish may have a mitigation grant funding program to elevate or build you a new home. No one understands the program better than Robert Wolf Construction.
Just because you are working with the program does not mean that you have to just pick any contractor. You can truly get a quality contractor like Robert Wolf.
Whether it's elevating your home or constructing a new one, find peace of mind and take action now. Call Robert Wolf Construction at 504-393-2445.
Something big is here. Really big.
Come on, Nolan! Get the pothole!
Nothing can stop something this delicious from coming to every home in America. Joe's Knows King Cakes since 1988.
It's a new year. Get a new ride at Legacy GMC in Slidell. Right now, save $13,500 off MSRP on a 24 GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation. Come shop with us in Slidell or online at LegacyGMCSlidell.com.
Now, from New Orleans' most watched news, Fox 8 Local First starts now.
Billy, turn around. Look at that snow. Dude, that is impressive.
That is holy cow, look at that.
Dude, that's nice.
That's actually impressive.
Right now, everybody wants to get out and they want to sightsee and all that. And look, let's just sightsee from the house. Let's stay off the roadways. There are no businesses that are open. Everybody's closed down.
And this winter wonderland that we're seeing right now is going to end, and a hard freeze is going to begin. And for many of us out there, the work is really going to begin.
Today, the winter blast leaves dangerous icy roads, freezing temperatures all across the state. This historic storm shocks the south with inches of snow. It's left lots of roads impassable, and officials asking that everyone shelter in place.
That's right. And good morning once again. It is Wednesday. I'm Lucy Bustamante at 6 a.m.
Yeah, and I'm Kelsey Davis. It's another snow day for Louisiana, but the snow is starting to transition into that hard ice.
Oh, yeah. This is a live look at the weather this morning, and our weather team here, Maddie Kurth in the corner right there, Olivia Dahl in the Canal Street, where the streets are covered with ice. That was incredible video yesterday. Maddie is in Laplace again with conditions out in St. John Parish, and Josh Robertson, my goodness, is in Hammond with the latest in Tangipahoa Parish.
And of course, people want to know, the snow was gorgeous yesterday, but just kind of going over the timeline in my head, it started, we started noticing that spittle, that flurry ice about 6-ish yesterday morning here at the Fox 8 studios. It didn't stop. Once it picked up until what, 6?
5 or 6, yeah. 12 hours of snow. That's incredible.
Amazing. I mean, the pictures we're getting from all over the viewing area, insane.
But we're transitioning now. Like yesterday was fun, and now today everybody's gonna be like, I want to get out of my house. I'm getting stir crazy.
It's coming.
There's more dangerous conditions this morning than there was yesterday because we've kind of layered this snow, we've packed it down on the street, and now it's just this big layer of ice. So we do not want people to just start venturing out today. The more cars you get on the roadway, the worse those conditions are going to get because you're going to have people crashing into each other. This is likely going to occur throughout the day today. We're not going to melt all of the snow that fast. It's going to melt quite a bit today because of the sun, but it's not like it's drastically going to just go away. We need to get rid of everything that's wet because tonight we're going to freeze again. So we're not going to totally get dry by later on tonight, and that's why we're worried about those freezing numbers. Slidell, it is 11 degrees this morning. We have a pipe freeze if there ever was one. Houma is 12. Never thought I'd see the day we'd see single digits, but here we are. Baton Rouge is 9. Morgan City is 9. In the city, we're hovering right around the low 20s. Belle Chase, West Bank is 20. The airport is 24. Right now here at the station, we're 22. We actually have a look live over the Norman C. Francis Bridge over the interstate there, and you can see how it's white, just like your street outside of your house is white. And it's not only white from that fluffy snow, it's that packed down layer of ice, which is dangerous. Let's talk about the timing today. We're going to get above freezing around 11. Does that really matter? No. Yeah, the warmer it gets, the better off we are. But this sun icon all day long, as soon as the sun comes up this morning, we're going to really start to melt things because the sun is very strong. So having that melting going on throughout the day is going to be beneficial, but you see how fast we go this evening. A quick drop back to freezing. So all the water that's going to be lingering on the roadway, even if the roadway is dry, the water will start to melt from the median, and that will come on the roadway. That's why we're worried about black ice even into overnight tonight. That's a check of what's going on right now in weather. Let's get a look at those roads, which they're layered in ice.
Oh, yes, we are covered in ice again today, guys. Yesterday was dangerous. Today's going to be even more tricky out there. We're going to be dealing with that black ice out there. You can see a live look behind me. I've seen several DOTD vehicles making its way through the area. So, again, this is for emergency vehicles only. We had several accidents reported yesterday, several spinouts. So
Definitely just stay put, enjoy the snow from home, guys. But this is I-10 at Veterans in Metairie. This is going to be I-10 at Williams and Kenner. This is near Weston, and this is along the Pontchartrain Expressway headed toward the city. So you can see we still have quite some time to go until we can get this melted and out of the way. So please travel safely on the surface streets if you absolutely have to, but everything is mostly closed. So we're saying that to say stay home. Lucy, back to you.
That's it, Christy. That's exactly right. All right. In New Orleans, those streets, my goodness, to say that they turned into ice is an understatement.
Absolutely. And we are just as curious to find out what the French Quarter, the downtown area is looking like this morning. Let's get over to Olivia Vidal, who has an update after people spent the evening playing ice hockey down Canal Street, Olivia.
Amazing.
Yeah, Kelsey and Lucy, how about that ice hockey? And I got to say, the streets here, Canal Street and the streets throughout the French Quarter, look like an ice rink. You can see the thick ice that has now since formed yesterday overnight that just coat Canal Street here, making, again, for a very dangerous situation. This morning, very minimal we haven't seen many cars on the street this morning other than law enforcement and maybe some hotel staff or folks that are just coming through the area, but not a lot, which is a good thing. We don't want to see a lot of traffic because, again, it's just one ice slab over Canal Street here this morning. And looking down the various streets here, I'm on Royal, and looking down Royal Street, I can see it's a similar situation down there. Of course, you still see the piles of snow, but you can see the ice that's just coating the top of the roadway there. But yeah, speaking of ice hockey, last night I was sitting in the hotel lobby with my chief photographer, Steve Wolf, when we were editing a story to air for you guys on the French Quarter snow day. And I saw a guy playing ice hockey out there, and he was pretty smooth on the ice, which is kind of wild to see. There's no Zamboni out here to make this ice smooth for ice skating, but he looked like he was not having an issue at all on the ice on Canal Street. So again, if you are venturing outside today in the French Quarter, be mindful that the sidewalks are super treacherous as well. I'm hoping that I don't have to go far from the sidewalks here at the hotel where we are going live from, because I like my knees and I like my hips and I like my elbows and my wrists and my teeth and my chin and all those things that I don't want to bust on the sidewalk. So definitely be careful if you are walking outside today, if you're driving outside today, which we hope you aren't, we hope you're staying home. Be mindful that the roadways are totally iced over with several inches of ice, thick ice that has not had time to melt yet. And we could expect that to refreeze overnight, as you've heard Zach's forecast. But that's a look at Canal Street this morning. Iced over, perfect for ice skating, but that's really about it. So Lucy and Kelsey, I'm going to toss it back to you in the studio.
I mean, to see Canal Street like that, Olivia, absolutely incredible.
So
Part of the
pretty.
magic. Thanks, Liv. All right, Maddie Kurth, she is joining us live now with the latest on the snowy conditions in Laplace.
Maddie, how's it looking out there?
Hey guys, snowy is exactly how it's looking. Also icy, but I want to give you a couple of hacks maybe if you wake up and you find yourself buried in the snow and you don't really have the gear that you need to get yourself out. We are in that same boat as you, right? Iced in at the hotel and just kind of working with whatever we have in the car to make this happen. So what might people in the New Orleans area have in their homes? Maybe a music stand. I found this out yesterday. This is gonna work as a brilliant stand-in snow shovel. It's kind of essentially the same thing, right? You just push the music stand like this. Instant path to clear walking here. Brilliant, right? So bust out your music stands, all you musicians, and then you can have a clear path to walk. I'm gonna walk you over here to this emergency vehicle. The crew here is inside the hotel right now with us here. A whole bunch of workers that are ready. We're so grateful for them. Hello to you guys. I know you're watching there in the lobby. We're so blessed to have you here. I told them it does a wonder to just increase everybody's sense of security here. You know, if you have to be here, if you had to hunker down and stay where you are, it's so comforting to see these work trucks here, as well as the bucket trucks for all of our linemen workers there as well, for the power companies, just to know that someone's here to help us in case anything happens. Now, they haven't had to call out to anything major. We haven't had too many upsets here in St. John Parish, but let's go back over here too. Okay, here's my car. I call her Smurfy, my little blue car, my little Smurfy Jr. and covered in snow, right? Because I haven't moved this since we parked here yesterday at about 1:30 in the morning. So what do you have in the back seat? Well, maybe an empty bottle, right? This is gonna help you. Your fingertips right now, even in gloves, if these get wet, are gonna get frigid, so cold, very dangerous. So use something in your hand instead, and then just go ahead and start knocking all that snow down here. Prioritize right here where your door is going to open, obviously, but make sure you get like a good inch above your car too. I made the mistake on the other side of my car of not doing that, and now my passenger seat has about an inch of snow inside of it. So once you do all of that, you may start to see some, there you can hear it, some ice accumulating on your doorways. At least here in Laplace, it hasn't been anything that's going to shatter any kind of glass or anything like that. But soon thereafter, once we get that area cleaned, you give yourself a nice yank and the door is open. So use a bottle if you've got it. If you don't have a bottle, maybe you've got one of these hanging out in your back seat, and this will work just as well. Slide all that off. Oh, it works actually a little bit better. Slide all the snow off there. And look, in a matter of seconds, you've got a clean car. So those are my latest snow day hacks, you guys. Everybody please bundle up and stay warm. We're about to head back into the hotel here because exposure. You want to limit that today in all of the ice. But checking in here from Laplace, I'm Maddie Kurth for Fox 8 Local First. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Maddie, stay warm. We'll check back in with you on those conditions. And thank you for those icy condition tips. We appreciate you. All right, time's now 6:10. Let's get over to Josh Robertson, who's checking in on conditions over in Hammond.
Josh, I just want you to find your way to that Waffle House, my friend. How's it looking out there right now?
You know, I wish if I had the time, I'd probably even walk to Waffle House at this point. I certainly wouldn't encourage anyone to drive, even though it's very, very close. The ice on the road is enough. Between here and there, it's enough to get you slipping off the road. Now, you want to be very, very careful. Now, there's some essential workers that are out here, people who have been kind of doing their job. There was one lady over there, she was cleaning off her car. She's an essential worker. She works at a nearby hospital, and she actually lives so far away from her regular job that she put herself up in this hotel because it's so close to her work. So people have been kind of taking those regular precautions, which we've been encouraging people to do. Now, it's unfortunate that she has to pay, obviously, to stay so close to work, but she said she lives too far, so she put herself up in this hotel right here because it's so close to her work. Now, there's a couple more people who've been, as you can see, putting their cars on, getting their cars on, warming things up. You're probably going to see a couple more of those people, those essential workers, trying to get to work if they can. The main road that's right out here, and forgive me, I'm not sure what the actual highway is that's right out here, but I-12 is just down this way, just a little bit here in Hammond. And so anyone who has to work right here in this regular area, there are people who are booting their cars up that are going to try to make that venture. Now, if it's a short distance, obviously that's better, but we still don't want to encourage anyone to get on the roads if they absolutely don't have to. But the thing is, here at this hotel, a lot of people staying here are people who do have to go to work. They're essential workers, whether it's hospitals or other essential needs. There are people who are staying here, and you can pan over, you see those utility trucks over there that have been sitting there all day yesterday, which is good. That means they haven't been called out to do any service. But yeah, obviously there's still snow here, and obviously, you can go play in it if you want, but there's a lot of ice on the roadways, too. We'll go ahead and send it back to you. I'm still just tripping out about this all day yesterday, just that fine, beautiful powder. You just don't ever get to see that. I mean, it's crazy.
Such a great day to play.
Much more dangerous and much more cold today.
Yeah, no, and truly, you really do have to add extra layers today. All right, Josh, go get warm. Thank you so much.
All right, time's now 6:13. We'll be right back with more coverage of this winter blast that we are still feeling the impacts of here across South Louisiana.
Scan this QR code or go to fox8live.com/Pels to make sure you know where and how to watch the Pelicans on the Gulf Coast Sports and Entertainment Network. Schedules and more, so you can be sure to watch the Pelicans at home and on the road. Scan the QR code now and don't miss your New Orleans Pelicans.
A new year and a new adventure with the perfect Chevy to take you anywhere. With pure power unleashed and future-forward technology. Because every mile matters, and every path leads to new possibilities. Get $5,250 total cash allowance on this Silverado. Plus, current Chevy owners and lessees get an additional $1,000 cash allowance when you purchase. See your Super Chevy dealers.
Being in a wreck is something no one plans.
But if it happens, you should have a plan.
When an 18-wheeler crashed into me, I put the Womack on them, and they got me $800,000.
If you're injured in a wreck, put Team Womack to work for you.
Hey y'all, it's Hunter with French Quarter Facades. We're at the home of John and Bailey Juhas. We just finished their kitchen. Let's go see it.
So one of our favorite things to do in the evening is for me to be here cooking, and all of our girls, they'll sit here, do their homework.
Well, this is our favorite room in the house. It's beautiful, it's functional.
So we went with Tiffany blue and gold handles. Everything just blends perfect. French Quarter Facades was top notch the whole way.
French Quarter for me, French Quarter for you, French Quarter Facades.
Are you feeling hopeless, isolated, depressed?
For years, I lived my life in fear. It's just that my mind could not shut off. If I'm on one project, that whole day I'm on that same subject.
Now, Gail doesn't suffer like she used to, thanks to TMS therapy at Neurojust.
I'm clear, and I feel and look like heaven.
Save during the New Year's celebration at Rainbow North Shore Buick GMC. Drive home a new Buick Envision and take $7,000 off the MSRP. So come get your New Year deal at Rainbow North Shore Buick GMC. Real people, real deals.
Tracking a rare winter blast. Stay with Fox 8 for continuing coverage. Fox 8, your weather authority.
Oh, traveling on these roads today, guys, it can be so dangerous right now.
In fact, Rob Krieger, he took a test run for it for you on his way to work this morning on his bike, which we would never recommend. Rob, how many times have you counted that you crashed on the way in on that bike? And to say you did make it in safely overall.
Yeah, and look, yeah, it was 3 times. This is a look at it. I was trying to record it for posterity's sake, driving down 2-lane on my bike, going 5 miles an hour. I sped this up, right? So take the turn onto Norman C. Francis right here, and this is where I encountered the most ice. So the first crash, we're going really slowly and just kind of wiped out. It wasn't that big of a deal. But I was like, all right, look, let me try to stick to the snow. Made it up the hill, no problem. Big problem. I dropped the camera, I put it down by my side, and heading downhill down the Norman C. Francis overpass. That ice just proved to be too much. Slipped one extra time, and then right as I was making it just to the doorstep of Fox 8, you could see Fox 8 right there, crashed one more time. So not a lot of fun there, but had to make it to work. And those icy roads, going 5 miles an hour, it was okay, but I would not recommend it.
You could have just walked.
Back to you.
Robert,
it would have taken a lot longer.
I would have given you a ride.
Had to get here on time.
Just call a friend next time.
Next time, just walk, baby. Just walk across the overpass next
Well, we
time.
appreciate your experience.
All right, Rob, thanks so much. Well, the other Rob Messon, is in Mandeville with this morning with a look at the ice and snow conditions there.
Hey, Rob, how's it looking?
Hey, Kelsey, good morning. We are at the intersection of Highway 1088 and Interstate 12, just outside of Mandeville. This is Slidell that way. This is Interstate 12 behind me. We have one truck coming through here. We've got one vehicle coming through about every minute, maybe. You can see he's proceeding slowly, maybe around 30 miles an hour. It's been extremely slow going. And the reason is because a lot of this road surface is still covered with ice. As you look at the exit ramp coming off of I-12, you can see that there's a slight little zone in the middle that looks like it may be a little bit dry, maybe about 3 feet of dry pavement. But if you look to the left of the screen, you see that is totally iced over. That's for people exiting and getting off of I-12 and going into Mandeville, and you can barely walk on it. It is so slick. And with the temperatures barely getting above freezing today on the North Shore, this is not expected to change anytime soon. It's going to take a little bit of heat to melt this off. The good news is that there is very little traffic. People are heeding the warnings to stay off the roads. We do not see a lot of accidents, although we did have reports of at least 3 multi-vehicle accidents here on I-12 near the Lacombe area on yesterday. But we don't see any vehicles in ditches or anything like that, or any signs of accident, because most people have heeded the warnings and stayed home. But as you can see, we still have some vehicles coming across I-12. There's a 18-wheeler there parked on the entry ramp to the interstate, probably waiting for conditions to improve. But otherwise, it's actually a beautiful morning out here. It's quiet. You've got this blanket of snow. There's very little traffic. There would normally be thousands of cars going down this interstate, but this morning people are staying off the road. So we're going to be monitoring conditions across the North Shore today, but this is a situation here on I-12, which is open, but the going is slow, guys. Back to you.
All right, Rob, thank you for that. All right, let's check in with Zach now, because this is going to be one of those days, Zach, that people are still going to want to go out and play. What do they need to know about the change today?
You know, the change is it's frigid cold this morning, okay? And you're going to get stir crazy because you want to get out the house. Yesterday it was all fun. Today it's like, okay, I'm sick of this. We need time to melt away the 8 inches of snow that fell on New Orleans just today. Now, we're going to start to work on these records here. This is an Audubon and New Orleans MSY blend of records, because these two records right here, 1895, 10 inches, and 1963, 4.5 inches, that's from Audubon. And so I'm trying to ask the National Weather Service, do we have any step body at Audubon? Because they still keep records there. It's not automated that we get them immediately, but I wonder if they took a measurement to see how this matched up with 1895. We know some spots in the city reported about 10 inches of snow, so we're right up there with the great snow event of 1895, the Valentine's Day snow event. That 10 inches was technically a 2-day total yesterday. It all fell in one day. It fell in about a 12-hour window. An incredible image this morning showing you the current temperatures across the state of Louisiana. New Iberia right now is 3 degrees. 3 degrees. Lafayette is 5. Okay, incredible numbers. It's setting all-time record lows right now in some of these spots. Slidell is 11. The city right now is in the low 20s. The airport says 24. Right now here at Fox 8, it's 22. I'm looking at our monitor right here on the side that tells me what the current reading is outside, and Houma is at 15 degrees. So when are we going to get out of this? The sun's coming up right now. The sun is going to do a lot of work today. It is going to melt a good bit of the snow and also the ice off the roadways, but there's still going to be a ton of water. So when we get that water, which is going to happen throughout the course of the day, as soon as we get the sunset tonight, that water is going to refreeze in black ice. So that's why we're not going to totally melt everything where it's dry outside. We need to be dry because we have another freeze coming up tonight. But you see the sunshine that we're expecting all throughout the day. We do get above freezing around 11 a.m. But right when the sun starts to hit the ice, it is going to start to melt it. You don't need to be above freezing to lead to melting. It will melt because the sun is strong enough, it's powerful enough to start to see some of that snow accumulation come down in your yards and also on the roadways. So today's impact timeline, here's how it plays out. This morning, all roadways are frozen. It is very dangerous to travel, and slowly I think we're starting to see like a trickle of people here. The more cars you put on the roadway, the worse it's going to get, because when you start swerving, when you start skidding, guess what? You're going to run into somebody else. While right now, if you start skidding, there's not a lot of cars, so you end up just finding yourself plowing into the side of the road in the snowbank. This afternoon, melting will be in full force, so we're going to have the sun melting things away pretty quickly, but we're not going to melt it all away, and we're not going to get dry streets and dry middle of the interstates, the median. That's what we need, because even when you dry up the street, the median will have snow, and so that's going to melt, and that water is going to go on the roadway. And when that happens, you're going to refreeze it tonight. And a rapid refreeze is expected with black ice being widespread going into tomorrow morning. Speaking of tomorrow morning, 16 on the North Shore, 26 South Lake. That is a pipe freeze for all locations yet again tonight. And where we still have those heavier snow amounts, it's going to get quite cold. We'll spend another 12 to 15 hours below freezing as we go into the overnight hours into your Thursday. We're going to get out of this. We just need about another 24-hour period here. I think today it's going to be a good day from a perspective of the sun being out. It's going to start to melt things, but it's not going to do enough.
Yeah.
So tomorrow when the sun comes out, we're really going to see the flip over from, hey, we're out of this. And I think by tomorrow afternoon, we'll be out of this. Tomorrow morning, no. Tomorrow morning could be worse, because what'll happen is some areas will be dry, and then some areas won't be dry. And so people are going to be like, I'm going. And they're going to start driving, and you're going to be dry for a second, and then you're going to hit that huge black ice patch and then you have more people on the roadways, and so everybody starts crashing into each other. So just give it till tomorrow afternoon, and I think we'll be good.
You know, just something to remember, kitty litter in the trunk, in the car, just to get yourself out if you get stuck. I cannot emphasize it enough. How many people have we pushed out?
Too many.
Yeah, we've gotten to those.
All right, Zach, thanks so much. Time is now 6:23. We'll be right back after this break.
See some heavy downpours, showers and storms, anywhere from 1 to 3 inches of rain.
Car ran through a stop sign and T-boned me. I had to have surgery on my knee and my back. I couldn't work.
Brooke was seriously hurt and out of work for months. She knew what to do, and so do you. Call me now at 525-8000. If you know, you know.
There are trucks, and then there's the GMC Sierra, available with the connected driving experience and the world's first 6-function multi-pro tailgate. GMC Sierra. It's the truck. Get 0.9% APR on Sierra 1500 models. That's over $4,200 in average finance savings. Plus, get $2,500 allowance on this Sierra when you trade in an eligible vehicle.
At Fleet Supply Warehouse, we ship nationwide to businesses like yours every day. When you need the right parts from experts you can trust, shop FleetSupplyWarehouse.com with next-day local delivery and shipping. It's what we do.
I go on the internet and I see all of these mean people with all these mean things to say about Bradley Eggenberg and the Eggenberg trial lawyers. As we say back in Brooklyn, mind your business. I wasn't talking to you anyway. But as for the rest of you, if you've been hurt, come see me and they'll pay for it.
Call Brad Eggenberg.
We all love a surprise, but not if it's flu or COVID. If you're 65 or older, flu and COVID vaccines are your best defense against severe illness. Be ready for this season's good surprises. Risk less, do more. Get this season's vaccines.
This January, our biggest sale is back. It's LAS's Wipeout Sale. Get up to 50% off all windows and shutters. LAS products are engineered and built by LAS. We are the best in the business. LAS was voted winner of Best of Homes 7 times. LAS windows exceed Energy Star ratings by 30%, and our shutters are the preferred shutter by homeowners in the Gulf South. If you're looking for curb appeal and peace of mind, choose LAS. So hurry and save up to 50% off today.
If you've been injured by one of these big trucks, you need a big advantage. Get the BART Big Truck Advantage. We've recovered millions of dollars from trucking companies for our injured clients. They know who we are. One call, that's all.
626, welcome back. The roads are absolutely freezing from yesterday's winter storm. Ice everywhere, guys.
Again, here's how you can get the latest on road conditions. You can find real-time road condition information online at 511la.org, or you can download the Louisiana 511 app on your smartphone.
All right, we're going to take a look now at some viewer submissions. We love these pictures, you guys. Check this out. Some people found a really unique way to enjoy the slippery ground. Don't try this at home, but that is a four-wheeler pulling a Piro. Yes, it is.
And thanks to our viewers for sending in their adorable photos of them with their pets enjoying the snow. You can take a look at this one. Some of the animals curious, some not so curious over this historic winter storm that hit our area.
Yeah, the cat's not so happy, Kels. All right, take a look at this jogger running in yesterday's heavy snow. I mean, at least he's wearing a shirt, right?
Yeah, and he's getting some calories burned. Remember, about 4 o'clock yesterday, I got antsy and I was like, I'll shovel the driveway. I'm never doing that again.
Legit. How are you feeling? Like,
I'm fine tomorrow. It's gonna hit me tomorrow.
I think you're right.
It's gonna hit me tomorrow.
Right.
Very, very sore and tired tomorrow.
Painkiller for that one. All right, we'll be right back after this break with more winter blast coverage. Stay with us.
Struggling with erectile dysfunction? At Aspire Health and Wellness, we help men feel like themselves again. Even if you have diabetes, high blood pressure, or prostate issues, we have a 98% success rate. Aspire guarantees results, or you don't pay a dime. Let Aspire restore your love life and help you regain confidence and control. Taking care of yourself is the first step of caring for others. Call Aspire now and let passion make a comeback in your life today.
When Bayou Black Electric customers run out of the supplies and equipment they need, they know we're just a phone call away. And just like that, the experts at Bayou Black Electric are filling their order and delivering directly to the job site, so work doesn't have to stop. Expert service, free delivery.
If you've been hurt in a car wreck, these next 30 seconds could make a big difference in your life.
Research shows that car crash injuries are more costly and more severe than ever. But insurance companies are still trying to pay victims less.
That's why tens of thousands of people in Louisiana have called Dudley DeBosier, and why you should too.
30 seconds is almost up. Don't miss out on the money you deserve because you didn't call us.
Call Deadly Debosure. Throw your foes up, throw your foes up.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
After 72 years, everyone at Como Furniture and Appliance has one final thing to say. Thank you. Yes, Como's is closing both stores and going out of business forever. All fine furniture must be liquidated immediately at sacrifice prices. Famous brands like Ashley, Bassett, Benchcraft, Elements, Howard Miller, Leather Italia, Pulaski, Samuel Lawrence, and many more. Plus huge discounts on heirloom quality area rugs. You can redo a room or your entire home at a fraction of the cost. After 72 years, Como Furniture and Appliance is going out of business forever.
6:30 on this morning after. Welcome back. I'm Kelsey Davis.
And I'm Lucy Bustamante. We have team coverage of this rare winter blast. Truly a fun and historic day. But first, we're going to check in with meteorologist Zach Fradella. What a experience for you, Zach. I mean, as a meteorologist, this is just your Disney World.
It's incredible what happened yesterday. You know, yesterday was the fun part of it. And now it's like, okay, everybody has to understand we still have to get through this. And this morning, it's going to be the danger part of it. All right. It's not going to be as fun because it's not snowing outside. And now we have this big layer of ice on everything. So dangerous road conditions, that's what you can expect this morning. That's what your first alert is. We have compacted that snow on the street. And so now where the cars rode a little bit last night, that packed it down, and then it's just a straight layer of ice because how cold it is. We are so far below freezing, it's almost like immediate ice. 11 Slidell, Hammond 11, Bellchase 19. We're in the low 20s in the city right now. Just looked at our gauge. We're at 22 here at Fox 8, and so we're in the heart of the metro. Homa's at 15, and you see the single digits. Baton Rouge 9, New Roads 6. Never thought I would see the day that we would have single digits in the state of Louisiana, at least in South Louisiana, maybe up in Shreveport. A live view, we're getting the sun up, all right, and the sun is going to do its wonders today. It's going to really start to melt things. Look at the Superdome. We actually have snow drifts on the Superdome. It'll be funny when we get the sun all the way up and how it looks, even though the Superdome roof is usually white, so it's going to be hard to tell the difference between the snow pack on the Superdome roof and just the normal white color of it. All right, so when do we get out of this? Today, we're going to get a good bit of melting. That sun is going to be with us all day long. So you don't need to get above freezing to immediately start melting. The sun is strong enough down south that it's going to start to melt that snow and that ice away, but it's not going to get us to the point where we're dry this afternoon. We need to be totally dry because you see how fast we refreeze tonight. So, excuse me, as we refreeze tonight, that is a problem because we're going to still have some patches of snow, ice, and water that's going to automatically refreeze as soon as we hit our sunset time this evening. So something to think about. We're going to have this, I think, at least another 24 hours going into Thursday morning. Here's a look at the roadways right now and those conditions with Christy.
Yes, we are still looking at those icy conditions. And again, today, it's going to be more dangerous than it was yesterday. We're now starting to see that black ice form. And I can show you right here. This is ice 12 at 190 in the Covington area right here. I can see it. May be hard for you to see it, but I'm trying to point it out to you where we see that black ice. So that could be very tricky as you travel, if you need to travel I-12. But again, you can stay put if you do not have to go anywhere. This is going to be in the Covington area. Different shot here, I-12 at 190. This is I-12 at I-55 in the Hammond area, and this as well. So we've seen a few emergency vehicles make its way through the area. Again, this is going to take some time to kind of plow through this. So have some patience, guys. I know some of you may be getting stir crazy, but we still want you to stay home. The causeway is still going to be shut down. I-55 is going to be closed. Twin Span is going to be closed as well. And a reminder that RTA service has been suspended yet again. Lucy, back to you.
All right, Christy, thanks for that. Well, in New Orleans, the streets have turned to ice.
Olivia Vidal has a live look at the conditions down on Canal Street after the crazy snow blizzardy day we had yesterday.
Yeah, the streets here, Canal Street in the middle of French Quarter, iced over. It looks like an ice skating rink. Also, it's pretty much a ghost town out here at this hour. Not a lot of people walking around, not a lot of drivers. We've seen some law enforcement vehicles. We've seen some taxi cabs kind of coming down canal very, very slowly, because you can see that thick slab of ice that just covers Canal Street right there. And it's almost, it's reflecting the light. It's very shiny. It's seemingly very smooth. As we saw last night, we saw somebody playing ice hockey on the Canal Street ice slab, ice rink, if you will. So we know that it's very slippery. We know that it's very dangerous. And looking down into the heart of the French Quarter, I'm on Royal Street at Canal. I'm looking down Royal Street, and I can see it's a similar situation there as well, where those streets, those surfaces are just covered in this thick, thick ice. And that's what we're going to expect to see throughout the day. And overnight, as all of this refreezes, you're going to see streets, whether it's here in the French Quarter or in your neighborhood, where this ice is forming, this thick ice. Again, we've been preaching it all morning long. This is a very dangerous situation, not just for driving, but for walking. So if you're going to be in the French Quarter downtown area, walking on the sidewalks, it's going to be very slippery, especially some of those ramps on the sidewalks there. You can see, like I mentioned, law enforcement presence still very active here in the French Quarter, just making sure people are safe and things are kind of buttoned up here in the quarter, as people are still experiencing with this historic snowfall that we received yesterday. But again, roads are frozen over, not safe for driving. If you're walking, be mindful that it is very slippery. That's the latest from the French Quarter. This is Olivia Vidal for Fox 8 Local First. Back to you.
All right, Olivia. And we just noticed that NOPD officer was, inching along.
Oh, yeah.
That just shows you, they have not real experience driving in this necessarily, but they're being very careful out there as well.
Absolutely. And then we're going to head over to where Maddie is now. She is live with the latest on the conditions in Laplace. Oh,
Hey, Lucy and Kelsey. So a little moment of reprieve here. We're here with the storm team, the storm response team, restoration team over there at One Source Restoration. They can't talk to the media, for the protocol from their work, but they've been such great sports here, giving us some tips as they respond to events like this. They're based out of Florida, but of course they go everywhere. Now, here we go. The main difference here is let there be light, okay? And please let the sun eventually start melting all of this ice, because we are snowed in. We are iced in here in Laplace, but now a lovely sunrise here to start the day. The main issue here being this, all of this snow compacted down. Anything that melted yesterday and into the night has since refrozen. We are below freezing in Laplace and remaining that way for a little while. Our forecast high today, 36 degrees. So that'll help with this situation, but maybe not for long. It won't be 36 degrees all day here. Here's a car maybe for a worker or somebody that's staying at the hotel. This one hasn't moved since we got in here yesterday, iced in. But here we have a car trying to make the trek here. As I mentioned, we have a lot of workers here, like the OSR guys, and so they're used to this. No sound quite like that, huh? The crunch of snow and ice here. But as you see, he's going very slowly, but the car is going to do what it can as it fights that ice. The trucks are a little bit better off than the SUV, sedan, or the smaller cars. Now, this snow is going to be a little bit better for making your snowmen and making your snowballs. I said it in a previous hit here, but I want to caution everybody maybe not to throw the snowballs made with all of this. The ice is going to make for better compacting snow. See, I guess that's just hardcore ice there, but all of this fluffy snow on the top here, like the one off this car, you crunch it together, doesn't really do much. It just kind of stays that way. But if you can find a little spot of some wetter snow and you crunch it together, well, that one kind of worked there. You get more of an ice ball. You just got to be careful throwing these because they might hurt somebody. That was a gentle throw to you, Cole. Didn't want to hurt you again like last time. But I want to give you one more check here of a snowfall total. We've got a bunch of those worker trucks here that we talked about. And I'm noticing too here, you're starting to see a difference in the snow pattern. Maybe as the wind blows and as things start to come here and melt a little bit, we're starting to see that ice separate here. But as we dig down, slushy ice there on the ground. So we want to be careful because I've also been mentioning, even if you're not walking on the ice, we try to walk on the snow. It gives us a little bit more traction. You're still going to accumulate ice there on your shoes. And that's going to make for a slippery walk no matter where you go. All right, one last check here of the snow before I send it back to you guys in the studio. Here's a truck that stayed here the whole way. We'll give you a nice little cross section there on their tailgate And then check that out at the bed on top, Cole. Winter wonderland here for all of the workers. It'll be a lot to clean up, but they're here to do it for us. And we'll send it back to you guys. Reporting live here in Laplace, I'm Maddie Kurth for Fox 8, Local First.
Amazing, Maddie. Amazing. Yeah, yesterday was the day to make snow cream. Today's the day to make snowballs.
Yes.
For sure.
Yes, for sure. Snowballs and snowmen, but be careful when you're throwing those at your brothers and your sisters, as Maddie said. All right, well, Josh Robertson is live in Hammond. Looks like he has someone he wants to chat with and give us some updates on conditions out that way.
Yeah, hey guys, you know, we've been talking about it. We're staying in this hotel here in Hammond, and you can't even take one step out of your hotel, out of this hotel here in Hammond, without immediately encountering some ice. You see it here behind us, and there's a utility vehicle right here, and there's a lot of them staying at the hotel with us. It's slick. The snow yesterday was fun, but a lot of that snow is still here, but a lot of it on the roads, the parking lots and the driveways, that has gone from snow to slick ice, which is why we're telling you to stay off the roads. But somebody else is staying here at the hotel. This is Crystal. She was just walking in, trying to get warm. We stopped her from getting warm to go in there. How are you doing so far?
I'm all right. We haven't had snow in a long time down here. I'm excited.
Yeah. Well, what brought you to this hotel? Are you from the area? Or you got to work? Or what's your deal? Why are you staying here right now?
I'm staying here because the lights went off, and me and my husband had to come and get some warmth.
Yeah. Well, there haven't been a ton of reported power outages, but that's unfortunate for your home to have to deal with that. Do you live near the Hammond area?
Yes.
And so, I mean, what's your advice? I mean, seeing all this, I know you said you're not used to it. I can tell you it's really, if me and you just weren't watching right, we'd go sliding right down this driveway right here. What's your advice for just what you've been seeing the past 24 hours? A lot of people might be a little testy on the roadways. We don't want to, I mean, I'm assuming we don't want to see any of that, right?
Right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I slid almost coming in here. My husband had to hold my hand.
Hands.
Yeah.
Literally, we watched him walking through here, the snow and everything. And Crystal, listen, we're going to let you go back inside. Go warm up. Your husband's standing there looking at you like, get in there. Hey, there's breakfast in there, too. Go get you some food. There's Crystal. All right, listen, we're all living together right now here at this hotel. And, you know, again, this is the slickness you're dealing with. And utility trucks are staying here. A lot of essential workers. We've talked to people who are going to the hospital, that work at the hospital, that are staying here in this hotel because it's closer there than from their homes, and they don't want to have to be on the roadways. So don't be on the roadways if you absolutely can avoid it, guys. We'll send it back to you in the studio. I will tell you this, too. There's a gym here. I just went to the bathroom, walked past the gym. Somebody was in there clanging and banging this morning. I salute you, sir. No days off. I love that.
Days off from the clanging and banging. So that means you got to get in there too at some point today, Josh. All right, thanks so much.
That is workout though. Oh my goodness, that is too funny.
All right, time's now 6:41. We'll be right back after this break.
Stay with Fox 8 for continuing coverage. Fox 8, your weather authority.
French Quarter for me, French Quarter for you, French Quarter facades.
Are you ready to renovate your kitchen or bath? Now's the best time with new cabinetry and countertops from French Quarter Facades. We can start your project today. French Quarter Facades specializes in new cabinetry and countertops, the best one-stop shop in New Orleans. New cabinetry, new countertops. You deserve something nice. Come to the showroom in Elmwood. Call or connect with us at FrenchQuarterFacades.com.
Injured in a car wreck? Want to talk to a lawyer for free? Just call me now. I have lawyers standing by to take your call. We'll get to work right away to get you the most money you deserve. Call me now at 525-8000. If you know, you know.
Are you feeling hopeless, isolated, depressed?
For years, I lived my life in fear. It's just that my mind could not shut off. If I'm on one project, that whole day I'm on that same subject.
Now, Gail doesn't suffer like she used to, thanks to TMS therapy at Neurojust.
I'm clear, and I feel and look like heaven.
This is today's Investor Q&A with Morgan Stanley Managing Director Jim Spiro.
Often people ask me for things they should do with respect to their investments, but they almost never ask me for things they shouldn't do, which I think are equally, if not more important. So here are my top 5. Number 1, don't time the market. You'll never find a perfect day to get in. Buy quality and stick with it for the long haul. Number 2, don't keep checking your account balance. You may think it'll reduce your anxieties, but long term it'll only increase them. Number 3, don't go on gut feelings or tips. Have a sound reason for investing in something or simply don't do it. Number 4, don't go from bank to bank to try to get a little more return. Usually you're only talking about pennies. Put a value on your time. And finally, number 5, don't invest in anything that can't be explained to you in 30 seconds or less. Good quality investments are transparent and easily understood. Investments that take longer than that to understand are frequently that way by design and a recipe to lose money. Avoid these common pitfalls and you'll be well on your way to better investment returns.
I was in stop-and-go traffic, and out of nowhere, I was hit by an 18-wheeler. I know what to do. I called Morris Bart, and he got me $150,000.
Over 40 years of winning, over $1 billion won. You know what to do.
6:44 now on this Wednesday, and the date, in case you've lost track because it's been a crazy month, is January 22nd. Rob Masson is live this morning with a look at the snow and icy conditions out that way.
And Rob, you were actually out there yesterday as they were closing the causeway.
Hey,
now
Kelsey.
you're at the Mandeville exit off of I-12.
Hey, Lucy and Kelsey, yeah, and you would think I-12 is closed as well. I mean, there would normally be thousands of cars coming by here. You're looking out toward Covington. Moving to the right of the screen would be the road to Slidell. That is the interstate out there, Interstate 12. Normally thousands of cars, absolutely nothing right now. Eerily quiet out here. We heard a rooster crowing just a second ago. But here at the exit at 1088 off of I-12, you could kind of see what motorists are faced with, and I'm going to be very, very careful as I walk out to it. On this part of the exit ramp, you could see this is dry here. Right here, this is ice. We have seen several vehicles come by here. You can maneuver that pretty well. On the portion of the exit ramp that turns toward Mandeville, it almost looks like some of the black ice that Christy Coleman was reporting just a short while ago, and it is very, very tricky to even walk on, let alone bring a vehicle out to. But this is very, very hard ice. It is almost black. There is no dry pavement here at all. We did notice yesterday that there were signs of some sort of snowplow coming through I-12. They were keeping one lane open. We have seen some vehicles come by, but since we've been doing this live shot, there's absolutely nobody out here, so people should really be off the road because that kind of condition is very, very difficult to deal with. We have a four-wheel drive vehicle. We're proceeding very carefully as we drive around the North Shore, but this is very, very dicey, and people are heeding the warning. We have not seen many accidents. There were a couple of reports yesterday on I-12, but so far today, very quiet out here, and we have not gotten any reports on accidents. But certainly there is evidence of black ice out on these roadways, so it's really only a few emergency vehicles that we have seen. And there also an interesting scene out here. We see some steam kind of coming up, or some sort of fog coming up off the snow. That's looking out toward I-12, and there's nobody there. We've seen this in a couple of spots, and I'm not sure what that is. It could be some moisture in some ditches or something, but that's an interesting sight. But eerily quiet out here. Normally a very, very busy intersection, but as you can see, just about everybody staying off the roads here in Mandeville. Guys, back to you.
Wow, so many questions, and luckily, Rob, we've got just the guy to talk about what that is coming up right now.
Yeah, Zach Fridella, what was that Rob Masson is seeing a kind of hovering or floating above that snow out that
let's
way?
pretend like it was water.
Okay.
Ignore the ice part of it, the snow part of it. Let's pretend it was water, and it wouldn't be shocking that you would have a little fog in the morning. Same thing is happening with this ice and the snow on the ground. It's actually evaporating. You don't realize it. It's what we call sublimation, where you go from ice particles to directly a water vapor. So we never talk about sublimation here, but it's the same concept of if you had a ton of water, you would evaporate that water into the atmosphere. Well, we're sublimating the ice into the atmosphere, and in the morning hours, there's not a lot of wind. You're touching your dew point. It's extremely cold, and that fog is basically freezing fog. When you drive through it, you're going to get a layer of some water, and in this case, it would be super cooled water droplets, and it would freeze on contact to your vehicle. Thankfully, we're not seeing anything widespread. It is very minor, and it's basically over the snowpack and not so much over the roadways. Now, let's talk about this history making a storm that we just went through. 8 inches is the official number from MSY. Now, we have multiple reports from in and around the city, more than 8 inches. The two on here that are the top, that make up the top three is 1895 with 10 inches and 1963 with 4.5 inches. Both of those were from Audubon. The airport didn't really exist back in 1895. Now, it did exist in 1963, and it had less than this 4.5, but I blended the Audubon and the airport history to kind of give you a top-tier look at our snow totals. It would not shock me if we can get some kind of reading from Audubon, and they might have taken a reading, but we don't get them. They're not automated. We don't see them immediately. Could this number be pushed up to that 1895 event? I think this was very much on par with what happened on Valentine's Day, 1895. That same thing transpired yesterday with even some blizzard conditions at times. An incredible look at the temperature readings across the state this morning. It is colder down south than it is up north. Snowpack will do that to you. New Iberia, it's 3 degrees. 3 degrees in South Louisiana, right there in the Gulf of Mexico. Homa is 15. Right now, 24 in New Orleans. Looking at our gauge here, we're actually 22 in the heart of the city. I always question that airport site just because it's always reading warmer for some reason. While we're in the heart of the city, or we were basically in the buildings, and it's still colder here than what the airport is actually reading at this time. Let's see when we get out of this. The sun, it's coming up right now. The sun is going to start to melt things. As soon as it hits the layer of ice and the layer of snow, it's going to start to melt things slowly but surely through the day today. And we're going to have sun throughout the course of the day. You don't only have to get above freezing. It could be 28 degrees and the sun would still melt some of that ice, some of that snow. But it is going to help that we're going to get above freezing. I think about 11 a.m. we get above the 32 degree mark. We'll get to a high around 36, but we're not going to melt it all away. And that is the problem. We're not going to have dry streets. We're not going to have dry medians. So having that moisture, that water, because it's starting to melt, scattered about the ground, we're going to have another issue overnight tonight. So this morning, all roadways are frozen solid, very dangerous travel conditions. This afternoon, the melting's going to be going. We're going to have a good bit of melting with that sunshine, but as soon as we hit 5 or 6 o'clock and that sun's getting low on the horizon, our temperatures will drop considerably. So we're going to have a rapid refreeze expected. Black ice will be a widespread problem again tonight and tomorrow morning. It's the same story. Overnight, we're protecting pipes, even on the South Shore. 16 north of the lake, 26 south of the lake. We're going to have another pipe freeze that we have to get through over the next 24 hours. We will get out of this. I promise. We will get out of this. This weekend, it's back to normal January stuff, and that's a raindrop next week. It's not a snow icon, and I think everybody's excited about that. Christy?
All right, guys, and we want you to enjoy that snow at home. This is why we don't want you traveling on the roadways. We are pretty much still iced over across our area. This is in New Orleans East, Iton at Chef. You can see even the ice has kind of partially covered the traffic camera there for you. This is Iton at the high-rise in Gentilly. Looks like we've got an emergency vehicle making its way up and over the bridge. Ooh, it's going to be a little dicey for them, but again, this is why we don't need you traveling on the roadways. So this is Iton at St. Bernard Avenue. Really not much activity here. As you can see, we see a few little tracks there from emergency vehicles that was making its way through the area. But again, you can see that as iced over again. So that black ice is going to be very tricky for you today, so definitely don't want to travel. This is I-610 at City Park. That is closed as well. Causeway 55, Twin Span, that's also going to be shut down. Highway 90 is also going to be closed, as well as the Crescent City connection. So again, stay put off the roadways, and RTA service has been suspended again today. That's a look at your first alert traffic. Keep it right here. We'll be right back.
It's the Bobby Bones Show. Let's go.
That's awesome.
Start your day with the Bobby Bones Show. 101.1 WNOE, New Orleans, #1 for New Country.
For all your window needs, call CoolView, a name you can trust. We're a local company. We custom measure and install all our windows. We take pride in delivering excellent customer service.
And right now, when you buy 4 windows, you get 1 free. CoolView, a name you can trust.
Immediately after the crash, the truck company sends their lawyers right to the scene.
And none of them are there for you.
But we are. Demand Dudley DeBosier. Call 444-4444.
Struggling with erectile dysfunction? At Aspire Health and Wellness, we help men feel like themselves again. Even if you have diabetes, high blood pressure, or prostate issues, we have a 98% success rate. Aspire guarantees results, or you don't pay a dime. Let Aspire restore your love life and help you regain confidence and control. Taking care of yourself is a first step of caring for others. Call Aspire now and let passion make a comeback in your life today.
If you've just been in an accident and a doctor's giving you the bad news that, look, your injuries are severe, it's advisable you retain competent counsel. And yes, you have an absolute right to make the party who injured you pay for your injury. The insurance company, they're in business to make money. So no, they won't take care of you. If you're involved in a car crash, call us. It's a free consultation. We're available 24/7.
24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7.
Kicking off 2025 with our biggest New Year sale ever at Best Chevrolet. Bad credit, bankruptcy? We want to help. Best Chevrolet has a vehicle for you. New Trailblazers, $4,000 below MSRP while they last. Yes, $4,000 off one of our best-selling vehicles at Best Chevrolet. It doesn't get any better than Best. A proud member of the Gale Benson Automotive Team.
Giddy up! If you need a patio cover, a pool enclosure, siding, roofing, screen room, glass room, call Triple B Construction, 467-6998.
On the scene with breaking news. Download the Fox 8 app for your streaming device today.
Prepared for hurricane season early and save.
At Coolview, we custom measure and manufacture all our shutters here locally. Right now, buy 4 and get 1 free. Call us today for a free estimate.
Coolview, a name you can trust.
All right, let's talk about Metairie. I literally just drove in at 10 miles an hour on all the flat roads, but yesterday it was 9 thick inches of snow. We're wondering what the streets are going to look like later today.
Yeah, Juan Kincaid is live with those answers for us. Hey, Juan, good morning.
Good morning. You know, it's funny because you mentioned 9 inches. I had some friends text me last night. They were showing 10 to 14 inches in their front yards. So I guess it depends on where you are in this area of Metairie, whether it be over on West End, the lakefront, or over here like off Division or Edenbourne, something like that. The measurements are going to be obviously different. Right now I'm standing on the corner of the Veterans Overpass or Underpass and Causeway. Normally, this is probably one of the busiest areas in this part of town of Metairie, and it's a ghost town, which is a good thing because we don't want anybody out here driving in these conditions. My photographer and I were talking about it. Like I can obviously walk into the middle of the road now. There's very little traffic. It looks like this road, Veterans here, was scraped overnight because when we drove through here about 6 o'clock, 6:30 last night, it was high snow, really tough sledding, I guess you could say, in our vehicle. But now it's been all scraped down. Basically, it's crunchy ice, which means the tires are able to grip it a little bit, but not enough to where you can go fast down Veterans and keep control of your car. We have seen a number of police officials, EMS officials coming back and forth. A few cars have gone back, and I'm thinking, what are these people out here for if you're not emergency services? I did just see a scraper go by on the overpass here. On the Causeway overpass, I saw a scraper go by, so that's good news. Those guys are getting in place. We had a bunch of workers at our hotel saying that they were getting going this morning as well. So we're all holding pom-poms in our hands thinking, let's get this sun up, get this stuff melted. But of course, as we've been saying all morning, once the sun comes out, melts this snow and this ice a little bit, it's going to start to freeze once again. So we'll have much more for you from Metairie a bit later in the morning. Reporting live, I'm Juan Kincaid, Fox 8 Local First. Back to you guys in the studio, in the warm studio.
I know, my friend, I know. Trust me, it's good to see you not getting pelted with wind and water from the lakefront.
Oh, my goodness. You looked like you were in like a blizzard in Minnesota at one point there, Juan. So glad to see you able to stand still there. All right, time's now 6:57. We'll be right back with more coverage of the day after this winter storm across South Louisiana coming up after this break.
Thank you to the real champions who donated towards the fight against cancer. You are why we can help those in need. Your generous support helps Ashna Health provide care for thousands of patients and provides ways to advance cancer research. But there's still more work to be done. At Ashna Health, we don't take timeouts. To continue to help, visit ashna.org/moonlight for more ways to donate. Thank you.
I got hit by an 18-wheeler. I had a broken arm and a broken leg. Insurance was giving me the runaround, so I called Morris Bart. He got me $115,000.
You know what to do and you know who to call. One call, that's all.
Driving a Nissan Sentra with sport-tuned suspension is kind of like driving a legend. See why it was recommended by Consumer Reports. Drive the award-winning Nissan Sentra today.
Now get a low $229 per month lease or get 3.9% APR financing for 60 months on Sentra.
There's something for everyone at the New Orleans Public Library. With 15 locations throughout the city and 24/7 online access to ebooks and resources, we're here to keep you informed and entertained. Want to read the news without a subscription? Visit the library. Want to stream local music? Visit the library. Take a gardening class, play D&D, or find after-school activities for the kids. Visit the library. Sign up for your library card today. Visit nolalibrary.org to learn more.
Embrace the journey, where each moment turns into a cherished memory. Ensuring life's journey and experiences along the way. AAA, we're always with you.
I was riding my bike to work. A car hit me. They say they didn't see me. I hurt my back and fractured my hip. So I called Morris Bart, and he got me $445,000.
You know what to do, and you know who to call. One call, that's all.
Winter wonderland that we're seeing right now is going to end, and a hard freeze is going to begin.
Team coverage starts right now. The hard freeze has set in, leaving roads across Louisiana icy. There's lots of work to do to make the roads safe again. So let the crews get out and do their jobs. That's plowing. You can see this is Bruce Katz with some of the plows that were called in to clear surface streets across Orleans Parish and Jefferson Parish yesterday. So again, let these crews get out to try to start doing some plowing of snow that just stopped about 12 hours ago.
That's right.
And don't get out unless you absolutely have to. 7 o'clock on this morning after. That is Wednesday, January 22nd. Good morning. I'm Kelsey Davis.
And I'm Lucy Bustamante. And apparently we had 14 plows working yesterday. We've got 5 more coming in today, according to Bruce. So we'll see how fast they can do that. But in the meantime, sit tight, you guys. This was a historic storm. Everyone's kind of learning how to do it the first time. Let's go to Zach Fradella and get your first look for today's forecast. And when do you think nature's going to start to help us out?
It's helping us out in about an hour because the sun's going to get high enough on the horizon that we're going to start to melt this. But it is not going to improve just all of a sudden. This is going to take a lot of time. So this morning, we have some very dangerous road conditions that are all across the area. So that is your first alert. That's what you need to be prepared for. Stay home. I know it's day 2. The whole excitement of the snowstorm has faded off. You're like, okay, I'm ready to get back to my normal routine. It's not happening today. All day today, we're going to try and melt some of this, but we've really compacted the snow on the streets right now, and we just have this layer of ice in many locations. It is frigid cold. We have single digits now in the Fox 8 viewing area. Slidell is 8 degrees. 8 degrees. Hammond is 11. Belchase is 19. The airport's now coming in at 23. Homa is reporting 15. You need to make sure the water is moving in your house. That's another aspect to this, is we have a pipe freeze that's ongoing at the moment. And there it is. All right, let's all put our hands up to the sun right here. Let's warm up, and here we go. We're going to start to melt away this mess. You can see the Superdome, the top of the Superdome. We have lots of snow on it. We have snow-filled streets, snow-filled interstates. We have a lot of problems that still exist outside at this hour. So when are we going to get out of this? Well, today, this sun icon is going to do its work. You do not need to be above freezing to start to melt snow and ice. That sun is strong enough now at this time of year. That sun is strong enough. It's going to start to melt things as soon as it starts to hit them. But our temperatures are not drastically above freezing. I think we get to a high around 36 today. So, yeah, if we jump to 50 today, that'd be awesome, but we're not going to do that. But having that sun, we're going to get some considerable melting going on as we head into the afternoon hours. But you see this fall, 34 at 5, 7, 26. Rapid refreeze will occur. We're not going to have dry streets tonight. We're going to have water all over the place. That is going to refreeze immediately, and that's going to set the stage for another night tonight where we have a pipe freeze and also a freeze that would cause major issues going into tomorrow morning. If you want a guesstimate, I think Thursday afternoon is when we finally get out of this and we start to see huge improvements across the area. That's a look at what's going on in weather. Let's get a look at the roads this morning, which it's a mess out there, but thankfully most people are staying home.
Yes, we want you to stay put, guys. Enjoy that snow for its last day before we start to see that melting, because once again, we never know when we may see this again. I'm kind of sad about that. All right, but again, we definitely want you to stay put, guys, because as you can see here from the live shot, we are still completely iced over. We are starting to see, you can see here, this is these 3 shots are in the Covington area, I-12 near 190. And so again, we know I-12 is open, but we don't want you to travel if you do not have to. I'm going to say that again. Please stay put. This is only for emergency vehicles only, so they can get where they need to go. But I-55 is still going to be closed off, and you see here completely iced over. And you even see that ice covering here, that partially covering the traffic cameras. So today we're going to start to see that black ice. It's going to be a little more trickier than it was yesterday. So again, please don't travel. We've got the causeway still shut down. Again, I-55, that's still closed. Twin Span's going to be closed. I-10 from Laplace all the way through to Slidell. So that many of our interstates are still closed at this time, and RTA service has been suspended as well. So again, we just wanted to show you a quick look at why we do not want you traveling on the roadways. Things are going to be dicey again today. Kelsey, back to you.
All right, Christine, another quick update on as far as travel is concerned. The airport, New Orleans International Airport, is definitely seeing impacts because of this weather. Yeah. The last update that the airport put out on social media said that many flights today, Wednesday, January 22nd, are canceled. They're asking that people check their website or check with your airline for updates. And really quickly, the last notice said Air Canada has canceled all flights up until today. They're set to resume operations at some point today. Air Alaska says they will resume flights about 2:30 this afternoon. American Airlines, they say they're going to resume flights at 4 o'clock this afternoon. No update from British Airways. Delta Airlines says it will resume flights at noon today out of New Orleans Airport. Southwest says that all flights have been canceled today. Spirit Airlines says that with the exception of flights arriving, that's all that they're going to have going on today. And looks like United Airlines will have flights arriving today, with the exception of last arriving flights Wednesday evening. So nothing looks like it's departing on United Airlines so far today. But again, all of that could change depending on de-icing equipment they bring into Armstrong International Airport. So we'll try to keep you updated as those updates come our way. All right, in the meantime, downtown New Orleans had skiers and skaters of all kind enjoying the merriment yesterday.
Olivia managed to capture this incredible video with her photographer yesterday. So we're going to show you not just that fun that they had as ice skaters and what is it, almost professional hockey players. Check this out.
The streets here, Canal Street in the middle of French Quarter, iced over. Looks like an ice skating rink. Also, it's pretty much a ghost town out here at this hour. Not a lot of people walking around, not a lot of drivers. We've seen some law enforcement vehicles. We've seen some taxi cabs kind of coming down Canal very, very slowly, because you can see that thick slab of ice that just covers Canal Street right there. And it's almost, it's reflecting the light. It's very shiny. It's seemingly very smooth. As we saw last night, we saw somebody playing ice hockey on the Canal Street ice slab, ice rink, if you will. So we know that it's very slippery. We know that it's very dangerous. And looking down into the heart of the French Quarter, I'm on Royal Street at Canal. I'm looking down Royal Street, and I can see it's a similar situation there as well, where those streets, those surfaces are just covered in this thick, thick ice. And that's what we're going to expect to see throughout the day. And overnight, as all of this refreezes, you're going to see streets, whether it's here in the French Quarter or in your neighborhood, where this ice is forming, this thick ice. Again, we've been preaching it all morning long. This is a very dangerous situation, not just for driving, but for walking. So if you're going to be in the French Quarter downtown area, walking on the sidewalks, it's going to be very slippery, especially some of those ramps on the sidewalks there. You can see, like I mentioned, law enforcement presence still very active here in the French Quarter, just making sure people are safe and things are kind of buttoned up here in the quarter as people are still experiencing with this historic snowfall that we received yesterday. But again, roads are frozen over, not safe for driving. If you're walking, be mindful that it is very slippery. That's the latest from the French Quarter. This is Olivia Vidal for Fox 8 Local First. Back to you.
Well, Rob Krieger and Hannah Gard are outside right now on Norman C. Francis checking out conditions.
And this is definitely a territory that Rob has already ventured out in this morning. How's it looking now, guys?
Well, look, hey, the sun is breaking the horizon now, eclipsing the Superdome and the skyline of New Orleans as it, we hope, it is going to do some work on all this ice out here.
Yeah.
But Hannah, I mean, you know it probably isn't going to take care of everything.
No, it's going to be tough. The good thing is, unlike northern areas, we have a lot of power to our sun. Oh, someone's driving really
probably
quickly
a little
down
too
there.
quickly. Driving down Norman C. Francis there.
And that's because there's a really, really thick layer of ice. We do not want anyone driving out here, let alone that fast.
Yeah,
you can see
look at
how
this.
thick it is because it's kind of crunched up right here.
And you can really see how thick this ice is. You can't even really like break it up. But
no.
I mean, it's like I would say at least an inch, maybe even 2 inches of just pure ice in some places. Norman C. Francis, where you saw that car just roll down. This is all ice.
All ice. And I do think that maybe it was plowed because it does look a little bit pressed down, but those traveled roads, especially where people have been driving, it's just ice in those ruts that the cars cause. And although our sun has a lot of power here, like I was saying, compared to northern areas, which is helpful, it is going to help to melt a little bit more than somewhere up north. It's not going to be above freezing for very long today, and we need that time with the sunshine, with temperatures above freezing, to melt this much ice. I mean, this is stuff that I don't know that we've seen here in a long time.
You and I both lived in Colorado, so we know how much the sun can make a difference, even when it is still below freezing or near freezing.
Yeah.
But in Colorado, you're almost a mile closer to the sun, right?
Yes, you're closer up.
I just remember those days where the houses across the street, their snow melted on the driveways, but because our house's shadow went over the driveway, I had to shovel the driveway every day, and I'm having like, what is it, like flashbacks of those days there. But no, icy conditions. Oh geez, just stay inside, y'all. We don't want to see anyone get hurt or mess their car up or anything worse than that. So it's going to be an icy morning out here, but we'll send it back to y'all in the studio.
All right, thank you guys. Come back in and get warm. All right, our very own Maddie Kurth, she has been live for 2 days in this, and she's braving the ice today.
Yeah, Maddie, you're closer to I-10 and Highway 51. What are you seeing out that way?
Hey, Kelsey, so we're seeing a whole lot of snow, and I'm seeing some hidden dangers here. That's what I wanted to address in this shot. So step over here. We're behind the hotel, so this is like a less trafficked area, so a lot more of the snow has just kind of fallen here. People aren't driving over it and sloshing it up like that. But here's 2 things I want to point out. Okay, you may find some patches here, and maybe this could be covered with snow in your backyard or something like that. It looks fine, but the second you go to put some weight on it, starts to break. And then do you see that water underneath? This must have been like a puddle or something over here. And so you just want to be careful around that. Some hidden water maybe packed underneath. And then also here, an ant pile with just the tiny tip of it sticking out of the snow. So certainly don't want to be walking into that and have ants crawling up your leg here underneath all of your layers of snow clothes. And then I found this big rock here. I want to do a little experiment because we have this little kind of creek, marshy area behind our hotel here. And as you can see, some of the water here appears to be frozen over. So let's throw this big rock in it and see what it's like. Okay, 1, 2, 3, here we go. Oh, bounced off of it too. Though I do see a little bit of water crushing up. We're hearing some of this ice start to break, and it's making for some ominous sounds. We're also starting to hear some of the cars starting in our parking lot. We have a lot of line workers and power restoration crews that are staying at our hotel. They just did a safety meeting in the lobby. We were able to sit in and listen to it a little bit. They don't anticipate being here longer than today. Of course, that is dictated by the roads and by DOTD, but they're up, they're here, they're ready to be called out. We do know there are some reported power outages here in St. John. I had a viewer reach out to me to say her sister is over on Yorktown in Laplace. They lost their power at 5 p.m. yesterday and still haven't had it restored. Starting to feel that cold now, but they tell me Entergy is reporting a noon restoration time. Of course, I've reached out to the parish there to see if we can get them some more details. But if you're one of those 13 people affected by the power outage here in Laplace, we're working to try and get you some information. But that's the latest update here. Reporting live, I'm Maddie Kurth for Fox 8 Local First. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Kelsey. Definitely Maddie has been walking us through every development from the first snowflake falling to the cracking of the ice now. Thanks, Matt.
All right, time's now 7:13. We'll be right back after this break.
Growing your business
takes a partner you know and trust. At Gray Digital Media, we can help. Our digital marketing experts know how to reach your customers. Our experience spans coast to coast, but our focus is right here in southeastern Louisiana. At Gray Digital Media, we know local. Let's connect today. GDMNOLA.com.
Our New Year event celebration brings big savings. Get $4,500 off plus 0.9% financing on the SUV where every detail is built around you. Buick Envision. $4,500 off and 0.9% financing on Envision. Now at Crown or CrownBuickGMC.com.
Scott McNair, injury attorneys, we fight for the win.
When Bayou Black Electric customers run out of the supplies and equipment they need, they know we're just a phone call away. And just like that, the experts at Bayou Black Electric are filling their order and delivering directly to the job site, so work doesn't have to stop. Expert service, free delivery.
In 1965, banking in South Louisiana was all about relationships. Now, as American Bank celebrates 60 years, we want our neighbors to know that you don't have to sacrifice convenience for community banking. If you call us, we'll pick up the phone. If you message us, we'll respond. If you need us, we're here. At American Bank, we're doing business the way you remember it. FDIC insured, equal housing lender.
I'm your personal injury specialist, Greg DeLeo, with your Legal 30. A premises liability case is a claim for injuries due to a defect on someone else's property. Property owners and businesses owe a duty to make sure that people legally on their premises are protected from defects that they should know about. If you have a premises case, you'll need an experienced attorney as soon as it happens. I'm attorney Greg DeLeo. Call me today at 522-3456 for your free consultation.
It's not how you begin,
You take advantage of the moment.
but how you finish. Super Bowl 59, February 9th on Fox.
The Crown New Year event means big savings. Join the celebration with $12,000 off MSRP on GMC Sierra crew cabs featuring hands-free driving and a 6-way multi-pro tailgate. That's $12,000 off on Sierra, now at Crown or CrownBuickGMC.com.
Tracking a rare winter blast. Stay with Fox 8 for continuing coverage. Fox 8, your weather authority.
Welcome back at 7:15. On the North Shore, Rob Masson is live in Mandeville.
That's right. So, Rob, earlier we saw some trucks trying to get by there, and he was out by the causeway just yesterday, where right now we're seeing police officers actually lined up all along the toll booths. So don't even try to approach the causeway today. So we're going to shift gears for a second and head over to another scene.
Yeah, we're going to go to Josh in Hammond, and we'll check in with Rob Masson in just a few moments.
Yeah, hey guys. Yeah, Rob's up on the North Shore, obviously over in Mandeville. We are west of him over in Hammond. Yesterday, early morning, we took I-55 up. You can't drive 55 right now because it was shut down right after right around the time we got off of it here in Tangipahoa Parish, got up to Hammond. Now, if you look here behind me, you see some of these utility trucks. We've been showing them to you the past 24 hours, all day yesterday. Once we got settled here in our parking lot and really couldn't drive anymore because of all the heavy snow, we stopped here. These cars have not moved. That's good. That means they haven't gotten called out for any issues, like any power outages or anything like that. This truck's about to drive by here in a second, but we're going to walk over here, actually, Jake. This is the difference between yesterday and today. It is ice like this, big pieces of ice, and also just slippery ice where there was snow, and this truck's going to drive through here. But obviously ice is going to be the issue here this morning. Where that snow fell here in this parking lot, again, all this was covered in snow yesterday. Once that melted, what was remaining was the water, and then overnight it got very, very cold. And even right now, it's 12 to 14 degrees, somewhere around there. And that has caused what is going to be the most dangerous issue, which is going to be the ice on the roadways and on the streets and on the parking lots and the driveways and all of that. So you see these cars here behind me, they obviously haven't moved here, Jay. You can see that's a car that has not moved since the snow started right there. That is all that snow that is just piled up on top of that vehicle. And we're going to walk down just a little bit here for you. Try not to slip because, again, even walking places is dangerous here this morning. We talked to some people at our hotel there's a lot of first responders, there's a lot of essential workers who are staying in our hotel with us too. People who work at nearby hospitals who maybe their home is too far away, and so they decided to book a hotel room because it's close to their work, so they don't have to drive. They're trying to drive as little as possible, and that's what officials want from you. A chief of police here in Hammond and also parish officials have made it very clear that is their number one ask for residents, is to stay off the roads unless absolutely necessary. And what we're doing right now is walking kind of near this ice, and you have to be very careful because, again, this is just frozen. You can easily slip and fall, and unfortunately, I know me and even like people like Rob Krieger have slipped and fell a couple of times here. But here you go. This is the main roadway. We'll send it back to you in the studio. You see all that ice there in that parking lot, guys.
Yeah.
Not very many businesses open. A couple of gas stations as you get closer to I-12 right over there. But again, kind of a ghost town here in Hammond. A couple of cars here and there, but that's good. That's what we want to see. We want to see as few people on the roadways as possible. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, they got a lot of work to do before it becomes safe again. All right, thank you so much, Josh.
All right, now we want to get a check-in with Rob Masson, who's live in Mandeville with updates on conditions there.
Hey, Kelsey. Yeah, we're at Highway 1088 and I-12, and once again, you can see there is absolutely no traffic going by I-12 behind us there. That's a new water tower coming up here at this interchange, but eerily quiet out here. It feels like you're in Breckenridge, Colorado, if you've ever been to one of those areas early in the morning before the ski slopes start getting busy. We had that sublimation effect taking place out here with some of the kind of snowfall coming off. You can see the sun coming up right now. That's looking out towards Slidell. One 18-wheeler over there pulled off of the ramp. Looks like he just settled in there for the evening. One vehicle going by about every minute. There are signs that somebody came through here with a scraper, but it is definitely not on every road surface around here. Very, very treacherous conditions. St. Tammany Sheriff's Office thanking people today for mostly staying off the roads. They were working a couple multi-vehicle accidents yesterday on I-12 in Lacombe area, but for the most part, they are thanking people for listening to them and adhering to the warnings about not driving, and we think that is definitely going to be the case here this morning. Normally, thousands of cars would be coming by this very, very major corridor connecting Interstate 10 from Slidell all the way to Baton Rouge. That is not the case this morning, but the road is open, and we do see an occasional vehicle coming by, mostly trucks with big tires, four-wheel drives, and they're being very, very careful driving at maybe 5 to 10 miles an hour in most cases, although sometimes they go a little bit faster than that. Here's another vehicle going by right now, a four-wheel drive vehicle. He's doing faster than 20, but he does have big tires and is proceeding carefully for the most part. But no traffic out here. Not advisable to get out here. There are signs of black ice, even though there are signs that scrapers have gone through. So, again, stay off the roads unless you absolutely have to go somewhere. And St. Tammany officials saying that they're really only responding to emergency calls. So they're trying to stay off the roads as much as possible, too. So that's the story from I-12 near Mandeville. Rob Masson, Fox 8 Local First. Back to you.
All right, Rob, thank you for that. Let's go over to Zach now, because today's the day really where everyone's going to start wondering, okay, what are we doing to get all this ice off the road, Zach?
We need the sun. We need Mother Nature. It brought it. It needs to take it away, and it will take it away, but it's going to take time. Here's a look at the causeway. You can see they have the police cars in each of the toll booths here, so you are not getting on that bridge. And look, the roadways that have bridges, it's going to take a lot longer because, remember, underneath the ground where you have just ground, there's some heat that stays in there. When you have a bridge, that wind was blowing like crazy yesterday, that is much more frozen. Now, here's the benefit to the middle of the causeway. This water is not freezing, okay? So this is somewhat warmer water. There's also was wind drifts blowing across the causeway. So you can almost see, we're actually looking towards the south shore, I think, here, because the winds were blowing, well, yeah, the winds were blowing that direction. And so you push the drift to one side of the causeway here. So that is interesting to note that it's actually pushed some of the middle of the causeway somewhat dry right now, just because you've had the wind blowing it left and right over the course of the night. And it does help that the bridge is running over some very, very warm water. Current temperatures, incredible numbers this morning. We are all the way down into the single digits in a few outlying areas north of the lake. The official reporting station in Slidell jumped back to 11. You were 9 a few seconds ago. 23 at the airport. We're down to 21 now in the city. Just looked at our number here at Fox 8. We are at pipe freezing numbers. So this morning, get up, turn off your water, make sure everything's working, or then turn it back on, make sure everything's working. But if you're going to be doing normal activities this morning, you don't need to keep the trickle going continuously, as long as you're washing your hands every once in a while. But officials did say we don't want to be taking showers this morning while everybody else is still trickling their water, and then you're really going to cause the pressure of the water to go down. Let's give it time, make sure your house is fine, and then just go about your normal activities a little bit later on in the morning. Today's high is 36. We will get above freezing. That is going to take some time. 10 a.m. we're still in the 20s, but eventually we will break free from that freezing mark. It will only be for a few hours. Look how fast we're back to the 20s as we go into this evening. More Fox 8 Morning Edition is coming up right after this.
It's a new year. Get a new ride at Legacy GMC in Slidell. Right now, save $7,500 off MSRP on a 2024 GMC Terrain SLE. Come shop with us in Slidell or online at LegacyGMCSlidell.com.
It's an anniversary celebration going on now at Door.
Big savings store-wide with up to 40% off. Plus, win your Door purchase up to $8,700. Solid wood, solid reputation.
Covington and New Orleans.
New Orleans. They say it's the city that cares for God. Well, when you walk into Inclusive Care, you'll see there's a lot more caring around this town than you think. We've been taking care of people for over 20 years now, with a commitment to quality, affordable health care. And that's not all. Inclusive Care is proudly investing in our community and our children's future through our partnership with Little Ivy Prep, our new early child care learning center. Inclusive Care, where caring is not forgotten, it's celebrated.
It's important to know that your homeowner's policy can have different deductibles. If you have a wind, hail, named storm, or hurricane deductible, these deductibles use a percentage of the insured value of your home. So if your home is insured for $300,000 and you have a 5% deductible, your deductible will be $15,000. And remember, these deductibles are not based on the cost of your claim. Call Riverlands Insurance. We're here to help.
Something big is here. Really big.
Come on, Nolan! Get the pothole!
Nothing can stop something this delicious from coming to every home in America. Joe's Knows King Cakes since 1988.
From laminate and vinyl to tile and wood, Floor & Decor has more options for pros, homeowners, and anyone looking for the right look at the right price. Your next beautiful space is at Floor & Decor.
It's a new year. Get a new ride at Legacy GMC in Slidell. Right now, save $7,500 off MSRP on a 2024 GMC Terrain SLE. Come shop with us in Slidell or online at LegacyGMCSlidell.com.
Now, you know not many people had as much fun as Garland Gillen yesterday.
That's a fact. Garland, how are conditions uptown this morning? Any characters out and about just yet?
So the circus, I think, has left town. It's a little more tranquil this morning, a little more laid back. I have seen a few joggers out here today. I don't know how they're doing it. I walked 10 blocks from my house to get to this spot, and I'm in snowshoes, and it was a little dicey at some periods, so I don't understand how people are jogging out here, but I guess they're stronger than me. I will say this. My parents lived in Colorado. My brother lives there now, so I visit a lot. I feel like I'm in Colorado this morning. People are out shaving ice off their windshields right now. I mean, it's just a winter wonderland, and I'm like, I have to check myself and remind myself that we're in New Orleans, not in Colorado right now. Like it's crazy that everything is nicely stayed on the ground. I heard Zach talk about the sun. It's trying to peek over Holy Name Church right now. It's getting there, and that's when things are going to get a little intriguing once everything starts melting. But few cars on the road. See one coming behind me. I've actually seen more fire engines than and police officers than I've seen cars. Luckily, that's a Jeep rolling up here, so a little smarter. So the snowboarders, the skiers, they have not woken up last night. from last night. I was at Miss May's, the club. They stayed open 24/7. The boot was open last night, so I'm sure a lot of people stayed up late, because they have a chance to get out. So right now it's fairly quiet out here, just a few people here and there, a few dogs. So maybe things will heat up when everybody wakes up. But right now things are fairly calm. But like I said before, it's only 7:30 in the morning. Things should no doubt pick up. Send it back to y'all in the studio.
All right, Garland Gillen. Well, we'll check back in to see if people are taking on the challenge of coming to be the entertainment for everybody at home right now, braving the cold weather. All right, Garland,
guys.
thanks so much.
Well, we will be right back with a great update for you on the DOTD with the progress on the roads. And also, Zach's going to tell you how fast we're going to warm up today. We'll be right back.
When you think Chevy, think Matt Bowers Chevy. 2 locations, Slidell and Metairie, means twice the selection, twice the deals. Like new 2025 Silverado LT Crew for just $44,991.
Shop smart, buy local. Matt Bowers Chevrolet.
Cox powers the Big Easy on the biggest game days of the year. And this year, we are going even bigger. We've supercharged the Caesars Superdome, upgrading capacity from 10 to 40 gigs. And laid over 1,300 miles of fiber optic cable across the city, connecting thousands of fans watching in New Orleans and even more across the country. As the nation's fastest internet provider, Cox is always stepping up our game.
Here at Fleet Supply Warehouse, we ship our parts nationwide daily to keep your heavy equipment running properly. When it comes to filtering your world, you need the right parts from experts you can trust. Shop FleetSupplyWarehouse.com. It's what we do.
Driving a Nissan Sentra with sport-tuned suspension is kind of like driving a legend. See why it was recommended by Consumer Reports. Drive the award-winning Nissan Sentra today.
Now get a low $229 per month lease or get 3.9% APR financing for 60 months on Sentra.
Get ready, drop the confetti. Introducing Home Theater, My Style, the new SoundTech Motion Leather Living Room.
By Shaq.
The ultimate home theater experience, now at Rooms to Go. Big sound, big comfort, very cool.
And 2 great custom leather colors.
Ready to entertain with our epic SoundTech built-in audio system that surrounds you with amazing sound.
And Shaq knows sound.
And power motion that moves you.
The new SoundTech Motion Leather Living Room by Shaq.
Exclusively now at Rooms to Go.
Scott McNair. I know you.
Did I get a ticket?
No one's above the law, Scott.
It's David. She's right no matter what your name is.
And your mama's right, too. It is confusing.
Scott McNair, injury attorneys, we fight for the win.
When you think Chevy, think Matt Bowers Chevy. 2 locations, Slidell and Metairie, means twice the selection, twice the deals. Like new 2025 Silverado LT Crew for just $44,991.
Shop smart, buy local. Matt Bowers Chevrolet.
Watch Jon Snell, your trusted voice for news on Fox 8, local first.
History was made yesterday with the snow. History being made this morning with the Arctic cold. It's 3 degrees in South Louisiana. I'll have a look at when are we going to get out of this freezing tundra. I'll let you know up next.
Tress? What? And Juan Kincaid will join us live from Metairie with the latest on street conditions after he was in his own personal blizzard for a large part of yesterday, Lucy.
That was incredible. Welcome back, everybody. Day 2 of this historic event here in the New Orleans area in Louisiana, 7:31. I'm Lucy Bustamante.
And I'm Kelsey Davis. Yesterday, a first for a lot of people, first snowball fights, first snowmen, first blizzard, first snowman snowball. Did you see that, Lucy?
That
People
was
pouring
hysterical.
snowball syrup right on top.
Well
that
done,
was great.
guys.
That
Well
was
done.
so New Orleans. I applaud y'all for that. Well, let's not ruin it today. Let's stay off the roadways and let this all thaw and let the roads get cleared before you get out and about.
You know, we were part of history yesterday, and one thing I want to point out, we've not heard of any fatal accidents. We've not heard anything like that. Let's keep that going, and that's what it's going to take, the public's cooperation. Yesterday was such a well-forecasted event. We knew in advance what was coming. Everybody heeded the advice of local emergency officials. And we went through this without any loss of life. Let's do it, and let's keep it going into today. Let's talk about the history that we made yesterday. 1895, that is the all-time record at Audubon, 10 inches. MSY came in at 8 inches yesterday. I'm trying to get an official reading from Audubon because in the city, we definitely had spots that had 10, 11 inches. And I know everybody's sending me their ruler measurements. There was a lot of wind, and so it's much harder to register the exact snowfall totals when you have tons of wind, you have all of those snow drifts, you have to take multiple averages. We're going to see if we actually get a report, get a reading from the Audubon site and how that actually messes or gets closer to that 10-inch mark of 1895. I'll tell you right now, the event yesterday was on par with what happened in 1895, which is just incredible how we experienced the same exact type of weather that they did back in the late 1800s. Now we're dealing with this, which is unreal cold. 3 degrees in South Louisiana, all the way down to the Gulf. New Iberia is 3 degrees right now. Slidell dipped down to 9. So we've had single digits into the Fox 8 viewing area. The city right now, we're in the lower 20s. Everybody's at a pipe freeze. As you get up this morning, check on your pipes. Make sure you don't have any issues. If you do have an issue, you need to turn off your water immediately. You don't want to just keep causing more issues for your home. Let's talk about how today is going to play out. The sun is up. The sun is going to be out all day long. That sun is going to do some magic, okay? It's going to start to melt a lot of this ice and snow. Remember a few things here. Snow is white. Blacktop, the ground is usually a dark color. Blacktop, the ground absorbs heat. Snow reflects it. Okay, so snow is harder to warm up, and so that's why the sun's coming out. You're going to see like a blinding shot when you look away from your house because of that sun hitting the snow. That's the reflection of the light, and it's not absorbing the heat as much. It is still going to cause melting. Once we get above freezing around 11 a.m., it's going to cause even more melting, but we're not going to get dry by tonight. And as soon as we hit 5 or 6 o'clock, it's right down back to freezing. So we're going to refreeze a lot of this water that gets melted throughout the day today, overnight tonight. So this morning it is a frozen tundra across southeast Louisiana and South Mississippi. Very dangerous travel conditions this afternoon. We will get that melting going. The sun's going to do a lot of work today, but it's not going to do all the work. We're not going to get to a dry track. We're not going to get to getting rid of all of this snow. And so tonight, a rapid refreeze will be expected. 6, 7 o'clock, we're back below freezing. Black ice will develop, and some could say that might be a little bit worse because some areas will be a little dry, and in some areas you'll run into a huge patch of ice. So people tomorrow morning, you're waking up, you might be like, oh, well, it looks dry outside my house. You get in the car, you start driving, and then everybody's crashing into each other. One thing I want to point out, we have another pipe freeze coming overnight tonight and tomorrow morning, 16 on the North Shore, 26 south of the lake. We're going to spend another 12 to 15 hours below freezing going into Thursday morning. We will get out of this. I promise you it's going to get better. Back to some normal conditions as we go into this weekend. Slowly we're going to bring up our temperature. Slowly we're going to melt all this ice away, and exciting stuff, guys. There's going to be liquid falling out of the sky next week, and it's not going to be frozen. I think everybody will like our normal January weather back where we'll have rain showers rather than a blizzard.
All right, so we're getting information from DOTD saying that they are going to start plowing as soon as it warms up enough to 25 degrees to be able to do that. So you're thinking, when are we going to actually hit that?
25 degrees, probably by 9 or 10 a.m. It's not going to take long. With the bright sunshine outside, it's going to warm up pretty quickly. But that doesn't, just for them plowing, it's not going to mean, hey, everybody run behind the plow and we're all, you know, and that's the issue. It's like the plows are just to kind of help the emergency officials get around town. And
speed up the process a little bit.
I would advise everybody that's watching this morning, you're probably not going anywhere today.
Yeah, sure.
You know, and you're probably not going anywhere tomorrow morning. Now, tomorrow afternoon, I think we're going to start to break free from this, and we're going to do such a large melt process by tomorrow that we should get closer to normal by tomorrow afternoon.
Just hang tight for at least one more day.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right, Zach, thanks so much. Christy Coleman. Can't ask how the roadways are because we have the answer there. Frozen, they are icy, they are snowy.
Listen, we told you to hang tight. This is why, all right? We've got the 4 shot up. This is on the West Bank, US 90 at General de Gaulle, right before the Crescent City connection. West Bank Expressway 90 to the CCC, all of that's going to be closed, linking up to I-10 into downtown. This is Kenner. We've got a few emergency vehicles on the roadways there, blocking it off. This is I-10 at Williams. Bonnie Curry Spillway, that's going to be closed. Speaking of, here we go. You see how it is completely still iced over, and we're going to start to see that black ice. So that's why we say stay put for today, because as things start to melt out, that's where we really get tricky and even more dangerous compared to yesterday where we see that black ice, and it's just kind of hard to tell what is black ice and what's not. So definitely want to stay put. This is I-10 at the high-rise, Louisa. Really a quite bit of snow here on the bridge. So just don't chance it, guys. Again, Claiborne Avenue Bridge, that's going to be closed off. Let's take you over to Highway 90. That's going to be closed from Amelia all the way through to Wagaman. And then we want to take you out to I-59 because I had a viewer email me and they were trying to travel on I-59. So that is open, but very icy. So please, if you do not have to travel, stay put. But I-59 and I-12 remains open at this time, but it's going to be very dicey out there, guys. Lucy, back to you.
All right, very important to emphasize that. Thanks, Christine. Okay, so Metairie saw 9 inches of snow last night, and we're still wondering, of course, what the streets look like.
Juan Kincaid is out there checking out conditions. Hey, Juan.
Good morning, and I got to correct something Zach said. No, when I was a young kid coming out of college a couple of years ago, driving in North Carolina, my home state, and about 5 inches of snow behind a sand truck, we had smooth sailing for an hour and a half. I was dumb then. I wouldn't recommend it now. But listen, the sun is out, and we're starting to see more vehicles on the road here in Metairie. I'm on the corner of Veterans, the underpass, Boulevard, and the Causeway. You can't really see well, but up under the bridge here, where it's finally getting some light, that is one solid sheet of ice. We were talking about black ice. That's exactly where it is right there. And we're seeing a bunch of cars come through here now. We've seen more just passenger vehicles. I see a van coming now, coming through here more so than emergency vehicles. That's what we're seeing more of right now. And people are coming through here at a reasonable speed, maybe 20, 25 miles per hour. But when you're driving on ice, you know, even that can be a little too fast. So temperature-wise, it's cold out here. Yes, it's very cold, but the sun feels great, and so we know what's going to happen now. Things are starting to melt. They're going to continue melting throughout the day, and as Zach just said, about 5 o'clock, all this melted snow and ice will turn back into ice once again. So don't be like me as a college kid driving behind a snowplow. Speaking of which, we saw a snowplow about 10 minutes ago driving up Veterans, so we're wondering where that plow is going. We're going to hop in the car in a little bit and see if we can venture out a little bit and so we can find where those plows are. But it seems like that's the second plow I've seen in the last 45 minutes, so it looks like they're getting in position to start scraping these roads and give us better driving conditions. But right now, that is not the case. Stay inside, stay off the roads. Don't drive unless you absolutely have to. There are very few places that are open right now that you can use for convenience. So that's the latest from here in Metairie. We'll have much more coming up a bit later in the newscast. Guys, back to you in the studio.
All right, Juan, thanks so much. Glad to see those plows are out and about too, and I know people at home are happy to hear that as well.
So Maddie Kurtz, she is live with the latest on the snow and the ice conditions in Laplace. Hey, Maddie, how's it looking out there?
Because I found some of these icicles, but all jokes aside, I want to tell you about them because I'm starting to see a potential danger happening right here in Laplace. As the sun is coming up, yes, we are in freezing temperatures, below freezing temperatures, but you know, the sun is going to make some heat, and where is it going to hit first as it rises? On the rooftops of buildings. So be very careful when you're walking around buildings. We've already heard and seen some of these chunks of snow fall down. And okay, will a chunk of snow on your head do you much harm? Maybe not, but check out those icicles. If you can see them dripping down, that will hurt you if that falls on your head. Now, earlier this morning, we were showing you some hacks to clear off your car. If, you know, even if you're not in Laplace, if you're waking up this morning, your car is likely snowed in, as long as you didn't drive it like we told you not to yesterday. So what do, right? We don't have the ice scrapers. We don't have everything that you need for a snowstorm here, but you might have just a bottle hanging out and around. And look, we started to clear some cars off, and inside we started to get some requests as to whose cars we should clean off first. So we've got permission to clean this Bronco off. But as you're getting into your car, right, think about the line of your door here. You can just use a bottle. It's gentle. It's not going to scratch your car or anything, to just kind of shuffle away all this snow here. Kind of prioritize it there around where the door enters, and then also make sure you get some of this off the top there, because if you make the mistake like I did, a snow novice, and just open your door like this, all this snow tends to fall right in. Now, for a bigger job like these hoods and these windshields here, maybe you have one of these. This is from a Crescent City Classic not too long ago. Grab your umbrella here, and look how quickly you can just shovel that all the way off in one big swoop. So I got a couple of cars here to clean off. Some of our storm response team guys asking if we can do them a hand. So that's what we'll be up to over here in Laplace. And We'll check back in with you guys in just a few. But I'm Maddie Kurth here for Fox 8 Local First, sending it back to you in the studio.
Maddie Kurth out there doing the people's work, cleaning off cars for folks so they don't have to come out in the cold and do it themselves.
And don't mess with her. She's armed with icicles.
Yeah. Maddie Reed,
all
aka
in this
Wolverine.
together, you guys. All in it together.
Thank you, Maddie. All right, guys, it is 7:43 right now.
Fox 8 Weather is sponsored by Rooms to Go.
It was a nice day, so I decided to take my bike out for a ride. The driver was texting and ran right into me. I went straight to the hospital. I called Morris Bart, and he got me $230,000.
You know what to do, and you know who to call. One call, that's all.
Save during the New Year's celebration at Rainbow North Shore Buick GMC. Drive home a new 2025 GMC Sierra Crew Cab and get $12,500 in total savings. So come get your New Year deal at Rainbow North Shore Buick GMC. Real people, real deals.
Beautiful on the outside, organized on the inside. Let Campbell Cabinets design a kitchen that controls clutter and places items front and center with pull-down spice racks and roll-out trays. A leader in innovative storage, Campbell Cabinets can organize spaces to maximize not only capacity, but also flexibility, accessibility, and visibility. So get organized. Visit one of our showrooms or online at campbellcabinets.com.
If you've been injured in a car wreck, what's the one thing that's keeping you from calling a lawyer? Is it money out of your pocket?
Well, at Dudley DeBosier, you don't have to worry. We want to put the dollars you deserve in your pocket.
And with our no-fee guarantee, you don't pay us anything unless we get money for you.
Seeking the maximum settlement possible with our no-fee guarantee. If you've been injured, demand Dudley DeBosier.
Call Dudley DeBosier. We'll fight for you. Throw your foes up. Throw your foes up.
In 2020, I went to my first mammogram. They called me back, and that's when they let me know that it was stage 4 metastatic breast cancer. We mapped out a treatment plan. All of the things we had talked to her about here were identical to what MD Anderson was planning. It's great for patients to be able to have more people involved in their care. Cancer did not slow me down. I think it just gave me a new purpose.
Ochsner Health. Long live you.
Great tutoring for less at Sylvan. That's right, we've reduced the cost, save up to 20% off. Turn the school year around. For 45 years, we've been helping kids succeed. Sylvan's expert tutors tailor lessons to each student's needs, building confidence and skills. Visit sylvanlearning.com.
This is Donald. He broke his collarbone in a car wreck. Donald made that one call to Morris Bart and got $150,000. Morris Bart, the firm you know, the name you trust.
There it is, the sound of progress on this second day. This was the snowy roads in Mississippi, and officials warn that ice has already accumulated on many bridges across the state. Guys, this is just the plowing. That is not salting. That is two different things.
This is quite the process, and we're not really used to it, so everybody be patient. Madeline Adams rode out the storm along the Mississippi Gulf Coast.
Out here in Long Beach, Mississippi, where it snowed pretty much all day Tuesday. I woke up at 7 a.m. Tuesday and was seeing snow from that point, and then it pretty much snowed all the way until 5:15 p.m. That's kind of when we saw the snow die down a little bit, but we just have a blanket of snow here in South Mississippi, specifically over in Long Beach right next to the water. But I'm just going to show you right here, as you can see, just how deep the snow has gotten. This is probably, I'll kind of step in it here a little bit just to show you guys how deep this snow is. If I had to guess, probably about 8 to 10 inches of snow right here. We're seeing, that's the norm. We're seeing about 8 to 10 inches of snow in a lot of places. Obviously in some other places you're maybe seeing 4 to 5 inches. But it has been a day full of snow on Tuesday here in Long Beach, Mississippi. We saw some sights. We saw a guy who was running along the beach. He was enjoying it. He was the only one out here, so he had the whole beach to himself, in shorts with just a long sleeve shirt. So he must be from the north, but he was enjoying running out here in the snow. And we also met someone, Mr. Andy from Ohio, grew up on Lake Erie. Even he said snow like this much snow is incredible for him to see. You know, he goes back to Ohio to visit family a lot, but he said even a snow event like this is just really a sight for him to see, and he doesn't see this often. So this might be, you know, something that's unusual for our part of the country, the South, the Gulf Coast, having this much snow. But of course, you know, even people up north, this would be such an event for them as well too. So as we can see over here as well, just kind of piled up on this ledge over here, the snow is just accumulating, and this would probably be about 6 to 8 inches right there. And of course, you know, we are right by the highway, right by the water. We saw a lot of traffic earlier in the day, a lot of people driving on these icy roads. We want to again emphasize not to travel. Please stay off the roads unless you absolutely have to. And if you do have to drive, be very careful, go very slowly. But you know, the concern moving into Wednesday is, of course, that some of the snow may freeze. The concern for black ice on the road, making it difficult to drive. So be very careful as you travel tomorrow. Please stay inside if you can and just enjoy this snow. I mean, it's been a beautiful day, beautiful Tuesday over in Long Beach, Mississippi, and really the entire beach was covered in snow, and it was just incredible. We built a snowman as well, and he just kind of grew as the day went on, as the snow kind of piled up on top of him. And it has just been a beautiful day in Long Beach, Mississippi. I know we've seen so many people enjoying the snow over in South Louisiana as well, which has been so fun. So again, enjoy the snow again on this Wednesday, but make sure to be careful. Don't travel unless you have to. Enjoy the snow safely too as you walk around, as some snow may have turned to ice. So just be careful as you guys do that, but enjoy this once in a lifetime historic event. In Long Beach, Mississippi, Madeline Adams, Fox 8, Local First.
All right, another reason you should stay tight if you had plans to travel today. The airline is kind of locked down right now, if you will. All flights for Alaska Airlines canceled until 2:30 this afternoon. Delta Airlines has canceled all flights until noon. Southwest Airlines flights are canceled until 4 p.m. Spirit and United Airlines, all flights except last arriving flights tonight are canceled. For more information, the airport suggests that you contact your airline directly. Again, this is the update as of right now, 7:50 this morning, but do know all of those times and plans could change depending on how quickly these airlines can get their planes cleared of snow and de-iced, and how quickly the airport can get all of those runways back safe to use. In the meantime, let's get over to meteorologist Zach Rodella for an update. We have not seen this shot just yet, Zach. Look at all these snow-covered rooftops as you look at the city of New Orleans.
South Louisiana. A couple things I do want to point out. Remember, we have a lot of exhaust from our house, your air vents. Also, you have an exhaust in your car. Because we had snow drifts yesterday, you need to check those exhausts. If you're going to turn on your car for any reason today, if that snow is piled up to your tailpipe, you could lead to that going back into your vehicle, so you can get poisoned from that. So make sure you push away all of the snow from your tailpipe before you start your vehicle, and then you could start it, and everything will be just fine. Same thing with some of the vents in your house. If they're on the side of your house, you're also gas meter. Those are the type of things we never think about, but we have to think about on a morning like this because we have a lot of snow, and we have some snow drifts that were pretty high that would cause issues for some of that ventilation in your house and also in your home. 23 degrees, that's in the city. I will say it's much colder than that north of the lake. Some local areas North Shore right now are 8 degrees, single digits. Now here's the jump up above freezing. We're going to do that around 11 a.m. The sun is going to do a number on the snow though, so that bright sunshine in the sky is going to help us tremendously. It's not going to get rid of it all. And it's not going to lead to a perfect day tomorrow. We're not going to be back to normal tomorrow morning. We will have more ice issues overnight, but warmer days are ahead. Once we get to the weekend, we're back to our normal highs for this time of year. That's a look at what's going on in weather. Here's Christy with a check on how those conditions are out on the roads.
All right, thank you, Zach. Yes, so yesterday was we had several accidents, several spinouts, and emergency vehicles are trying their hardest to get these roadways cleared back to normal, but we need you guys to stay put. We do have a problem spot out there, a disabled tractor trailer. This is going to be I-12 westbound at mile marker 64, and so we have that right lane blocked off. DOTD is out with it. Again, I-12 is open at this time, but this right lane is going to be blocked here in this spot, and we're still dealing with some very icy conditions out there. So if you do not have to travel, we're going to say this all morning long and all day, please do not get on the roadways. That's a look at what's happening in traffic. We'll be right back after this break.
When you think Hyundai, think Matt Bauer's Hyundai Slidell. Now get 0% financing on our award-winning lineup of SUVs.
Shop smart. Buy local. Matt Bauer's Hyundai.
Football? No problem. At the Greater New Orleans Boat and RV Show, Friday, January 31st through Sunday, February 2nd. See the latest and greatest in pontoons, fishing boats, sports boats, personal watercraft, and more. Fifth wheels and travel trailers at the Greater New Orleans Boat and RV Show.
Another driver failed to yield. My car was wrecked and I was injured. So I put the Womack on him, and Ed got me $400,000.
If you're the victim of a car wreck, don't be the victim of the insurance company too.
Fight back with Womack.
Banking in the bathroom?
Yes.
Banking at the park?
Yes.
Banking before you sleep?
Yes.
Does your account offer you free banking from anywhere?
Yes.
Join Explore Federal Credit Union and take advantage of video banking from anywhere.
Are you a member?
Visit explorefcu.com for more information.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce me.
Which you do you want to be today? At TJ Maxx, you can afford to turn your closet into a place of endless expression. With the quality you deserve, styles you crave, and prices you love.
I'm gonna do what I do.
Maxx, what makes you, you.
Learn how you can earn your MBA in just 15 and a half months at UNO's MBA Info Session on February 4th. You will earn a tuition discount just for attending. Register today at UNOMBA.com.
The Greater New Orleans Boat and RV Show is back Friday, January 31st through Sunday, February 2nd at the Pontchartrain Center in Kenner. Hundreds of boats under one roof and over 100,000 square feet of RVs, travel trailers, and fifth wheels at the Greater New Orleans Boat and RV Show.
When you think Hyundai, think Matt Bauer's Hyundai Slidell. Now get 0% financing on our award-winning lineup of SUVs.
Shop smart. Buy local. Matt Bauer's Hyundai.
All right, welcome back, guys. It is 7:55 right now. A lot to get to. Atmos Energy has some good tips for you guys. Never use an oven or a gas stove. We know it's getting a lot colder today to heat your home.
Yes, make sure external vents are clear of snow and protect natural gas meters by removing any snow and ice that falls. Close all doors and windows to keep the heat inside, and just try to stay as warm as possible. Layer up if you can inside your home if you're finding things are getting a little chillier, as to not overrun your heater, but just try to stay as safe as possible, and again, use those safe heating techniques to keep your home warm. Again, if you smell gas at any point ever, but especially while everyone is home right now, leave your home immediately and call 911. Well, John Snell, of course, he was really enjoying yesterday, taking some gorgeous shots of the iconic French Quarter, Pat O's, the snowman on Canal Street. You can see this is a beautiful shot of Canal Street right here with this dusting of snow kind of swirling around. And I love these shots of the cathedral. Look how pretty that is.
Just majestic. That epic
goodness.
snowball fight that happened yesterday, that was really cool too.
Oh, for sure.
On a snow day, of course, spelled properly, E-A-U-X, and NOLA, one woman helps her granddaughter build the perfect miniature snowman. Take a look.
It'll probably be another 20 years before it snows, but I'm a little under the weather, but for her, I'll do anything.
For her, I'll do
Grandmothers will do anything for their babies, that's for sure. Definitely a sweet memory that she'll cherish for a lifetime. That one time, me and my mom.
That's it.
The snowman.
Core memory.
And it looks like they're in the French Quarter right there. Too cute. We'll have a lot more of these moments from this historic winter storm coming up after this break.
It's a new year. Get a new ride at Legacy West Bank. Right now, save $13,500 off MSRP on a 24 GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation. Come shop with us in Harvey or online at LegacyWestBank.com.
I go on the internet and I see all of these mean people with all these mean things to say about Bradley Eggenberg and the Eggenberg trial lawyers. As we say back in Brooklyn, mind your business. I wasn't talking to you anyway. But as for the rest of you, if you've been hurt, come see me. And they'll pay for it.
Call Brad Eggenberg.
After 72 years, everyone at Como Furniture and Appliance has one final thing to say. Thank you. Yes, Como's is closing both stores and going out of business forever. All fine furniture must be liquidated immediately at sacrifice prices. Famous brands like Ashley, Bassett, Benchcraft, Elements, Howard Miller, Leather Italia, Pulaski, Samuel Lawrence, and many more. Plus huge discounts on heirloom quality area rugs. You can redo a room or your entire home at a fraction of the cost. After 72 years, Como Furniture and Appliance is going out of business forever.
Yet to have a catch tonight. What can Mahomes come up with? They only bring 3 as he escapes. Crossbody, and he finds him.
The Super Bowl Experience, presented by Panini. Interactive games, autographs, NFL memorabilia, and more. Join the action February 5th through 8th. Kids 12 and under free. Buy tickets now at superbowl.com.
The best prices on furniture always come from the country. Watts Furniture is one of a kind, serving you and your family since 1959. People drive from miles around. You'll save more when you get out of town. Drive a little, save a lot. Watts Furniture.
It's a new year. Get a new ride at Legacy Westbank. Right now, save $13,500 off MSRP on a 24 GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation. Come shop with us in Harvey or online at LegacyWestbank.com.
Now, from New Orleans' most watched news, Fox 8 Local First starts now.
From a snowy winter wonderland to an icy and dangerous travel situation across the state.
Absolutely. We have team coverage this morning as day 2 continues to be, like Kelsey said, a slick and dangerous time on the road. So please leave it to just the first responders. But look at these images, guys. Our crews have been spanning from Laplace to the North Shore, downtown to Metairie, Audubon to Bourbon to capture this moment.
We've got live reports covering the winter blast impacts. But first, we've got to say good morning to you. I'm Kelsey Davis alongside Lucy Bustamante. We want to throw things directly over to Zach Verdella because everyone's wondering, is the snowfall done and what happens next?
Here's the good news. The snowfall is done. The bad news is we still are in the midst of this winter storm. The impacts from winter storms, they can linger multiple days, and this is only going to be day 2 of all of this mess. It is dangerous road conditions this morning. We've compacted all of that snow on the streets, so now we just have a big layer of ice, and that's going to be a problem throughout the day today. You saw all those images a second ago, and you see how bright it is outside? I do want to point out, the ground, asphalt, those types of things, when the sun comes out, they absorb heat. The snow reflects that light, okay? So now that we have a snowpack, it's harder for us to warm up. It's going to take some time for us to warm up throughout the day today. Now that sun is very strong, and that sun is going to start melting immediately this morning. Even though we're well below freezing, the melting process is already beginning because of that direct sunlight. It is 29 degrees in Venice. Grand Isle's at 24. Pipe bursting numbers. You need to keep moving the water in your house, and hopefully you don't have any issues. North of the lake, Hammond is at 12. At least we've pulled out of the single digits. We did get Slidell made it all the way down to 9 earlier in the morning. There's that view outside right now, an incredible image at this hour showing you how we are just the tundra of South Louisiana. But hey, the sun is shining bright, and we're going to watch these rooftops here. They're going to start to erode that snow layer as we go throughout the course of today. The timing of the above freezing numbers is around 11 a.m. We're still in the upper 20s to right around 30 at 10 a.m. I think 11 a.m. we get above freezing. The big kicker here is just the sun, though. The sun is going to help so much throughout the day today. We get to a high around 36 in the middle of the afternoon. But here's the problem time. We're not going to get dry streets. We're not going to totally melt all of the snow away. So right when we hit about 5, 6 o'clock, you see our flip back to freezing and then quickly below freezing into the 20s. That's when we're going to have a strong or rapid refreeze. And if anybody's thinking, oh, well, things are drying up a little bit, I'm going to go out, the roadways are going to become treacherous because now we've just taken snow, we've melted it into water, and then that water is just going to refreeze immediately as we go into the evening hours tonight. So we still have another at least 24-hour period where I think everybody has to just stay indoors, stay home. You don't have to stay indoors, you just got to stay home. If you can go outside and play in the snow, that's not going to be an issue. But staying off the streets, off the interstates, that is going to be key to keep this an event where we're not dealing with any type of loss of life. That's check of your forecast. Let's get a look at your traffic situation this morning, which it's just ice. Oh, look, the snow's falling off the sign.
Yes, I know. You saw that, right? That snow is continuing to fall off the sign there. So, again, we don't want any problems out there, guys. Yesterday, we had several reports of accidents along I-12, some spin-outs, even people getting stuck here in the city. We showed you some video of that right here on Fox 8. And we need those emergency vehicles to get out there, do their thing, so that we can kind of get back to our normal, right? But that's going to take some time, so have some patience. Now, most of our interstate systems and roadways are going to be closed. Do not travel around any barricades. That's very important. We already have some issues out there. We've got a tractor trailer stuck. This is I-12 westbound. Mile marker 64. This is going to be near the Covington area. So DOTD is dealing with that, even though we do know I-12 is open. Today we're going to be dealing with that black ice. So that's going to be even more dangerous today compared to yesterday. So that's why we still need you to stay put. Causeway is still going to be shut down. 55 is still going to be closed. Twin span is going to be closed as well. But again, do not travel if you do not have to. We have this breakdown working I-12 westbound near the Covington area. More details coming up in just a few. Kelsey, back to you.
Thank you so much, Christy. Well, here's a look at some of the newest information just into the newsroom.
So the DOTD says that plows and de-icing efforts will begin today. Temperatures need to be consistently above 20 to 25 degrees for adequate progress to be made.
Yeah, DOTD says plowing crews are right now in the Lafayette and Lake Charles areas, and their plan is to move east throughout the morning and afternoon. Just like lawmakers, city officials, law enforcement, DOTD is also asking that you stay off of the roadways in the meantime. Rob Krieger and Hannah Gard are out on Norman C. Francis showing you what the streets look like right now. Just another reminder of why you should not be driving.
Yeah, how's it looking, guys? There we go. You're getting in place.
All right, look, so we're out here outside of the Fox 8 studios. We've got Hannah, John with us here, who has graced us with his presence once again on the morning show. We're so grateful to have you here.
If you want to look at it that way,
that works for me. So we're checking out this ice and the snow, and what's nice is that all of us have experience growing up. And
well, this is a good test.
Right,
you look over here, and of course it's turning.
And
that's a car that I don't know if that's four-wheel drive, but he it does kind of look like it, and he is navigating it okay.
Yeah, but you have to go slowly. You can't expect, even if you have four-wheel drive, to make it quickly anywhere if you're going normal speed.
Well, the thing about it is, if you get a bunch of what they're concerned about, and look, as I always say, I'm not your dad. I'm not telling you what to do, but officials are saying and kind of really pleading with people, stay off the roads, because their concern is if you get too many people out here, suddenly you got bumper cars, and then we just saw an ambulance go by, and then you've got an ambulance that can't get to the scene. And the other thing they're warning people is if you, for example, move a barricade, as some people did yesterday, inexplicably, and you get in trouble, they're not coming for it.
Right.
Help's not coming.
Right, and the momentum behind everything, that's what's going to carry you. You think, okay, hey, I'm stopping, I'm hitting the brakes. You start fishtailing, and you're going, and that's because everything is ice here. We wanted to show you, we kind of stepped out of the road here as we thought that car might come by, but this is Norman C. Francis. You can slide on here, but it's thick, and I got this old Fox 8 umbrella, and it's like a busted up one. So anyone out there, I know these were like gold a couple years ago. I was gonna try it because this is my shovel. Look at that chunk of ice right there. We're not even down.
I mean, this is. There are tools that will work better.
Okay, the ice broke the Fox 8 umbrella.
Oh no! This is just the top of the layer of ice, and that's at least half an inch thick.
All right, so we've learned two things. The ice is thick, and umbrellas don't really break through it.
They don't work as shovels.
And the thing about this is, yesterday a lot of people were driving around. You can see the ruts where people drove. this was just a slushy snow yesterday that really wasn't all that difficult to get through, to be honest with you.
Right.
A little bit of slipping and sliding.
But now it is.
But
well, and
now
it causes
it's a south.
problems
What would you say?
when you start. This is at least a half an inch here, just the top
And
layer.
that didn't break through all the way. So
Yeah.
You would appear to have a, you can kind of see it here.
Yeah, where the thickness is.
Yeah, a couple of good inches.
Yeah, when you start with that wintry mix like we did yesterday, that's when you're going to start to see this huge layer of ice. And that is going to take a while to melt. We have the setup now,
Yeah.
but
Hopefully it starts to help melting everything. And John, you're not our dad, but as Shelby's kids would call you, you are our Papa John. So we appreciate you being here. The ice is slippery.
He doesn't know that's a pizza.
He doesn't know.
The ice is definitely slippery. If you kind of like, you don't want to do that. You're gonna slip and fall. I've done it a couple of times, just like that. That's why you don't do it. All right.
Lord of mercy.
And on that note, we're just going to end it there. We like to think of John as a big brother.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes, but keeping Rob in line. He's back.
Please. Please.
So we'll check back in with him in just a little bit. All right, well, Josh Robertson is live in Hammond, keeping an eye on conditions out that way, just one day after the wintry blast.
So we know you're cold, Josh, but let's keep it safe at least.
Yeah, we got a car coming by right now, and we have seen them driving pretty safe. I do want to say something. I got to push back a little bit on Rob. I'm pretty sure John Snell is our dad. Like, I'm pretty sure that's true. I don't know why, especially me and Rob. John's definitely our dad, so I don't know why he said that. But anyway, I know they're having fun out there outside the Fox 8 studio. But I do want to look at take you around to show you right here near one of the main roadways that goes right up to I-12. And this, okay, so look at this parking lot, first of all. Come walk with me a little bit, Jake, and we're going to try not to slip because, like Jake mentioned it earlier, and he's from up north, and it's a good point. Whenever this ice, or when the snow melts, I should say, let's start with the snow. When it melts, it goes down, obviously eventually becomes water, and then overnight it freezes again. But when it goes from snow to ice, then to water and all of that, everything in between, it just makes everything slick as it's melting. So where I'm standing right now, I mean, this is, if you're not paying attention and you're not putting one foot in front of the other really safely, you're just going to slip and go down. This entire parking lot is just like where I'm standing right now. So walking through this parking lot is really dangerous, even if you're just on foot. Driving through it, same thing. But if you go over here to the main road, and obviously there's still snow too, but the icy conditions after this snowstorm today is all about those icy conditions. Now this snow here, this is still fresh powdery snow. And you look down, I mean, this is still fresh powdery snow right here. The main road right here, they clearly dropped some salt here on this main road. And actually we have an ambulance coming through here. So let's we have not heard that sound since we've been out here in Tangipahoa Parish. That's good. But we do have, it looks like an ambulance driving through here with their sound on right now. And there are cars out on the roadway because this road is open still. But as you see, this is what we're talking about. They clearly dropped salt here on this main roadway that leads up to I-12 because of this situation here, so that first responders and anyone who has an absolute emergency can travel on these main roads like this. Having said that, not all of it is completely dried out. Now, if you look right here, obviously you can drive right through here and you can go at a slow speed and you should be okay. But if you're going to turn anywhere, like that street right there has clearly not been salted. There's ice all over it across the street there. But this right here, the Southwest Railroad Avenue, which is this main street here, has clearly had something done to it to make it safer for mainly for emergency vehicles to drive on. And then anyone else who does have to get to work, because the hotel we're staying at has a lot of essential workers working there, people who work at nearby hospitals who stay at the hotel because it's closer than staying at their home, or people who were called in, utility crews to possibly work if there's a power outage. Those trucks are all parked in the parking lot of our hotel. So all of them are there. Luckily, a lot of those folks, especially the utility workers, have not had to go out and take those bucket trucks out and work on any lines that we've seen, not the trucks that are staying with us. So hopefully that's been the case all throughout Tangipahoa Parish, and they've been able to be relatively quiet. I know I talked to the police chief yesterday at the end of the day just to check. He said luckily they have not been too busy. That's good. Most of the businesses around here are not open except for a couple of gas stations that I've seen. It's unclear if any of the food places are going to open up later, anything like that. But the people who are out on the roadway, as you see, we hope that it's because they have an essential job and they're getting called in to work, and that's the only reason they're out and about. Otherwise, days, you really do need to stay put. But again, there's plenty of snow to be had, guys. If you're playing in your yard, there's still a lot of this stuff, and that's fun. But the ice is the issue now. But we'll go ahead and send it back to you. This is Josh Robertson reporting live here in Hammond for Fox 8 Local First.
All right, Josh, thank you so much. And please stay safe and warm out there. We'll check back in with you in just a few.
All right, let's get to Rob Masson now, who has been in Mandeville this morning with a look at the ice and the snow there.
Highway 1088 and I-12, and once again, you can see there is absolutely no traffic going by I-12 behind us there. That's a new water tower coming up here at this interchange, but eerily quiet out here. It feels like you're in Breckenridge, Colorado, if you've ever been to one of those areas early in the morning before the ski slopes start getting busy. We had that sublimation effect taking place out here with some of the kind of snowfall coming off. You can see the sun coming up right now. That's looking out towards Slidell. One 18-wheeler over there pulled off of the ramp. Looks like he just settled in there for the evening. One vehicle going by about every minute. There are signs that somebody came through here with a scraper, but it is definitely not on every road surface around here. Very, very treacherous conditions. St. Tammany Sheriff's Office thanking people today for mostly staying off the roads. They were working a couple multi-vehicle accidents yesterday on I-12 in Lacombe area, but for the most part, they're thanking people for listening to them and adhering to the warnings about not driving, and we think that is definitely going to be the case here this morning. Normally, thousands of cars would be coming by this very, very major corridor connecting Interstate 10 from Slidell all the way to Baton Rouge. That is not the case this morning, but the road is open, and we do see an occasional vehicle coming by, mostly trucks with big tires, four-wheel drives, and they're being very, very careful driving at maybe 5 to 10 miles an hour in most cases, although sometimes they go a little bit faster than that. Here's another vehicle going by right now, a four-wheel drive vehicle. He's doing faster than 20, but he does have big tires and is proceeding carefully for the most part. But no traffic out here. Not advisable to get out here. There are signs of black ice, even though there are signs that scrapers have gone through. So, again, stay off the roads unless you absolutely have to go somewhere. And St. Tammany officials saying that they're really only responding to emergency calls. So they're trying to stay off the roads as much as possible, too. So that's the story from I-12 near Mandeville. Rob Masson, Fox 8 Local First. Back to you.
All right. Thanks to Rob for his work. And here are some things that you need to know about the latest conditions on the roads.
You can find real-time road condition information online at 511la.org or download the Louisiana 511 app to your smartphone. Time is now 8:15. After a snow day that will go down in history, we're helping you navigate the day after.
And coming up, we're going to have much more team coverage and also an interview with the Jefferson Parish President, Cynthia Lee Shang, on exactly what's going to happen with the progress on the roads today there. We'll be right back.
Fox 8, your weather authority, sounded the first alert.
Well, get ready. This is going to be a snow event.
As the snow started and accumulated,
the forecasters have been pretty much dead on it.
Fox 8 brought you continuing coverage from all over our area. Stay with Fox 8 on air and online. Fox 8, your weather authority.
Why did I call Garcia? It was about trust. Garcia's been in the business for a long time. And these are the people who have built their trust in the community, and I knew that Garcia were the right people for my job. I'm Chef John Falls, and Garcia did my roof.
A few years ago, I got in a serious car accident. I had to do something, so I got Gordon. He got me $70,000 for my case. So when my daughter got injured,
he told me to get Gordon too. So I did. Gordon took care of everything and settled my case for $200,000. Get Gordon.
Get it done.
I'm attorney Gordon McKernan. If you or a loved one has been hurt, just call me. Get it done.
Get Gordon. Get it done. Call 800-8888. 800-8888.
At Cox Mobile, we know you need reliable cell service that goes wherever you do. Because why take all those great road trip pics if you can't share them right away? We get it. That's why Cox Mobile runs on the network with more nationwide coverage than T-Mobile, all for a price you'll love. Big reliability meets big savings, no matter where life takes you next. Connect coast to coast with Cox Mobile, the smart way to mobile.
At Deli DeBosier, when we celebrate a win, we go big.
Hey, $2.
Checkmate.
But don't worry, we can dial it back when we need to.
Does she never go down?
But if we win for you after an accident, wow, you might just feel like celebrating too.
Garcia, they reminded me of what we call in culinary mise en place, everything in place. People knew what they were doing, just as we do in the kitchen. So I related to Garcia. I'm Chef John Falls, and Garcia did my roof.
Could see some heavy downpours, showers and storms.
We're tracking a flood risk as we go into your Friday morning commute, as much as 2 to 3 inches of rain.
Welcome back, 8:17 on a historic day number 2. My goodness, we have crews spread all over the area showing you what it looks like this morning.
Let's check in with Olivia Vidal, who has been in the downtown French Quarter area checking on conditions.
Kelsey and Lucy, good morning. Yeah, I'm here on Canal Street. I'm going to step out of the frame. You can see things are starting to come alive down here as the sun is up. We are seeing some more cars kind of navigate Canal Street. Most of them have been first responders. We've seen a fire truck. We've seen several law enforcement vehicles pass through. But we are starting to see people come out and walk the sidewalks here very delicately, because as we've been showing you all morning long, the streets are frozen over, and especially here on Canal Street, where you can see a thick slab of ice just kind of covering Canal Street. You can see some of those cars taking their time as they pass through some of these intersections, as they make their way down Canal Street. Going very slowly, watching them as they go right now, leaving a lot of space in between one another. So people are taking their time and taking safety precautions as they navigate these roadways that are frozen over. But yeah, Canal Street looks like an ice rink. It's totally frozen over. Again, we've been showing you this all morning long, so if you don't need to be on the roads, I advise don't go on them, but we know that's likely impossible for a lot of folks who need to get to where they need to go this morning. But yes, folks are starting to walk around this morning out here, and again, the sidewalks are also frozen over, so it can make for a pretty dangerous and slick situation if you're going to be walking. But this is what it looks like this morning. Now that the sun has come out, we are expecting some of that ice to start melting, which will be a good thing. But we are going to go navigate these streets later throughout the morning and bring you what we're seeing as the day goes on. But for now, reporting in the French Quarter, Olivia Vidal for Fox 8 Local First. Back to you.
All right, Olivia.
Thank you. All right, guys, let's get over to Zach Fradella, because we're watching how the conditions are where Olivia is, Maddie, John, everybody. Zach, what are you thinking about today?
And, you know, today's going to be a big thaw, but it's not going to completely thaw, and that's the key, because tonight we're going to freeze again. So it's not like we would have a big thaw, and then tonight we got down to 40 degrees, and I wouldn't be worried about ice again. We're going to get another mess growing for later on this evening. This is a look at the Causeway toll booths, and you can see how iced over. This is not even on the bridge. This is before the bridge. It is going to take a while. It is probably going to take at least another 24 hours to even get the causeway remotely close to opening back up. Now, here's one benefit, and this is in the middle of the bridge. This is actually looking north. The wind blew the snow across the bridge. So there's actually some dry track right in the middle. This one looks to be like the left lane is a little bit on the dry side. There's also, this is a lake that is warm. This is 50+ degrees air, so it is warming the bottom of the bridge. So that will help somewhat, but still, we know this is a long span, that whole 24-mile span. It's going to take a lot of time to get back into operational conditions. 26 degrees right now at the airport, 16 in Bogalusa. The sun is shining bright, though, and even though we're below freezing, the sun is going to start to melt things slowly but surely this morning, and then that will pick up in its pace as we get warmer and warmer, and those temperatures get to freezing and eventually above freezing into this afternoon. So 36 is my high on a normal day in South Louisiana. That would be epically frigid, but yesterday was basically a blizzard. So that 36 is like, oh, it's a little bit warmer than this morning, you know, and you can see how these numbers are going to progress. By 11 a.m., we jump above freezing. We're going to start that thawing process right now. We're seeing the snow start to fall off of things because it is actually starting to melt. Watch for icicles. Yes, there's icicles on buildings. There's snow on buildings. As that melts, it's going to start to fall off, and it can hurt you. So pay attention. Things we never think about here, you have to think about on a day like today. That's a check of the weather conditions outside. Let's get a look at more situations on the roads with Christy.
Yes, and we have one situation we definitely want to point out. If something is closed, it is closed for a reason. We want to show you this vehicle that got stuck on the I-10 eastbound of the high-rise. That is closed. So you do not need to be driving in this area. It is going eastbound. You can see it spun out of control, stuck in the ice. So please do not get on the interstates again. It is closed for a reason. Do not drive around those barricades. We cannot stress it enough. This is going to take some time to clear. Let the emergency officials come in, do their thing so we can get back to that normal. So stay home for now. Again, this vehicle stuck in the ice, I-10 eastbound of the high-rise, which is officially closed. So wanted to point that out to you today. Again, today is going to be even more dangerous than yesterday because we're going to start to see that ice melt. We're going to start to see black ice. This ice here is going to start melting, and that's going to make you get stuck in those conditions. So again, not sure how much longer this is going to be out there. Not sure when that help is going to arrive, but you don't want to be stuck in these situations, guys. So we'll keep you up to date with the latest right here on Fox 8. Kelsey, back to you.
All right, Christy. Y'all got to listen to those warnings, people. The roads are closed for a reason, like Christy said. Well, we're helping you navigate the day after what we've dubbed Snowla Day.
Coming up, we're going to have much more team coverage and also an interview with Cynthia Lee Shang, Parish President of JP. We'll be right back.
Get your Arthur Hardy's Mardi Gras guide on sale everywhere or order online.
What does it mean when I say get the BART advantage? It means we have more lawyers and more experience. Over 40 years of winning. Over $1 billion won. Don't take a chance with your case. Get the BART advantage.
When things don't work, call on the guys that do. If your home's safety and comfort are in peril, you need the lightning-fast action of Stewart Services. Disguised as mere mortals, Stewart superheroes will install, fix, and maintain your AC, heating, electrical, and plumbing faster than lightning. North Shore, South Shore, alert only Stewart Services, 504-455-5555, or online at stewartservices.com. To the rescue. Let's Stewart do it.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm with my co-host, Dr. Frida, and we're talking HIV. Is it possible to get new HIV cases to zero? Yes. First at-home testing is free, baby. Okay. And if you have HIV, centralized linkage connects you to care and all the resources. Then you equals you. Ain't that right, Dom?
Undetectable equals untransmittable.
Oh, I say let's bounce to that, y'all.
A few years ago, I got in a serious car accident. I had to do something, so I got Gordon. So when my daughter got injured,
He told me to get Gordon too. Gordon took care of everything and settled my case for $200,000.
Just call me. Get it done.
800-8888.
The latest in audio innovation, power, connectivity, and unprecedented storage. The future of furniture is now.
Oh my gosh, you always were the dramatic one, but you're forgetting one thing. Our new modular 3 rooms to go is next generation style too, with pieces designed seamlessly to fit your space so you can relax, work, even stay organized. Comfort, style, and convenience. What will we think of next? It's Drew and Jonathan for Rooms to Go.
Save during the New Year celebration at Rainbow North Shore Buick GMC. Drive home a new Buick Envision and take $7,000 off the MSRP. So come get your New Year deal at Rainbow North Shore Buick GMC. Real people, real deals.
I'm Morris Fark. If you're injured in a car wreck, call me and you can talk to a lawyer right now for free. Over 40 years of winning, over $1 billion won. Call me now at 525-8000. One call, that's all.
8:26, second day of Snowla.
Yeah. This is like the day after, if you will. All that snow is falling all across the viewing area. So now everybody's waking up and thinking, okay, what now? Well, we have teams all over the place checking on conditions. Let's get over to Chris Joseph. He is live in Houma with a look at conditions out there. How did Saquon the Snowman do yesterday?
Saquon's still standing. Does he look better? No. I mean, let's be honest. It was just a blob of snow, but, you know, he was filled with love and attention, and I did my darndest while I was braving the elements. But as for how things are here in Houma, I mean, it's a beautiful day. Look, it's a bluebird day, not a cloud in the sky. You can see what's left of the snow along the roadway here. We're in the Bayou Cane community. We're in a little suburban community just maybe 200 yards from our hotel here. And you can see you got a little bit of everything, right? You still have that powdery snow that we're having fun with, but then, you know, you got that ice that we've been talking about all day and all night, and we're going to be doing it for another 24 hours, I guarantee you. I mean, it is clear, it is here, it is dangerous, it is treacherous, what have you. So we're out here in the neighborhood today. We were looking at the Entergy map. The Entergy Louisiana services this area. About 4 outages impacting 150 people. Now, as we've walked this suburban road, the people we've been talking to thankfully say that power has not been a problem, which is good. One neighbor indicated that perhaps the neighborhood is on a few different grids, so perhaps we're just not in the area. But thankfully, the folks that we've talked to in good shape. Now, we're going to be talking with the parish president a little later this morning about how things have gone in Houma. We did see an alert from the sheriff's office last night that the number of crashes, as you might expect, have gone up. So they were really asking folks to stay off the road. There was not a curfew here in Terrebonne Parish last night, but again, the request was please stay off if you can, because as you just saw, nasty scene. But otherwise, you know, still picturesque, still very pretty. We have seen 1 or 2 more snowmen since we've been out here. Nothing to the caliber that we saw yesterday yet, but we will be looking, I promise. And when we find the snowmen of note, we will make sure we put them on your television. So, reporting in Houma, Chris Joseph, Fox 8 Local First. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Chris, thanks so much. And I'm glad Saquon at least survived the snowstorm yesterday. We appreciate you.
With his pen caps. Love it. All right, so some snow plows hit the streets yesterday afternoon. Hopefully we will see more today. That is what we're hearing anyway.
Yes, coverage will continue. Our team coverage will continue with updates on the freezing temperatures and updates on road conditions when we come back.
And we're warming up. We have the sun up. We just need to get above freezing and melt this snow away. I'll tell you kind of the timing of how that might play out next.
A car ran a red light and smashed into me. I went to the hospital with a broken neck, but I knew what to do.
Sam was injured and needed help fast. She knew what to do. She made that one call. Call me now at 525-8000. If you know, you know.
Slow down.
Cut! I get it. Slow motion. Slow down geographic atrophy. But we don't need gimmicks. Stick to the facts. GA, the advanced form of dry AMD, can irreversibly damage your vision. But Syfovre is an FDA-approved eye injection that gives you the power to slow GA. Syfovre was proven to slow GA lesion growth over 2 years with increasing effect over time. It's the only treatment to slow GA in as few as 6 doses per year.
Don't take Syfovre if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye that may include pain and redness or are allergic to it. Syfovre can cause severe allergic reactions. Other serious side effects are eye infection and retinal detachments, severe inflammation of vessels in the retina, which may result in severe vision loss, wet AMD, eye inflammation, and an increase in eye pressure. Most common side effects are eye discomfort, wet AMD, small specks floating in vision, and blood in the white of the eye. Tell your doctor right away if you have any side effects.
Act on facts to slow GA. Ask your retina specialist about Syfovre. Nope, just the facts.
Scott Vicknair, I know you.
Did I get a ticket?
No. Looks like David Vicknair. Related?
Kind of.
Scott Vicknair, injury attorneys, we fight for the win.
Never settle for ordinary. Not when outstanding is within reach. From laminate and vinyl to tile and wood, Floor & Decor has more options for pros, homeowners, and anyone looking for the right look at the right price. With an entire store full of ideas in stock, your next beautiful space is at Floor & Decor.
Car ran through a stop sign and T-boned me. I had to have surgery on my knee and my back. I couldn't work.
Brooke was seriously hurt and out of work for months. She knew what to do, and so do you. Call me now at 525-8000. If you know, you know.
The historic snowstorm comes to an end, and now the work starts to clear roadways. We are fanned out all across the viewing area, giving you a look at what the aftermath of a snowstorm looks like in South Louisiana and when It'll be safe to travel the roads again. Waiting to get those updates from several parish and state officials. In the meantime, welcome back at 8:32. I'm Kelsey Davis.
And I'm Lucy Bustamante. And we're going to check back in with Zach because we already saw one person stuck on a high-rise, Zach. They're not listening. It wasn't an emergency vehicle. The high-rise is closed.
Yeah.
Don't go there.
Look, I know people are going to get more and more stir crazy as you go through the day today. Like, I'm tired of sitting at home. Go run outside. Go play in the snow again. I know it does get old after a while and you kind of get stuck, but that's the way these big snow events work out. And this is not a little snow event. This is a major one. And speaking of how big this was, I think when all is said and done, we're probably going to sit up here and be tied with 1895 for the largest snow in our history. This history, I did a combination. I blended the Audubon site and the airport because the airport didn't exist in this capacity in 1895. That was an Audubon site reading. This 1963 event was also an Audubon site reading. So we're definitely number 2. It's interesting to note, I wonder if they actually took a site reading at Audubon of the snow yesterday and just to see how they compared. I know we had multiple 10-inch amounts being reported around the city of New Orleans, down south towards Houma and Thibodaux. It was tricky because it was a wind-driven snow, so we did have snow drifts. There are some areas you could have measured 1.5 feet, depending on the wind direction and how it was stacking up. And that's what makes it so difficult when it's that powdery substance like it was yesterday. It wasn't the wet snow that we're so used to when it does happen. Slidell, 13 degrees. Bogalusa, 16. We still have single digits in the state. 9 right now in New Iberia. Lafayette is at 9 degrees. Today is thaw day. Now, it is not all going to go away. We're going to keep this for at least another 24 hours. The bright blue sky is going to be with us through the day. The sun is melting already this morning. You do not have to be above freezing to start the melting process. That sun is strong, especially living this far south. If you want a time frame for when we go above freezing, it'll be around 11. Remember, we have a pipe freeze still ongoing right now. Just because the sun is up doesn't mean you have to stop dripping your pipes. But for most of you, you do enough in the morning, like washing your hands, flushing your toilet. You do enough of that you don't need to continuously drip your pipes. And so that's why I'm saying you just get back and get into your normal routine this morning. Maybe not take a shower because that's a lot of water and that's a strain on the system. But washing your hands, flushing your toilets, you don't need to drip your pipes continuously, even though our numbers are still technically at that pipe freeze level. Through the day today, we'll climb to around 36, but that's it, about 4 degrees above freezing, and we're going right back to freezing as we head into tonight. So today's impact timeline. This morning, all roadways are frozen. It is very dangerous to travel. We can see the people that are trying to travel. They're not making it very far. They're sliding off the roadway. This afternoon, the melting process is really kicking into gear. We're going to melt a lot of this snow, but we're not going to melt it all. It makes it worse in the long run. It would be nice if tonight wasn't another freeze night, but it is going to be a freeze night, and it's not just 32. We're going to be well below freezing. So a rapid refreeze is expected into this evening. That's 6, 7 o'clock. We're then going to take all the water that's still lingering, which we're definitely going to have water everywhere. That's going to freeze immediately. So black ice will become a widespread problem heading into tomorrow morning. If you want my opinion, my honest opinion is I think by Thursday afternoon, tomorrow afternoon, we should really start to get out of this. I think we'll make some huge progress by tomorrow afternoon. We have another pipe freeze on the way tonight, 16 north of the lake, 26 south shore, so everybody needs to go back to the same precautions during the overnight time period tonight going into Thursday morning. We'll spend another 12 to 15 hours at or below the freezing mark as we go into the overnight time period. So something to think about will be how this freeze tonight is going to influence the roads. It's going to influence your pipes again. So morning ice, still keeping it there for Thursday. I think by tomorrow afternoon, we're going to start to transition to some much better conditions because the melting process is really going to plow forward, if you want to say that. 44 degrees by tomorrow afternoon. When we get to Friday, the weekend, if you have your weekend plans, we're back to normal January weather, and I don't see snowflakes on the 7-day. I just see the little raindrop things that, well, we know what those are.
Mm-hmm. You know what?
Rain.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So do you think the kids will be back in school on Friday, or do you think they're just going to call it for the
I don't know.
Right, really?
I'm not going to give an opinion. I could give an opinion because I don't have a child yet, but I'm not going to give an opinion. We'll see.
So
I'm not going to ruin that for those kids right now.
So because we've had so much snow and the ice, I mean, the snow's going to melt a little bit and then refreeze tonight. Do you anticipate? I know again you can't make a prediction.
Tomorrow morning is going to be dicey.
Yeah.
And I've talked to Amber about this because she's going through this.
Mm-hmm.
She knows the kind of the ratio of how this snow melts. She says today, look, that sun is going to do its trick a good bit.
Okay, good.
We have nearly a foot of snow in spots.
Crazy.
So it would be one thing if it would be 1 inch, but it's not. It's 8 to 12 inches.
Yeah, exactly.
So if you cut that in half, you still have 4 inches of snow, and the streets are going to get better. But they're not going to be perfect, and I'm worried about the medians, that melting onto the street, and then you might just have water at 5 o'clock, and then you have ice at 8 o'clock tonight.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right. We got all sorts of questions for the officials that are going to be handling the proper de-icing of these roads. We'll get to that shortly. Christy, the anxiety is so, it's like the perfect show and tell.
What are they doing?
Yeah, so
major problems on the roadway. So our DOTD camera has actually switched around to show the Danziger Bridge, but there is a vehicle that's stuck I-10 eastbound on the high rise. So that's been out there for quite some time, guys. Please don't chance it. The I-10 is closed anyway, so you should not be traveling there if you are not in emergency vehicle. So again, DOTD has switched the camera around to now show the Danziger Bridge that connects New Orleans East toward Gentilly. You can see how icy this is, and this was open, but I wouldn't even chance it. We did see a few moments ago, a car was trying to go up and they just couldn't make it. So they decided to back up. The police was kind of assisting with them, assisting them to do that. But again, we're seeing cars travel here, but you can see just how icy these conditions here on the bridge. So we've had reports of several accidents, spin outs, people getting stuck, as I just mentioned. If you don't have to travel, guys, please do not. Breakdown, US 90 at I-10, so watch out for that. Also, we still have this tractor trailer that is stuck on I-12 westbound at mile marker 64. Back to you guys.
All right, Christy, time's now 8:38, and we now have Jefferson Parish President Cynthia Lee Shang on the phone with us to get updates on conditions across the parish. Good morning, Parish President Lee Shang.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for joining us. So tell us just what is the effort today to start clearing these roads? What phone calls have you all made to get the crews working?
Well, we were on the phone a lot yesterday preparing for today. So, look, yesterday we had a lot of, some of our ambulances, some of our EMS vehicles had some difficulty getting to the hospitals. We cleared a path to, the hospital ramps. We were helping some of the hospitals. So, look, our major focus now is making sure that first responders and emergency vehicles are able to get around this parish as need be. Yesterday, I spoke with the sheriff several times. A lot of cars were getting stuck. His folks were called out to drop people home or push vehicles. So really the message today is everybody still needs to stay home. I know people are getting cabin fever, but the roads are not ready. Obviously, this was a historic event. We don't have this equipment, so it's going to take us the day today. We want to focus on clearing a path to the hospitals on both the East Bank and the West Bank, making sure that the major hospitals, we have first responders able to get to the hospitals. That is our focus. We were able to sign a contract with a company that proactively came here with some snow plows. So that's good that we do have some equipment available that we were able to sign a contract with. But again, the message is to stay home. Our focus is to clear at least, one lane to the hospitals and make sure our emergency vehicles and people who are having medical emergencies or our fire, something happens today, are able to move around the parish. So we're asking for people's patience. We're just like after a hurricane, we'll build our community back. But again, often you got to take care of the most vulnerable first. And it's about emergency services.
Now, our Juan Kincaid has been in Metairie on vets, and he said while he was doing his several live reports early this morning, we saw some of those plow crews start moving across the parish area. Talk about the effort of those plow crews. And you mentioned that this company that's been, you signed a contract with to bring in plows. How many plows do they have that they fanned out around the parish? And are there any efforts to also use salt or other de-icing substances to additionally clear that snow and break down that ice?
Yeah, I mean, we have sand trucks. I don't know if they're going to come behind with this contract. I mean, we've literally, just signed it, overnight. But we're hoping to get, some of the trucks today and work on both the East Bank and the West Bank. We will put our effort in. We were already planning that all day yesterday, what our effort was going to be like with our own vehicles. Obviously, we don't have traditional snowplows, but we do have front-end loaners. We do have dump trucks within the parish with many of our vehicles, and we're going to use whatever we can to clear a pathway, again, for the emergency vehicles. So our own parish vehicles will be in this effort, as well as us being able to get some snowplows from this company.
And Cynthia, I have to ask you, this company that reached out, that same thing happened in Orleans, an Indiana company reached out to to us. We connected them to Colin Arnold. Any lessons learned? I mean, obviously, it's very rare that we're even going to have a next time, but was there any initiation on the parish part to reach out to snowplow companies when you started to see, wow, we're actually going to get this much snow and it's going to stick?
No, I think because we did not expect the snowfall to be quite as deep as it was. You know, I think when you only think you're going to get a few inches, you think, you know, well, you're going to, you know, that effort to get a company down here to, you know, when the sun starts melting it, you know, you get to like where, but as soon as we saw it start accumulating, our procurement team started getting on the phone already. We heard about this company here. So fortunately, you know, yesterday we were already made contact with them and started talking to them, and we have a contract signed already. And today we'll start seeing those trucks hit the road. I think they're going to bring more assets in from other areas. So we were fortunate that this company just kind of proactively, you know, saw it ahead of time and came down here. But our teams, you know, also started getting on the phone yesterday. But that was the difference between, you know, thinking we have a couple inches to, you know, whatever the snow totals were. I had 9 inches at my house, so I know my friend thinks she had 11. So, I mean, this was, you know, not what we were expecting. Even earlier slides, worst case scenarios were not this high, and I know they went up on that number once we kind of got into it. But
so very fast question for you.
It's not what we expected, obviously.
Okay, and just very, very quickly, Kelsey's got another question right after this. So let's hit this very quickly. Where are you starting? What are the routes that are going to get cleared first? What are your primary roads?
I'm going to just say this. We're clearing the routes to get to the hospitals, to the major hospitals. And that is just for emergency vehicles. So, you know, we're really asking everybody to stay home. We want to be able to take care of you if you have a medical emergency. And then we will gradually get to opening more and more pathways. The state, you know, contracts are out there as well. We're working as hard as we can to make sure we have connectivity, you know, to both sides of the East Bank and the West Bank. I know, you know, that would be more the state contract, but everybody's working hard. But this will come in phases, and the first phase is about, you know, passageway for emergency vehicles.
Okay, final question for you, Parish President Cynthia Lee Shang here. Of course, people have been asking questions about water use, water conservation. Should they still be running their faucets with that tiny drip or spaghetti-like, that spaghetti-thin stream to keep water moving through their pipes? And what is, I guess, the water pressure? Are there water pressure issues, I guess I should ask, on either side of the river?
So look, thanks to everyone's cooperation, we were able to get through at least, you know, yesterday without calling for a major boil water advisory. We had breaks, and we know there were people that were without water, but, you know, for a major system like ours, we did not have to do, you know, an all East Bank or all West Bank kind of boil water advisory. So I appreciate everybody's working toward this mission that we have. Yes, still be in the same mode. We're not out of the woods by any means. Obviously, you can see with the temperatures y'all are reporting that we're in. We're not out of the woods yet. We need a couple more days. So please, again, if you have, you know, I never ran a faucet, right? So I have a foundation home. I wrap my exposed pipes, but we know the elevated homes are the most vulnerable. That one stream of water, very spaghetti-thin stream of water at the furthest faucet from the parish intake, which is usually the street side. So the furthest faucet away from the street usually is what it is. But let's keep it up so we can, everybody work toward this effort, still conserve water. You know, I'm doing that myself. I try to use the least amount as possible, and we all have to cooperate and get through as a whole system. So everybody's doing really well so far, so we have to keep it up. We're still in the midst of this.
All right, Cynthia Lee Shang, Parish President in Jefferson Parish, thank you so much for your time. We will certainly check back in later.
Thank you.
All right, time is now 8:45. After a snow day that will go down in history, we're helping you navigate the day after.
So stay with us, 8:45 this morning. Have fun, stay safe.
You can trust Bruce Katz and the Fox 8 Weather Team, your weather authority.
Mardi Gras isn't just about parades, it's also about tradition. Celebrate the season with the Mardi Gras scratch-offs from the lottery. Play trinkets and cash, win up to $5,000. Are you ready to let the good times roll? Play floats and totes, top prize $10,000. Catch one of these Mardi Gras scratch-offs from the lottery.
At the Womack Law Firm, our goal is to put the most money in your pocket.
When I was rear-ended, I put the Womack on them. and they got me $330,000 in my pocket.
Call us, and we'll fight for the most money in your pocket.
This January, our biggest sale is back. It's LAS's Wipeout Sale. Get up to 50% off all windows and shutters. LAS products are engineered and built by LAS. We are the best in the business. LAS was voted winner of Best of Homes 7 times. LAS windows exceed Energy Star ratings by 30%, and our shutters are the preferred shutter by homeowners in the Gulf South. If you're looking for curb appeal and peace of mind, choose LAS. So hurry and save up to 50% off today.
If you've been hurt in a car wreck, these next 30 seconds could make a big difference in your life.
Research shows that car crash injuries are more costly and more severe than ever, but insurance companies are still trying to pay victims less.
That's why tens of thousands of people in Louisiana have called Dudley DeBosier, and why you should too.
30 seconds is almost up. Don't miss out on the money you deserve because you didn't call us.
Call Dudley DeBosier. Throw your foes up, throw your foes up.
Exciting news! The Leah Chase School is growing. Now enrolling for the 2025-2026 school year, we're expanding to include 6th grade. From kindergarten through 6th grade, we offer academic excellence, arts-focused activities, and a nurturing environment where your child will thrive. Apply now at enrollnolaps.com and chase your excellence at the Leah Chase School. Don't wait. Apply today at enrollnolaps.com.
I would never forget the picture that I have. I'm the only one that's not smiling. Even though I'm with my close friends, I felt alone. I didn't feel pretty, I didn't feel confident. When I got Invisalign, I built my confidence. It was the best investment that I could do.
Welcome back at 8:48. Again, we have teams fanned out all across the viewing area, kind of waking up with us and letting us know what conditions are like in different pockets of the viewing area, encouraging you to stay inside because of what they're seeing.
Absolutely. So Chris Welty, he has been in the Maroney for 2 days now. Let's see what it's looking like now. There was very, very thick snow yesterday.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, things are quite slick here in the Maroney. We're staying at Hotel Peter and Paul, and as soon as I took a step out the side door, I almost totally bit it. So you really have to be careful where you're walking if you are going outside. Now, the hotel maintenance, they have since added salt near their entrances, and then there's a cafe on the other side of the hotel that they have salted the sidewalk leading to the cafe. A lot of guests that are staying here, of course, they want to get something hot to eat, so they're making their way over to the cafe, and really they're the only thing really open in this area right now. But also, one thing that we've really noticed is that there is still a slight breeze out here, and you see just, it almost looks like glitter. I told our photographer Whitney Hill, I said, oh, that's Olaf just flurrying away. The winter magic is just disappearing here in the Maroney. So it's been still quite pretty to see, but of course things are very slick, so you have to be very careful. And there's definitely a lot of ice out here as well, but we still do have some of the powdery stuff right here, and I actually kicked some over earlier just to make a little path for me and made it a little bit easier to walk on because there is hardly any traction out here, but we'll continue exploring throughout the Maroney. It's a winter wonderland still, but we'll bring you much more throughout our newscast today. Reporting live in the Maroney, Chris Welty, Fox 8 Local First.
All right, Chris, thanks for that. Get warm.
Yes, please stay warm. All right, let's get over to Zach Fradella. Zach, again, people are just at home looking out the windows thinking, oh, that's beautiful. However, around noon, I'm going to start going a little stir crazy. When can I go back outside, in my car at least?
Yeah, and I think we have at least another 24 hours from a safety perspective. Again, if you have an emergency, you need to get where you need to be. But I keep trying to show you different pictures around the area. This is the view from our lakefront camera. A little bit different this morning. Yesterday morning, it was a blizzard out here. Now it's a snow-covered tundra of the New Orleans lakefront. Today is the day you want to go out there and get on the levee and slide down it. If you can walk to the levee, do not drive to the levee, of course. 26 degrees right now. Temperatures are going to climb above freezing around 11 a.m. It doesn't matter so much. Yes, it's nice getting above freezing, but the sun being so bright, and we live in the South, the sun is very strong. And so it's going to start to melt it. You're noticing it already. We're melting things above your head, especially where the sun's hitting first. That's going to start falling. So watch out for icicles. Watch out for the snow falling on your head throughout the day today. Now, sun hitting snowpack, in this case the white, there's a huge glare when you go outside. That's because this reflects the light a lot more than a blacktop road or the ground. The ground wants to absorb heat while snowpack wants to reflect all of that heat. It wants to reflect the glare of the sun. So when you do have snow on the ground, it's a lot harder to get warmer. I would say if we didn't have any snow on the ground today, we'd probably easily be in the 40s. But we have snow, so we're going to be on this ice pack all day long. And so we're only going to get a few degrees above freezing. We are warming up. It's going to eventually go back to normal. I think today is going to be a tough day to do anything. By tomorrow afternoon, we should start to really get out of this. And by Friday and the weekend, we will be back to normal. The snow will be gone by then, except in those shady spots, which you might hold on to a little ice for a period of time. That's Check Up Your Weather.
All right, Zach, thanks for that.
Well, we are helping you navigate the day after Snola.
Oh, look at this guy coming up. We have much more team coverage and all your great pictures and really important information on when this stuff is going to melt. And of course, to show you the live conditions.
2 years ago, a careless driver ran me off the road. I was really hurt. So I got Gordon. He got me $125,000 for my case. So when my friend was hurt,
she told me to get Gordon too, so I did. And when my case was settled, he got me $245,000. Get Gordon.
Get it done.
I'm attorney Gordon McKernan. If you or a loved one has been hurt, just call me. Get it done.
Get Gordon. Get it done. Call 800-8888. 800-8888.
I would never forget the picture that I have. I'm the only one that's not smiling. Even though I'm with my close friends, I felt alone. I didn't feel pretty. I didn't feel confident. When I got Invisalign, I built my confidence. It was the best investment that I could do.
It takes a rebel to make something beautiful. Beauty takes courage. It's an act of joy. So resist the ordinary and embrace the wow at Floor & Decor.
If you've been injured in a car wreck, what's keeping you from calling a lawyer? With our no-fee guarantee, you don't pay us anything unless we get money for you.
Call Deadly Devotion. I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily Jardians at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see. I'm lowering my A1C.
And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardians can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardians and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardians may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardians. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardians is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell. Scott McNair, injury attorneys, we fight for the win.
All right, welcome back. It is 8:55 on this. What's today?
Wednesday. All right, let's get over to Garland Gillen. He's uptown, and he has an update on the Pelicans.
That's right. I'm also a sports reporter sometimes there, even though I've really taken a love to this weather reporting. Pelicans are supposed to host the Bucks tonight, 7 o'clock tip-off. I've been told from Pelicans officials that the NBA will make a decision this morning if that game does go forward. So we'll keep you updated on that. Also, the Saints have a coaching search going on right now. They were supposed to bring in Mike Kafka yesterday for an interview. Obviously, that got canceled. Aaron Glenn, Anthony Weaver were also supposed to come in today for interviews. Those have been pushed back to the back end of the week. Aaron Glenn went and visited the Jets yesterday. So, you know, he used to coach for the Saints, so that's something to watch for. So, sports world will go on. Sooner or later, this ice will melt. Speaking of that, I'm amazed how quiet it is uptown. Very quiet. Very relaxing. You would never know it's 9 o'clock in the morning. We're at St. Charles Avenue, Tulane University right here, Audubon Park's right here. I've only seen minimal people walking around. The sun is out. It feels fantastic. Yes, the snow is melting right in front of me. I've also started to kick where there's a little road out here. So it is a nice, peaceful, relaxing morning uptown. I've only seen a few cop cars, minimal driving on the road, a few cars. So a lot of people paying attention, watching the news this morning, and listening to what we're saying. And it's been a relaxing morning out here. Back to you in the studio.
Good news there for sure.
All right, Garland, Gillen. All right, well, time's now 8:57. Coming up, we'll have a whole lot more updates for you on road conditions. We have an update from the airport for people who had air travel plans. And we'll just be showing you conditions all around the viewing area.
Stay with us. We're having a lot more fun today.
I'm Lawyer Don Dunois, and if you're in an accident with a truck like this, it's time to call on a vehicle like this. Contact us at lawyerdon.com. Call me right now, and I will personally handle your case. Don't take any bull from the insurance company. Call Lawyer Don.
Yahoo! Giddy up, giddy up! If you need a patio cover, a pool enclosure, siding, roofing, screen room, glass room, call Triple B Construction, 467-6998.
At About You in-Home Care, we understand the importance of maintaining your independence in the comfort of your own home. Our team offers hands-on care, covering tasks from shopping to housekeeping and more. We provide compassionate care for seniors, individuals with special needs, veterans, and children, ensuring you or your loved ones receive the support they deserve. Visit aboutyouinhomecare.com or give us a call today to explore how we can assist you. At About You in-Home Care, home is where the heart is.
Ever feel like a spectator in your own life with chronic migraine? 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more. Botox prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine. In a survey, 91% of users wish they'd started sooner. So why wait? Talk to your doctor.
Botox effects may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as trouble swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Those with these conditions before injection are at highest risk. Side effects may include allergic reactions like rash, breathing problems, dizziness, neck and injection site pain, and headache. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions like ALS, myasthenia gravis, or Lambert-Eaton syndrome, and medicines like botulinum toxins, which may increase the risk of serious side effects.
Chronic migraine may still keep you from being there. Ask your doctor about Botox today. Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
You want affordable security for your home or business?
Save with ABC Fire and Burglar Alarm. Pay only $2.99 for a new alarm system.
And we still have low monthly monitoring.
Call ABC today, 889-9795.
From laminate and vinyl to tile and wood, Floor & Decor has more options for pros, homeowners, and anyone looking for the right look at the right price. Your next beautiful space is at Floor & Decor.
Now, from New Orleans' most watched news, Fox 8 Local First starts now.
9 a.m. on this Thursday, day 2 of an incredibly historic event. Good morning, I'm Lucy Bustamante.
And I'm Kelsey Davis. The winter blast and icy temperatures are bringing dangerous road conditions across the viewing area. The Slidell Police Department released, this is beautiful. This drone video showing it's beautiful, but you can see the roadways are dangerous. The interstate as well. Officials want everyone to stay off of the roads.
That's right. So this morning we continue our team coverage with these dangerous conditions from Tangipahoa to St. John and Orleans parishes.
But first, let's get over to meteorologist Zach Rodella with details on when we can expect the snow that everyone had so much fun playing in yesterday. People are still waking up and loving it, but there are some people who want to know, when's it going to start melting and when can we get back to normal.
You know, we're trying to find this normal part when we're going to get back. It's not happening today, okay? Dangerous road conditions exist this morning. It's almost worse today than yesterday. Yesterday we had that powdery snow. We've compacted that on the streets, and now we just have, in a lot of spots, just this block of ice, which it's much harder to drive on ice than it is that fluffy snow that almost gives you a little traction. Today is not going to be the day that things are going to improve dramatically. We're not going to be doing our normal routine at 4 or 5 o'clock this evening and driving out to get a burger. That's not the way this is going to work. All right, temperatures. We're climbing out of the frigid cold of earlier this morning where we had single digits. Slidell made it down to 9. We're now up to the middle to upper 20s south of lake, lower 20s north of lake. We're going to get above freezing today. We have sun, though. All right, the sun is starting its little wonders here, and it's taken away what Mother Nature gave us yesterday. That sun beating on these bridges, starting to warm them up. You can actually see a car trying to make it over. This is the overpass right here at Norman C. Francis. This is the interstate that runs underneath. One thing I have not seen in a little while here, I've not seen one of the plows run across the interstate right here. They may not run across Norman C. Francis, but seeing them clean the interstate would be nice. But it is treacherous out there, and you might be going straight and you're fine, and then you hit one of those little wobbles, and then you wobble right into a 1.5 to 2 feet of snow drifts that are on some of the side roads that exist across the city of New Orleans, and it really exists across all of southeast Louisiana. So here's the timing. We're going to be already to 30 by about 10 a.m. So in an hour we'll be to 30. 11 a.m. I'm saying we're going to be at freezing, and then we're going to get above freezing. We're going to spend several hours above freezing throughout the day. The sun is going to start to melt things. We have almost a foot of snow on the ground. It's not getting rid of it all today, and we need to dry everything out. Having water and you're going to go back to freezing tonight is a problem. And so we're not only going to have water, we're going to still have ice, we're going to still have snow kind of all around the region as we get past sunset. So this evening at 6, 7 o'clock, that rapid fall off of the temperatures means we're going to refreeze rapidly into the overnight time period. Everybody keeps asking, okay, when are we going to be getting close to normal? I think after tomorrow morning, when we get past the black ice period of the morning, tomorrow afternoon is going to be a considerably different afternoon. And then once we get into tomorrow evening, going into Friday morning, the temperatures should not be cold enough to cause any major issues. There'll still probably be some black ice into Friday, but it's not going to be as drastic as I think it'll be for your Thursday morning. That's Check of Your Forecast.
All right, Zach, thanks so much. We have a quick update for you from Armstrong International Airport. Just came in. The spokesperson for the airport tells us that all the airlines have canceled flights this morning. Of course, different airlines have different plans for noon on in the day. So double check with your airline to get specifics on if your planned flight is still going to be flying out later on today. We're also told that they're working with the city of New Orleans to get plow crews clearing airport roadways early this morning. And they say plans are underway to start snow mitigation measures, they're calling it, on the airfield at some point this morning. So likely de-icing and any kind of scraping or plowing that needs to happen there. They say the terminal facility is operational and the terminal will be staffed as flight operations resume. So if you had flight plans today, just check your airlines, and the airport is doing its part to get the airways clear. So if your plane is leaving today, it can get out.
Essential roads, essential workers, only on the roads, please. All right, let's talk about this now because we have some new information also just into the newsroom. DOTD says plows and de-icing efforts will begin today. This is separate from what you just heard the parish president and JP talk about, what you saw happening in Orleans yesterday. This is DOTD. Temperatures need to be consistently above 20 to 25 degrees for adequate progress to be made. There's the snowplow, and then there is the actual de-icing with salt. So plowing crews are now in Lafayette, Lake Charles, and will move through east through the morning and the afternoon. But for now, once again, essential workers only stay off those roadways.
All right, we have our crews all over the viewing area checking on conditions this morning after some parts of the viewing area saw up to 10 or more inches of snow. Let's first get a check with Josh Robertson. He's live in Hammond, getting a look at conditions there.
Yeah, hey, Kelsey, you know, the sun is up right now. I don't know if I saw the sun once at all yesterday. During that snowstorm, it just came down steadily. It was an overcast. It just looked dreadful, and the snow was coming down pretty much all day long. And we know, we've talked repeatedly, we've shown you all over our viewing area how much snow fell, and it was inches and inches. Now, Zach talked about the fact that we're not out of the woods yet, but the sun is going to do its thing today, and we're seeing that right now. So look right along here, this 18-wheeler that's been parked out here in our parking lot of our hotel. Stuff's starting to happen here. All the sunlight is doing its thing right now. You're seeing these drops of water, and all that water is coming out here on the roadway. Now that's good. It means we're in the process of drying things out. However, as Zach said, this is all going to melt, and then it's going to come out here in the roadway. But then again tonight, it's going to be freezing temperatures yet again. And this right here is what we're worried about, is this stuff. After the snowfall, all this is left over. This is slick. It's icy. That black ice is going to end up being a problem. But again, our photographer Jake was saying, I might be able to give this a little kick and maybe it'll come off, but I don't think I'm quite strong enough, or it's not ready to give just yet. So that's a big block of ice that's not quite ready to fall just yet. But you know what? Look, there we go. How about that? That's pretty good, huh? Don't step on it, Jake. All right, be careful now. Look, we're going to walk a little bit and show you the snow. For a lot of the cars that haven't left the parking lot, they look a lot like this. All that snow that fell, just sitting on top of those cars. That means that person right there did not leave it all yesterday. They've been sitting here the whole time. And then these guys right here are kind of clearing things off, and we'll see if maybe they'll talk to us here for just a second. Y'all getting ready to head out, guys? Y'all done?
No, we're not done.
Have they called y'all out to do any work yet since this?
Not yet. The roads are pretty bad, but they're fixing to.
All right. So I know y'all are staying here, the same hotel we're staying at. I guess that's the good news, is that y'all haven't been called out to do anything, and that's what we're happy about. We don't want them to have to go out. And
pretty bad out here.
What's that?
The roads are pretty bad out here.
Roads are pretty bad. I mean, we've been walking out. I know the main one is hopefully they got some salt out on it. But wherever you guys are going right now, I know you are warming things up. Just be safe wherever you guys go. It is a beautiful sunny day, but the ice is the issue here. And a lot of those essential workers have been staying at the same hotel we are. And we'll send it back to you now in the studio. But they've got all the equipment here. Hopefully they haven't had to put it to any use. And let's see, the melting is happening, but it's not over yet until really, as Zach said, probably later on into tomorrow. We'll send it back to you now.
Yeah, really, really important information. Today is critical to get people safely back into life, and slowly. We got to give nature time for sure.
Absolutely. All right, well, let's check in with Maddie Kurth, who she's been given some awesome tips on if you're going to be walking around safely enjoying this weather, how to do so without hurting yourself.
And the key there, Kelsey, is to do it slowly and cautiously, carefully. My hack is to never let your feet leave the ground, to do that nice little shuffle you got going there. But of course, it's helpful when you've got some traction, when you've got something to kind of break up your step, when it's not such a slick spot along the ice. But you wouldn't believe it. This is Highway 51, just past that way, I-10. The interstate. We're going to move off to the side here as these cars are coming, because I don't want to be anywhere near the road as a car is driving by, no matter how slow they are, because I'm seeing so much ice here on the highway, and you never know if a car might just start slipping and sliding. But you can see drivers there starting to utilize Highway 51 here at the hotel this morning in the lobby. There were a couple of folks who are Northerners, proper Northerners, a couple from Detroit that came down to Alabama with their son. He had never been to Alabama. He had some off time from work, and he wanted to come down and view it. And, well, now they're stuck here. But they know how to drive in the snow. They tell me what they're most concerned about is that re-icing process. They're looking at the roads. They say, we've got the snow tires. We can drive in snow, but anything that melted and refroze over is going to be difficult. That's why you've got I-10 there shut down from here in Laplace all the way through the metro and to Slidell, as well as I-55 in this area also shut down, because that portion that takes you from here in Laplace all the way up to Ponchatoula and off to Hammond at the I-12 exchange there. That entire process there is elevated, right? That's the big bridge that takes you up to the North Shore. So that one's still closed down here, and no word from DOTD when they're going to reopen those. Obviously, it's a case-by-case situation here, but the sun is beating down. We are starting to see some melting, the ice cracking as we walk on it. It's looking to be at least an inch thick in some places, even more. So, of course, always having people be cautious and careful on the roadways there. That's the latest here live in Laplace. I'm Maddie Kurth for Fox 8 Local First. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, good stuff, Maddie. Go get warm. Thank you so much.
All right, well, this is new drone video. How stunning is this? Sun rising on a snow-covered New Orleans. Look at the Hotel Monteleone and the quarter behind it. This, as officials warn of slick and dangerous road conditions. And take a look at this. We saw this earlier, Lucy, and it caught my eye. I'm like, certainly that's not ice on the Mississippi River, but it is. Our photojournalist Steve Wolfram captured these images this morning. Stunning, but mostly stunning if you're at home watching it safely.
No doubt about it. Would love to see what the riverboat pilots are saying now. Right. Absolutely incredible. All right, this is how you can get the latest on the road conditions. You can find real-time information at 511la.org. You can create an account, you put download the Louisiana 511 app on your phone, and you can even put in the route that you're trying to travel, and it tells you which roads are closed along the way. But once again, today is a day for the essential workers that are being asked to report to the airport for afternoon flights. That is the slow process that everyone has to subscribe to. So stay safe. Let the plows and the salting machines do their jobs. We'll be right back. Maybe we'll be right back.
There you go. Some pictures of snowmen.
We're going to show
take
you
it a
some snow
break.
people first. Yeah, exactly. All right, let's talk about the submissions that you've sent in, you guys. Your family pictures are just precious. These babies playing in the snow for their first time. You can tell, and some parents just kind of found what they could and wrapped up their children and their snowmen in it.
Yeah, so keep sending those in. We're taking them, and we're trying to get them on TV as quickly as possible. Y'all have been awesome taking these great pictures.
Tonight, the Pels are back at home taking on Giannis and the Bucks, and the Pels are ready to send them packing.
And how about Z on the follow? Oh, my goodness gracious.
Tonight, 6:30, it's Bucks Pelicans, live from the city on the Gulf Coast Sports and Entertainment Network.
Throw your phones up, throw your phones up. There's a number you gotta dial. 444 for the number you gotta dial. Throw your phones up.
Like I've always said, knowledge plus experience equal trust. And it's why I trust Lightning Service to maintain my full house generator. Lightning Service has been around almost as long as me, and they know how important it is for you to keep the power on. So for generator installation, service, and maintenance, call the company you can trust. Lightning Service, your full house generator authority.
If you want it to last, call 837-FAST. Lightning Service.
DePaul Community Health Centers provide some of the best adult and pediatric care in our area, and I know because I'm a physician with DePaul. My colleagues and I provide comprehensive and compassionate care to everyone, regardless of their ability to pay. DePaul offers primary and preventive health care at 11 locations citywide, and our new state-of-the-art health center on General de Gaulle in Algiers is now open. It also offers urgent care, optometry, and imaging. DePaul Community Health Centers, listening to you, caring for you.
Are you tired of renting and ready to own your dream home? Our competitive rates and flexible terms can help make your homeownership dreams a reality. If you're a first-time home buyer or looking to refinance, our experienced lenders are here to help. Apply online at jeffersonfinancial.org.
I would never forget the picture that I have. I'm the only one that's not smiling. Even though I'm with my close friends, I felt alone. I didn't feel pretty. I didn't feel confident. When I got Invisalign, I built my confidence. It was the best investment that I could do.
Research shows that car crash injuries are more costly and more severe than ever, but insurance companies are still trying to pay victims less. Don't miss out on the money you deserve because you didn't call us.
Call Deadly Deposure.
It's not how you begin,
You take advantage of the moment.
but how you finish. Super Bowl 59, February 9th on Fox.
Welcome back at 9:14. Let's get over to meteorologist Zach Verdella with updates on what's left behind after some historic snowfall in our area.
Exactly, and what's left behind is a mess that's going to stay a mess throughout the day today. If you're hoping that these bridges are going to open up for today, it's not happening. I mean, look at the causeway, and it's closed, obviously, and you see the snow, you see the ice. It's not like it's just disappearing all of a sudden. Okay, yeah, the sun's out. Yes, we're getting warmer and warmer, but we have a lot of snow. And then on bridges, you have the wind blowing underneath the bridge, and that's creating that cooling effect, which is going to keep those bridges a little bit warmer than the ground level. One thing I did notice, I wanted to show you this. This is the middle of the causeway. The wind was so strong out over the lake that all the snow's either on one side of the bridge or the other side of the bridge. It looks almost dry right down the middle. Now, this could only be right in the middle of the causeway. Same thing over here. It seems like there's a dry track in the middle of it. But remember, now we have this huge pile of 1 to 2 feet of snow just plowed into the corners of the bridge. Every night, that's going to slowly, or it's going to melt during the day, and it's going to bring water over the bridge. And so you can see how we have a problem. The only thing that benefits the causeway, it's right over the middle of a warmer body of water, so it may not get too freezing in the middle of the lake like it would over land when we go into tonight. Temperatures when you're walking outside to go play in the snow again, not to get in your car, to go play in the snow again. We're in the 20s now. It's better than the 8 that was out there, the 9 degrees that was on the North Shore earlier this morning. A little bit of a breeze trying to pick up. We were calm in most spots, but that little bit of wind makes it feel like the teens. Getting to 36 today on any normal South Louisiana day, we would be just so angry that it was 36 degrees. But after what happened yesterday, it's like, wow, you know, we're slowly making progress here because of the blizzard-like conditions that we had yesterday. 36 is a frigid day here in the South. You're looking at the numbers. I think by 11, we're above freezing. By noon, we're probably 32, 33. So it's going to take a little time here. Middle of the afternoon, we get to that 36. Remember, that's for like an hour. And then you see how quickly we're back into the 20s tonight? So you need to pay attention that there's going to be a rapid refreeze after sunset. All of the water that's now melted away, like Josh was showing you, that's hitting the ground, right once the sun goes down, rapid refreeze. And we're going to have black ice all over the place, in addition to having still a lot of snow across the region. That's a check of your forecast. Here's Christy with another look at the frozen tundra of South Louisiana.
Yes, and no, it is not safe to travel. We've had several incidents out there. We've got a car stuck right now, I-10 eastbound on the high-rise, which is closed. I-10 remains closed from Laplace all the way through to Slidell. So that vehicle is just going to be sitting there, stuck. We're not sure when that's going to be removed. Emergency vehicles are trying to make their way through to try to clear some of these roadways, so that will happen throughout the day. But you have to have some patience. Please do not get on the roadways if you do not have to travel. Again, there's already some spin outs out there, but taking a look at the high rise here, can't see the vehicle from this shot, but you can see it is completely iced over. This is I-10 at Power. We've got DOTD out there. Do not go around the barricades. So again, that's why that car is stuck right now. Went around the barricades. Don't do that, guys. Airline at 51, it is open, but very icy. As you can see here, so travel at your own risk. We're now going to start seeing that black ice. So be mindful of that. And this is what's happening on the West Bank. You can see completely white out right now. This is US 90 at Terry Parkway. So again, not safe to travel right now, guys. Just kind of hold your horses, stay put, play in the snow at home. Kelsey, Lucy, back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Christy. And speaking of playing in the snow, Garland Gillen, I would say, probably did it best yesterday. Everybody did a great job. But Garland, you found some characters.
Think of all the characters. We had the shirtless guy. We had the snowball fight. We had the siblings who were
three-legged dog.
Were plotting a snowball fight silently. The three-legged dog. Santa. What's next?
So the snow carnival has left town, I think. Yesterday, everybody just got so excited. I even had the guy snowboarding right by me on St. Charles Avenue. I had a skier going down the Mississippi River levee. All the excitement, I think, from yesterday has kind of relaxed a little. It's been minimal people out here. A few guys on the road like this, a few of the SUVs are on the road. Seeing some NOPD officers. I see a few people in the park walking their dogs, but for the most part, I'm surprised how quiet it is for 9 o'clock in the morning here uptown. But I think everybody's kind of gotten over the excitement of yesterday, and most of them are sleeping in today. The Tulane kids have remote classes today. They do not have in-person classes, so I know a lot of those kids were staying up really late last night at the Boot. Saw some adults over in Miss Mays also. That was a 24/7 bar. So I think everybody kind of went wild yesterday, and today they're like, oh, it's still snowing, and they're kind of just chilling and relaxing. As I told you last hour, the Pelicans do have a game scheduled for tonight at home against the Milwaukee Bucks at 7 o'clock. I've been told that game right now is to be determined. The NBA will make the final decision if the Pelicans and the Bucks play tonight. If they do play, you can watch that game on Gulf Coast Sports and Entertainment Network. So we should get an answer very soon, so I'll keep you updated on that. From Uptown, Garland Gillen, back to y'all in the studio.
Yeah, a lot of people wondering about those games. Thank you so much, Garland.
All right, time is now 9:20. We will be right back, but as we go to break, you get to enjoy some of the beautiful pictures that your friends, your family, that you took as you enjoyed the snow yesterday. Take a look. On down for when they do go to the
The Fox 8 News app. The news and weather you need all in one app.
Why did I call Garcia? It was about trust. Garcia's been in the business for a long time. These are the people who have built their trust in the community, and I knew that Garcia were the right people for my job. I'm Chef John False, and Garcia did my roof.
Look who it is. Back to mommy you go.
Jake. This isn't our dog.
That one?
You never got new glasses, did you?
Well, you didn't know Stanton Optical makes eye care easy.
Exactly. Sorry, and you were?
Nervous? 2 pairs of glasses and a free eye exam for $79, all same day. Stanton Optical. Easy's our thing.
Something big is here. Really big.
Come on, Nolan! Get the pothole!
Nothing can stop something this delicious from coming to every home in America. Joe's Knows King Cakes since 1988.
I was on my way to work and boom, I got rear-ended.
Boom! Just like that, I was hurt in a car wreck.
I'm attorney Gordon McKernan. A car wreck can hit you out of nowhere. But if you call me, boom, just like that, I can help get your life back on track.
I got Gordon, and boom, Gordon got me $250,000.
$850,000 for my case. Boom, baby.
After your car wreck, don't settle for less than you deserve. Just call me. Get it done.
Get Gordon. Get it done. Call 800-8888.
Exciting news! The Leah Chase School is growing. Now enrolling for the 2025-2026 school year, we're expanding to include 6th grade. From kindergarten through 6th grade, we offer academic excellence, arts-focused activities, and a nurturing environment where your child will thrive. Apply now at enrollnolaps.com and chase your excellence at the Leah Chase School. Don't wait. Apply today at enrollnolaps.com.
Garcia, they reminded me of what we call in culinary mise en place, everything in place. People knew what they were doing, just as we do in the kitchen. So I related to Garcia. I'm Chef John Fultz, and Garcia did my roof.
All right, it's 9:23 on this Thursday, day 2 of the historic SNOLA event, as people are calling it.
I know, and Rob Masson is in Covington now with a look at conditions. Hey, Rob.
Hey, guys, so this is what the conditions are like on I-12 headed west, just off of 1088, between Highway 1088 and Highway 59 in the Mandeville area. And as you can see, there are signs that a scraper has gone through here. There's a little bit of ice piled up. There are 2 scrapers, over 3 of them going on the other side, moving toward the Slidell area. So there is evidence that state work crews have been trying to clear these roadways and clear them of ice. As you can see, the traffic is picking up a little bit out here on I-12. When we first got out here this morning, there was maybe 1 per minute. Now there seems to be more vehicles coming, but for the most part, there is 1 lane that's clear. The left lane, the passing lane, looks like it's full of ice, and maybe some of that is black ice, but here the road surface is nice and dry on I-12. We just came over the 1088 overpass over 12. It was full of ice and snow, but we were able to make it in our 4-wheel drive vehicle. But that is why most of the bridges going into New Orleans are not open today. St. Tammany Sheriff's Office still advising people to stay off the roads, as is the State Transportation Department. They want to have people out of the way so that those plows we just saw go by can help clear these roadways and make our area more transit friendly in the coming days. That's the story from Mandeville on I-12, headed west. Rob Masson, Fox 8 Local First.
All right, that was a report filed by Rob Masson as he traversed the roadways there in Covington. But now we have a live report for you. This time, Rob Krieger, Hannah Gard, and Shelby Latino, and they're over at City Park. Hey, guys. Hey, guys.
Yeah, what's up, y'all? They sent the A-team out to City Park. All right, so we're out here. We were just...
We were working on our snowballs. Hannah and Rob are both experienced snow people. They both spent time living in Colorado. This is the most snow I've ever seen in my life, so they're actually answering a lot of questions for me. Why can't I make a snowman?
Well, there's just not enough moisture content, first of all. We need a wetter snow, which is actually crazy that it's not that moist, because
Usually
that means
southern
it had
snow
to
would
be
be.
frozen.
Yeah.
All the way through the profile for a really long time. And that's what we saw yesterday.
Yeah.
So now that it's starting to melt a little bit, we are getting a little bit better snowball formation here.
But check this out, all right? turn around here. Look at this. This is the bayou at City Park, and it is frozen over completely. Okay, no luck if you're a duck today, because well, it's going to be pretty cold swimming. I've got this snowball that I'm going to kind of toss out there just to show you how solid the ice is. So we'll just throw that, and then you see.
I think worth noting, it is solid for a snowball. It would not be solid enough for a person.
You don't know that. I mean, we haven't tested it. We haven't tested it yet.
Don't test that today.
It's tempting. It's tempting. All right, look, we're at the playground here, so we want to have a little bit of fun. Let's go this way. We've got our digital content guru, Michael Vincent, behind the camera here. And we've just really been, I mean, look, it's almost magical out here. Shelby, you were saying your husband, who graciously let me borrow his elk hunting gloves, was calling the sun. What he said, it was glittered?
You know, he went for a walk this morning, Rob, and he came down to City Park because we live close by, and he said that looking at the oak trees and the snow on them, the sun was kind of hitting it in a way that made it glisten. And then if the wind blows, which we've actually seen it since we've been out here too, when the wind blows and knocks a little bit of that snow off and the sun hits it just right, it looks like glitter is just falling out of the oak trees. And it's really, oh yeah, that kind of like, look.
Yeah, it looks like that.
Like that.
I mean, as we gear up for Mardi Gras, like in a few weeks, this is exactly what we needed. We needed more sparkle.
Biodegradable glitter, right? All right.
This is biodegradable glitter for sure.
All right, well, we'll send it back to y'all in the studio.
Listen, Shelby, happy belated birthday,
Oh, yes,
friend.
Shelby, happy birthday.
Yeah.
They said happy belated birthday.
Oh,
it was your birthday yesterday. Did you know?
I mean,
yes, I was aware, and it was the best birthday ever.
I bet.
Oh my goodness. I'm glad you and the girls got to enjoy some awesome snow for your birthday. That's so cool.
Yeah, very, very cool. Thanks for the lesson, guys. We'll see you soon.
All right, time's now 9:28. We'll be right back after the break.
If you've been injured by one of these big trucks, you need a big advantage. Get the BART Big Truck Advantage. We've recovered millions of dollars from trucking companies for our injured clients. They know who we are. One call, that's all.
Cox powers the Big Easy on the biggest game days of the year. And this year, we are going even bigger. We've supercharged the Caesars Superdome, upgrading capacity from 10 to 40 gigs, and laid over 1,300 miles of fiber optic cable across the city, connecting thousands of fans watching in New Orleans and even more across the country. As the nation's fastest internet provider, Cox is always stepping up our game.
Embrace the journey, where each moment turns into a cherished memory. Ensuring life's journey and experiences along the way. AAA, we're always with you.
After 72 years, everyone at Como Furniture and Appliance has one final thing to say. Thank you. Yes, Como's is closing both stores and going out of business forever. All fine furniture must be liquidated immediately at sacrifice prices. Famous brands like Ashley, Bassett, Benchcraft, Elements, Howard Miller, Leather Italia, Pulaski, Samuel Lawrence, and many more. Plus huge discounts on heirloom quality area rugs. You can redo a room or your entire home at a fraction of the cost. After 72 years, Como Furniture and Appliance is going out of business forever.
We're kicking off 2025 with our biggest New Year sale ever at Best Chevrolet. Bad credit, bankruptcy? We want to help. Best Chevrolet has a vehicle for you. New Trailblazers, $4,000 below MSRP while they last. Yes, $4,000 off one of our best-selling vehicles at Best Chevrolet. It doesn't get any better than Best, a proud member of the Gail Benson Automotive Team.
Injured in a car wreck? Want to talk to a lawyer for free? Just call me now. I have lawyers standing by to take your call. We'll get to work right away to get you the most money you deserve. Call me now at 525-8000. If you know, you know.
Welcome back at 9:31. Let's get over to, actually, let's talk about this first here. The generational winter storm is leaving our area with very dangerous road conditions. Officials are honestly at this point begging everybody to stay off of the roadways. We've seen several people driving in our reporters' live shots, some we'd even say are driving recklessly too fast. Stay off the roads. If you want to get out and about and explore this snow and these icy conditions, do so safely, but walk. Make sure you're layered up when you do so because it's a cold one, but do not drive today if you don't have to. All right, I'll stop fussing now. 9:31, welcome back. I'm Kelsey Davis.
And I'm Lucy Bustamante. But all this stuff is very important to discuss with Zach because you do have the airport announcing that flights are resuming this afternoon while the parish presidents are telling you to stay off the roads.
Yeah.
So we really have to do our jobs today and tell people what the roads actually look like so that they can really know what to expect.
And those roads are not fine. Four-wheel drive, okay, maybe you can kind of get somewhere, but most of us in South Louisiana don't have that, okay? So we have a problem right now that we have a lot of snow, we have a lot of ice. The sun is out, it's doing its great job, but Mother Nature produced a foot of snow in some spots yesterday. Mother Nature's not going to take that snow away all of a sudden just by the sun. It's going to take some time here. Now, we're trying to figure out the historical perspective of this entire event, going back to the 1895 numbers. I think this is going to end up being basically a repeat of the 1895 Valentine's Day storm. This is a blended history of Audubon in the airport. Now, the airport didn't exist in the capacity that it's in now in 1895. The official site in 1895 was Audubon. It picked up 10 inches. There was actually a 2-day total. 1963 event, that 4.5 was at Audubon. Okay, and then we put in 8 inches at MSY yesterday. But I would like to know what was the Audubon site total for snow yesterday. And I've asked, and I haven't gotten anywhere just yet with the National Weather Service, but I'm wondering did they officially take a measurement at Audubon yesterday? Because that site still exists. It's not automated to where we get the information right away, but they still keep records to our old database, which was Audubon back in the late 1800s. Without a doubt, this is probably going to be the top, if not tied for the top, for a snow event in southeast Louisiana and southern Mississippi. Looking at the numbers across the state, we're rebounding. Earlier this morning, this was incredible. New Iberia got down to 3 degrees in South Louisiana. Anchorage, Alaska was 37 degrees this morning. That is just an incredible difference between what it was in South Louisiana right here along the Gulf Coast and what it was all the way up in Alaska. So today you're seeing it, the blue skies. Okay, we have the blue skies. The sun is out. It's melting things right now. We have a lot to melt. So it is not just going to happen like that. It's going to take time for this to start to melt at a more rapid process. Also, it's going to help that we're going to get above freezing within the next 2 or 3 hours. So by lunch, we're above freezing. We're carrying that above freezing number through the rest of the day. We're melting. We're causing water to go everywhere. And then at about 6, 7 o'clock tonight, we're going right back below freezing. That is the problem. We're going to have a rapid refreeze as we go into the night tonight. So here's kind of today's impact timeline. This morning it is very dangerous. All roadways are frozen. It's very dangerous, especially on the bridges where it's just an ice slick out there. This afternoon, the melting's going to really kick into gear. The sun's going to do a lot of good things for us, but it's not going to complete the job. And we're going to have a lot of water mixing with a lot of snow and ice later tonight. That rapid refreeze is expected, and black ice will be widespread going into Thursday morning. Everybody keeps asking me, when do I think things are going to improve? I think tomorrow afternoon we're going to see a huge jump. We're going to see a huge improvement by tomorrow afternoon, but not in the next 24 hours. Tonight, I am worried about another pipe freeze, especially north of the lake. You'll be 16 in the morning and then 26 on the South Shore. Keep everything protected. Now, this morning, we're getting to the point of the morning where the sun might be hitting the side of your house. Things are warming up a little bit. So if you're just doing your normal activities like flushing the toilet, washing your hands, you don't have to continuously trickle your water and continue to put that pressure on our plumbing system, on the water system. Just kind of do normal activities. Don't say go do a car wash right now. That's not what I'm saying. But if you're flushing the toilet, if you're washing your hands on a regular basis, you're not going to have your pipes freezing in that regard. There's the 7-day, and look what I did. I put a little raindrop. I put a raindrop next week. Y'all remember what rain looks like?
No.
Well,
we don't.
It will likely be back some point next week, and it's not going to get to 70, but it will be back to normal for our temperatures.
Remember how excited you were when you put your snow icon on there. So
I know.
It's nice to see the normalcy.
And I just have to keep.
I regret it.
Standing outside with him a couple times yesterday, he's like, I tried to tell y'all. You know, Zach has to Zach. So he's like, y'all didn't believe me. And we're like, we actually didn't think it was going to be this much, but
it was a lot.
It was a lot.
No lies here, guys. All right, let's get over to Juan Kincaid, who has moved from Metairie to Kenner.
That's right, Metro Boo to Kenner, bruh. We made that trek down Veterans Memorial Boulevard, and it was a bit dicey. Let me just say this. I got no help from my photographer when it came to moving the truck. Got stuck, but I swole up a little bit and got us out of the stuck part. We have made our way down here, and again, things are starting to melt, yes, because the sun is out and we're happy to see it, but it is still dicey driving on these highways. It's a lot of, I guess, ice-formed potholes on the road, and it's easy to get yourself stuck. And remember, you're going on basically straight ice, and you're sliding all around. We made our ways down to Daisy Duke's Diner, which is one of the areas that is open right now and feeding people. The guy told me, and we'll have this report a bit later on, they've been open since 6 o'clock in the morning because they were mainly feeding a lot of the personnel like police and fire and rescue people because they had nowhere else to eat. And there's also a hotel behind here, the Extended Stay America, where people didn't have anywhere to eat in there either. So they, the owner, Marty, doing a service for the local people here to give them a place to eat until about 10 o'clock tonight. Based on how the temperatures and what the roads look like as well. We also caught up with a guy named Robert. He was in a backhoe in the Surge Entertainment Group. If you're familiar with that, that's Drew Brees' place over here in Kenner. And he was clearing a lot out, basically. This is what he said about the work he has to get done. He has a very small time frame to get it done.
It's melting a little bit. So, we want to get it before it turns back to water and then ice is over. We've got a lot of trucks coming in at the end of this week and this weekend and, delivery trucks for the surge, so we got to get them unloaded.
Again, small time frame, and as we know, the temperature is going to start dropping around 3-4 o'clock. Therefore, everything that's turned to liquid is going to freeze back over to ice. We have seen a couple of plow trucks go by. We were up on Veterans by Causeway earlier this morning, have not seen them since then, but we'd like to think that they're getting ready to start plowing. And we've seen that we can figure out that this Veterans has been plowed before because it's really packed down, so it feels like it's been plowed maybe overnight hours. But right now, it's very dangerous driving on Veterans. Be careful, go slow, take your time, but if you don't have to be out in it.
That's great to see it, Juan, because we lost your audio, Juan, but that's really great to see it because we're literally just getting emails from the airport saying that flights are resuming in the afternoon. People are going to head in that direction. So it's great to see the work actually happening there from Kennebra.
From Metairie Boo to Kennebra. That is, Juan Kincaid is too funny for that one. All right, well, let's get over to Slidell. Tan Trong is reporting live, giving us updates on conditions there.
Warning this morning on social media saying that the roads are much worse than they were yesterday, and that's logical because yesterday we were dealing with snow on the roads. Today we're dealing with ice, as many people are in the region here. Now take a look at some of the areas here. This is what you're seeing. Anything under the white snow is going to be ice, and anything with a decline or incline is going to be really challenging if you're thinking about driving. And obviously folks here in the law enforcement community are telling you not to get on the roads. And this is sort of what we kind of see when we're post-storm when it comes to hurricanes as well, is that most of the injuries and the accidents happen after the storm, and that's something that we want to avoid. And just keep in mind that just because you're seeing some of the roads plowed in the metro area, that's not always going to be the case here. We haven't seen any plows or any kind of road treatment in this area here. We're kind of cut off because we're waiting for this bridge to get back onto the overpass, to get back onto I-10, but that also is closed. I-10 to New Orleans is closed right now as well. And just because that you're seeing some of the roads plowed in the metro area doesn't mean that's happening everywhere. And keep in mind, even if the main thoroughfares are plowed, that doesn't mean that you're able to get off on your side roads too. The side streets are likely going to be iced over and snowed in for quite some time until Mother Nature does its work. Again, there's some people that are out and about, and even if you have four-wheel drive, that doesn't mean four-wheel brakes. And braking is the real issue here because braking on ice is very treacherous. There are some people coming here to the Waffle House because that's been open for the duration of the storm. That's going to be happening all day, I'd imagine. But again, if you have to go out, please drive very slowly and brake gradually and accelerate gradually. Reporting live in Slidell, Tan Trong, Fox 8 Local First.
Listen, Tan, you know this. You go visit your sweet mom in New York all the time. You just got back from there. I mean, how long would you even consider waiting? Because this is a lot of snow for even New York.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. For sure. Look, it only takes a few inches of snow to really do some possible damage here. And, you know, everything was fun yesterday, but if you have kids, just make sure that if you're trying to get out today, just do what I call the penguin walk. It's the waddle. You don't want to be kind of dragging your feet on this ice. It was fun yesterday. Yeah, for sure. You got to pick up your feet and do a waddle. Well, I'll show you. Jimmy, if we can get back up here. The waddle, this is just to make sure that you're not slipping on the ice. Pick up your feet and do a waddle because it's much safer that way. Again, kids, it looks fun and it might be funny, but it's going to actually keep you safe.
That's it. All right, we're okay with that. Thanks, Don.
All right, Ton, thanks so much. All right, well, time is now 9:42. I believe we're going to check in with Rob Krieger when we come back from this break. But in the meantime, enjoy some of the pictures that you all sent in of how you enjoyed this once in a lifetime, possibly, snow event in South Louisiana.
We got it.
Tonight, 6:30, it's Bucks Pelican on the Gulf Coast Sports and Entertainment Network.
I was in stop-and-go traffic, and out of nowhere, I was hit by an 18-wheeler. I know what to do. I called Morris Bart, and he got me $150,000.
Over 40 years of winning, over $1 billion won. You know what to do.
At Cox Mobile, we know you need reliable cell service that goes wherever you do. Because why take all those great road trip pics if you can't share them right away? We get it. That's why Cox Mobile runs on the network with more nationwide coverage than T-Mobile, all for a price you'll love. Big reliability means big savings, no matter where life takes you next. Connect coast to coast with Cox Mobile, the smart way to mobile.
A company car rear-ended me, and I was injured. So I put the Womack on him, and Ed got me $700,000.
If you're injured in a wreck, call me, and we'll fight hard to show you why getting big results is no accident.
When it comes to keeping your car running smoothly, trust the experts at Express Car Care. A NAPA-certified auto care center is staffed with ASE-certified technicians who undergo continuous training to keep you safely on the road. Whether you're preparing for vacation travel or a hurricane evacuation, we've got you covered. Express Car Care, your trusted partner in automotive excellence.
For a service that's quick and fair, trust Express Car Care.
Get ready, drop the confetti. Introducing Home Theater, My Style, the new SoundTech Motion Leather Living Room.
By Shaq.
The ultimate home theater experience now at Rooms to Go. Big sound, big comfort, very cool.
And two great custom leather colors.
Ready to entertain with our epic SoundTech built-in audio system that surrounds you with amazing sound.
And Shaq knows sound.
The power motion that moves you.
The new SoundTech Motion Leather Living Room by Shaq.
Exclusively now at Rooms to Go.
Feet have a really big impact on how the rest of the body moves. If the foot isn't properly aligned, that results in muscle tension and chronic pain. What I really like about the Good Feet system is the right arch supports can put the foot in its proper alignment. And when the body's aligned, we can reduce the risk of injury and chronic pain.
I got hit by an 18-wheeler. I had a broken arm and a broken leg. Insurance was giving me the runaround, so I called Morris Bart. He got me $115,000.
You know what to do and you know who to call. One call, that's all.
9:45 on Snola Thursday. Welcome back.
All right, well, let's get over to meteorologist Zach Della. He has some really cool images to show us, first of the lakefront, but something even cooler to show that South Louisiana was not the only part of the country getting this unusual snow event.
The whole Gulf Coast got snow yesterday, basically. Okay, so I want to point out something. All right, the sun came up. It's reflecting light off of the white, which is on the ground. We always talk about the visible satellite during hurricane season, how it just takes a picture of the atmosphere. When we get the sun up, it shows us the white clouds. Well, we don't have any clouds above our head, but we have a snowpack that looks like clouds down at the ground. So this is clouds over the open Gulf of Mexico, and then you see the whole snow. See it get illuminated as the sun comes up. You can see it runs all the way from Houston, very deep snow over the Lafayette region, comes over New Orleans, and then this runs the entire Gulf Coast. Pensacola had over 6 inches of snow yesterday. So we have snowpack in Florida, went all the way to Tallahassee, and then southern Georgia, and then ran up towards the Carolinas. But that is an image you very rarely see, especially the spatial area that this covers. Okay, we've had snow events where it was just maybe Louisiana got snow, maybe around Houston got snow, but just the entire Gulf Coast, the northern Gulf Coast. And I don't want to hear anybody say anything about, oh, the last time it snowed, we had a hurricane. Well, guess what? We had a hurricane first this time. We had Francine, and now we got the snow for that storm. There's no real correlation, but I know everybody refers to that from the 2004 event before the year of Katrina. 27 degrees, the dew point, very dry air. We have a snowpack on the ground. We're going to climb about 4-5 degrees above freezing. It is going to help. We're seeing the sun do its little magic, that it's starting to melt things away, but this is a process. This is not going to just happen like that. We're going to have to see this with time. Things will get better. Today, you're not going to be going anywhere. It is dangerous out there. We're slushying the ground now, where we're taking some water, we're mixing it with the ice, and as soon as we get into tonight, we're going to refreeze it immediately. Tomorrow, I think tomorrow afternoon is going to be a big progress. We're going to make this huge jump. Because tonight we're going to refreeze, but tomorrow the sun's going to come back out. We're going to melt that ice that freezes on the roadways very quickly, and then we're going to start to dry things up. And that is where I think we make that flip, where things will start to get back to normal by Thursday afternoon and definitely by the weekend. You see these numbers that are on the way for the weekend. Normal January chill. Finally get above the normal for this time of year. Average high at this time of year is 63 degrees. We'll be up to 64 once we get to your Sunday. So I'm worried about today, I'm worried about tomorrow. We're going to see about Friday. You asked me this a short while ago. Do I think kids are going to be back at school Friday? Are things going to be back to normal on Friday? Look, I'm not at will to answer that because this stuff takes time, and every location is different. We might have 10 to 12 inches of snow in the city. On the North Shore, the farther north you go, like Washington Parish, they have like 3 to 4 inches. They're going to melt away a lot faster than southern places. So it depends on where you live and how things are playing out. But definitely nothing today. We're not going to really make that much progress to see things get back to normal. And tomorrow morning is going to be a treacherous morning.
Yeah, it really is. And here's the thing. Like, you have the airport reopening this afternoon. People are already emailing and calling about the Pels game tonight. We have no definitive answer on that just yet.
Now, Milwaukee's here.
Yeah,
the Bucks are here. They came in early, which we were joking about. I wonder what they thought yesterday.
I'm going to try to find some of their social media posts to see what they think. They may have just got to have some fun. We'll maybe careful.
They're probably like, this is normal.
But they don't want to risk getting hurt, of course, in the middle of the season. But I would imagine, like, we're flying you guys in early. Why? Because they're getting snow in New Orleans.
We need y'all to shovel.
You know?
Can you help us shovel?
They should have brought some things on the plane with them.
Seriously, y'all could have brought some equipment or some salt or something down.
Yeah, no, today we're just saying thank you, Indiana. Oh, my goodness. It's truly incredible. All right, well, as soon as we get more information on all these systems, the school systems and everything, we'll bring it to you. Yeah. Let's show you some more pictures now.
Yeah, this is from viewer Lori James. She says, sometimes the boys just want to take the boat out, even in the snow. So if you look through the column there, I know it was cold out there, Lori. She's like, look, I'll get the video from here. But you can see they're using a golf cart to pull that P-row around the front yard there. She said this is Bayou style, of course, that they're doing this. So boys having a good time. And you know what, Lucy? We posted something on our Facebook page that said, Louisiana, we needed this. And the comments in the comment section were so sweet and heartwarming. People talking about all the smiles they saw on their social media timelines, walking around the neighborhood, seeing people laugh and smile. You know, adults feeling like kids. It just really, as we all know, the start of January was terrible. It was tragic for the city of New Orleans, and that, of course, had ripple effects beyond New Orleans across the world, honestly.
Absolutely.
So to kind of wrap up this month with something as pure and just joyful as these images has just been such a joy, such a blessing, honestly.
And let's see how long it's going to take to resume business, because obviously those riverboat pilots, I don't know that they can tread through ice sheets here, but it's an incredible scene to see just a flat sheet of ice on top of the Mississippi River.
It really
and then the snowball fights in Jackson Square and just the fun that you guys are having.
The video, I think we aired it earlier, of the priests and nuns having a snowball
At St. Catherine of Siena and Old Metairie. Oh my God, you guys.
So great, I love it.
That went viral.
Oh my gosh, that and the guy playing ice hockey down Canal Street. It's just been incredible. But let's get over to Chris Welty. He's been getting some really cool images out of the Marigny. He's over on Frenchman now.
Hey, yeah, it's fairly quiet here on Frenchman Street. No music, no shops open or cafes like it would be normally. But take a look. I mean, you can see that here on Frenchman, the sun is starting to hit and melt some of the snow, making for really, really slick spots. And also, there's some spots where is just solid ice, like right here. I went to go tap my foot to see if it would break, and no, this is completely frozen over right here. So if you are venturing out, you just have to be very, very careful as you navigate this area. But I also want to show you, we do have a little bit of snow accumulating on, just watch your step, Whitney, snow accumulating, or that has accumulated on the power lines. So eventually that will melt, and hopefully we don't have any icicles hanging off those power lines. This cable right here looks pretty thick, but fortunately no power issues in this area, and hopefully we will stay that way as we continue to make it out of this winter storm. But right over here, this is just a breathtaking view. This is Washington Square Park. The park itself is closed, but just seeing the snow draped over those oak trees and playground equipment, it is quite a sight. And look, I'm trying to get connection back to the station. I lost my earpiece here, and I unfortunately can't connect back to my earpiece right now. So look, we're going to go ahead and just wrap this live shot up. But just wanted to give you a look here in the Marigny. It is just incredibly breathtaking. We've seen people walking their dogs. Of course, they got to get their furry friends out of the house for a potty break. And some dogs absolutely love the snow and they're frolicking in it. And others are like, where's my patch of grass? So, everybody out here, they are just making the best of it, and still all smiles as we're on day 2 of this winter tundra here in New Orleans. Reporting live on Frenchman Street, Chris Welty, Fox 8 Local First.
All right, Chris Welty, thank you so much. And we do have two quick updates for you. We have gotten some school closures for Thursday in, and they're rolling in, so we may not mention them all on air, but these are just a couple we have already. Lafourche schools, they've extended their closure through Thursday, and just a few moments ago, we got word from Jefferson Parish Schools that they have extended their school closure through Thursday as well. We'll update our online list of school closures as the morning continues, but those are the two that we have for sure so far.
And we are, of course, tracking the conditions all over the area. Juan Kincaid already seeing plows out in Kenner. We're hearing from JP that they're deploying theirs in just a little bit. We'll be right back.
Teeth are amazing. That's why at Affordable Dentures and Implants, we have new financing options to help you get a new smile today, not someday. Scan the QR code or call to learn more.
Go ahead and smile.
Don't you think that?
Excuse me, aren't you that lawyer, Scott Fickner's mom?
Something like that.
Scott Fickner, injury attorneys, we fight for the win.
Welcome back. We're on our final question of our trivia segment. Let's go. HIV stigma is a real problem. Which of the following is a way you cannot contract HIV from someone else? A, sharing a bathroom or a kitchen. B, hugging or kissing. C, sweat, tears, or saliva. Oh, none of them. So all of the above. Correct. You win a brand new car. Really? Girl, no, this is a PSA. Keep bouncing a 0, y'all.
Driving a Nissan Sentra with sport-tuned suspension is kind of like driving a legend. See why it was recommended by Consumer Reports. Drive the award-winning Nissan Sentra today.
Now get a low $229 per month lease or get 3.9% APR financing for 60 months on Sentra.
At About You in-Home Care, we understand the importance of maintaining your independence in the comfort of your own home. Our team offers hands-on care, covering tasks from shopping to housekeeping and more. We provide compassionate care for seniors, individuals with special needs, veterans, and children, ensuring you or your loved ones receive the support they deserve. Visit aboutyouinhomecare.com or give us a call today to explore how we can assist you. At About You in-Home Care, home is where the heart is.
Growing your business,
takes a partner you know and trust. Our digital marketing experts know how to reach your customers. At Gray Digital Media, we can help because we know local. Let's connect today. GDMNOLA.com.
At Affordable Dentures and Implants, we believe it's time the world sees your smile. Whether it's a single tooth, dentures, or dental implants, we make new smiles affordable for everyone.
Go ahead and smile.
9:56 now on this Wednesday, January 22nd. Welcome back. I'm Kelsey Davis.
And I'm Lucy Bustamante. Yesterday, it was incredible to see snow on the beach.
Yes.
So let's check in with Madeline Adams again to see what it's looking like now. Hey there.
Yeah, good morning, guys, from Long Beach, Mississippi. We are kind of standing on what I believe is a sandbar. As you can see, the water behind me, this is probably the first time you can experience water. You have to get this far out to really see the water here at Long Beach. We are probably about 1/4 of a mile from the road. So typically, to get to this sandbar, I imagine you probably have to be at least waist-deep water, but we were able to walk on just some solid ice and snow to get here. So still a large part of this front portion of this beach still kind of frozen over with some ice and snow. It's just incredible to see. But we are on what is normally a typical look for a beach right now, with the sand below us and of course the water beside us. And you know, conditions out here very similar to South Louisiana. A lot of ice on the road, a lot of snow still piled up. We had to cross the road to get here over to the beach, and my photographer Andre Johnson Jr. and I were kind of like taking it very slow across the road because there's a lot of ice piled up on the road. It is not like conditions were yesterday, where there was some traction and you know, kind of a guide for cars to drive on the road. It is solid ice right now. So again, we're going to emphasize this: stay off the roads, do not travel today. Very dangerous conditions. Even if you're walking out about around your house, make sure you walk very slowly, very carefully, because it is very icy outside. Guys, back to you guys in the studio.
Amazing to see still. Madeline, thank you so much. It's been a lot of fun to see how the snow hit everybody.
Absolutely. All right, time's now 9:58. I believe we are going to go to Garland Gillen for a check of conditions uptown. Hey, Garland.
Hey, what's up, guys? Yeah, families are now coming out a little more. I think I've told you in the last few hits that it's been very quiet, but I think people are starting to wake up. They got their morning breakfast in, and now they're going for a walk. They're getting, getting kind of situated. I think a lot was taken out of people yesterday. People were out here for 2-3 hours in the snow building snowmen and running around snowboarding, skiing. So I think it took a lot of energy out of a lot of these people. But now that it's 10 o'clock, it's getting close to 10. I'm seeing a lot more families coming out here. The car situation is starting to pick up. The sun is out, so it is like the ice is forming right here, but it's all the way melted through where I'm down the road here. So I know Zach talked about getting up to 36 right now, or later today. It's starting to feel like downright balmy out here now. I mean, the sun is directly on me. There we go. There we go. 2-lane fans in the house there. But with the sun directly on me, it's starting to feel warm. Now, we'll say this. I got double gloves. I got my jacket. I got my snow boots on. So I'm ready to roll in this outfit. But I'm really amazed how just like laid back, relaxing. On a normal 10 a.m. day uptown, it would be a lot different. Streetcar line obviously rolling there. We haven't seen the streetcar since Monday. So that's the story uptown. Send it back to y'all in the studio.
Yeah, a lot of things we're waiting to hear when they're going to resume, when the cities are going to do their different due diligences. And yeah, we're staying on top of that. Garland, thank you so much.
All right, it's now 10 o'clock. Fox 8 News at 10 a.m. starts now.
Now, from New Orleans' most watched news, Fox 8 Local First starts now.
Our team coverage continues with a look at how the conditions are from the North Shore to the South Shore and the river parishes. Good morning, 10 a.m. on this Thursday. I'm Lucy Bustamante.
And I'm Kelsey Davis. Meteorologist Nikandra Norwood joins us now with the latest on the winter blast, how it's still impacting.
Well, that's right, folks. We are talking about the cold once again, and it is going to be sticking around here, not getting away from those icy roads. We're going to start off with our satellite imagery right now, and gosh, I tell you, this is an interesting picture. Now, we typically would show you this, and you say, oh, look, all the clouds are gone, well offshore. And maybe it just looks like we got a nice bright map, but as we widen this out, check it out. This is what we're looking at. This is our snowpack all the way along the Louisiana, Mississippi coast and actually extending all the way into Florida and Georgia as well. We had big snow reports across the region. Now, these are just some from the National Weather Service that we saw across the area. We're going to be looking for those updates today. I know lots of folks saying, hey, I measured a foot, I measured 13 inches. We'll kind of see where they land on that. They're going to do a little bit more analysis of some of those reports and how they were measured. But it really definitely stands that we're going to be up there when it comes to at least the number 2 snowfall across this region ever. And to be honest, the way our records really run right now, this is definitely going to be the top. So 8 inches so far is what the official total is at MSY. And that's where that number is going to stand for us. Now, this 10 inches from 1895 that was recorded over at Audubon, you know, our history of weather records goes back all the way to the Customs House over on Canal Street. So we've got kind of a blend of all this, but we are falling well above probably the biggest snowfall that just about anybody can remember, which was back in 1963. Now, today, this morning, we still got those very icy roadways around. As we get into the afternoon, that sun is starting to beam down. We are going to see some melting, and that could be pretty quick. You might see that layer of water showing up and think, oh, stuff is going to break down, but it's so cold. The refreeze will be fast. We're continuing to be under that cold weather advisory with these frigid wind chills all the way down to the coast. You want to continue with your freeze preps. This morning, it's probably the coldest, but then that's going to continue on through the overnight hours. Look at our low temperatures, 8 in Slidell, 8 in Gonzales, 10 in Hammond. I don't know if I ever thought I'd see temperatures like this across southeast Louisiana, but we are definitely making it today. And gosh, are we not going to break the record at the airport? 23, they're going with 22 as the record. We'll see. Interesting facts there. Now, we have started to warm up a little bit. 28 out in Kenner, 27 in Slidell now. But here's the deal. Over the next 24 hours, this is what we're going to be watching for. We'll get a little bit of melt. You got that bright sun. Even if it was still below 32, the sun is going to break up some of that top layer. We stay above freezing for a little while, but then as soon as the sun sets, temperatures plummet again. Mid-20s and teens again north of Lake Pontchartrain. And that's going to mean that all of that ice and snow that's hanging around, that refreezes into some really slick ice. And that's going to be a problem again through the overnight. And Christy's going to tell you all about why that's a problem.
And Alejandra, we've seen several accidents, spin-outs, and people getting stuck on the roadways. So now we're going to start to see that transition into black ice, where today is going to be even more dangerous to travel compared to yesterday. We do have an accident that just reported on the North Shore. That's going to be at the entrance ramp from Highway 1088 to I-12 westbound. So that is currently blocked. Also, I want to turn your attention to this. This vehicle has been stuck now for hours. So this is on I-10 eastbound at the high-rise, which is closed officially. So you should not even be traveling in this area. See that person still in the vehicle, so he has not been rescued yet. He is still out there stuck, guys, and that ice has spun out of control. So please do not drive around any barricades. Again, I-10 is going to be closed from Laplace all the way through to Slidell. Causeway is still going to be closed, 55 twin span. Most of our major interstate systems are still closed right now. So please let the emergency vehicles come in, do their thing so we can kind of get back to normal. But again, this vehicle is still stuck out there. This is in New Orleans East, I-10 at Chef. You can see it's still completely iced over, so we have not plowed in this area as of yet. I-10 at St. Bernard Avenue, and this is I-610 at City Park, which is also still closed. So again, please stay off the roadways if you do not have to travel. Also, a reminder that the RTA service has been suspended as well for today. Back to you guys. All right, thank you so much, Christy.
Thank you, Christy. We are following some breaking news at this hour.
That's right. So we have just learned that Jefferson Parish schools will remain closed tomorrow because of these weather conditions. Obviously, the plows are barely out there in JP, although Juan Kincaid has reported seeing them already in Kenner. So we're going to make sure to update you throughout the day on if classes are going to resume for Friday.
Yeah, the big deal right now is that the ice, and that is the challenge that everyone is facing in every parish at this hour. So Rob Krieger and Hannah Gard are outside right now. Sunny, but still extremely cold. They're on Norman C. Francis.
Absolutely. So what are you guys seeing on the roads right now? You were giving us lessons earlier, Hannah, with all the the northern Colorado knowledge we have. Hey, guys.
We outside, y'all. We outside. Actually, we moved over to City Park, right? We wanted to show you some of the beauty, the majesty of this winter wonderland here in New Orleans, and we picked up Shelby along the way.
Pick me up along the way. City Park, I've always said, is my happy place, and right now it really is so magical. I was walking with a friend through the park yesterday and going, how many of these snows do you think these oak trees have seen? Because we know that there was one in 1895 that was comparable to this, but it was over a century ago. I mean, it's amazing to look at.
Right. I don't think anyone, who's seeing this today even remembers that one. So.
But
yeah,
the trees.
definitely not in our lifetimes.
Some of these oaks weren't here for
some
that.
of the trees might
But we
remember
want to
that.
show you kind of what we've been checking out here at City Park. First, Michael, turn around real quick. This is the parking lot right next to the Great Lawn in between the Carousel Gardens and the Botanical Gardens. It is virtually empty, just a couple of all-terrain vehicles out there and some all-wheel drive vehicles. And then here at the playground, it's like what we've always wanted. Every time I come to this playground, it's filled with kids. and you can never get on the playground equipment because the kids are taking it up, which is fine. It's there for them.
It's kind of there
right?
for them, Rob.
No, it's there for them. But today it's here for us,
Here for
Shelby,
the adults
Hannah,
today.
and we're going to come test it out. But we got that drip, too.
Yeah, that's what we wanted to show you.
And
Is
we're not
over
just talking
here.
about the festive
well, first of all,
camo
this.
snowboarding jacket.
I don't know
but-
if you can make it out, but we're seeing some of those little clumps of snow that are left over on the leaves, which you can tell it's not as much now because it's very slowly melting, falling out of the trees, dripping down. We are starting to see some melting, and that shows you the power of our sun down here. We have a really strong sun even this time of year when our sun angle is a little lower compared to some of our friends farther up north. So that's really going to help us out. But with that dripping on the top of the playground, there's still a lot of snow on the ground. Look at this drift of snow. I mean, this is maybe a foot of snow right there in that snow drift. So even with the power of the sun, it's going to take a really long time to kind of melt the snow down.
Another point, I mean, the snow melting is one thing. There's ice underneath it. We've talked about that on the roadways. But another thing, Rob is like sliding down the ice on the playground right now. The other thing I was mentioning, one of my neighbors had big icicles. And those are going to be really dangerous. As they start to melt, they're going to fall, and you don't want to be underneath them, obviously, as ice is falling. All right, Rob, what you doing over there?
I'm trying to test these slides. All right, let's see. We're going to go down the slide and see how it goes.
Can you fit that one?
Still works.
Slipped a little extra there at the end. Was there a little ice at the bottom?
Yeah, a little slippery there. But look, this stuff is deep. And Hannah, I mean, you don't think this is going away anytime soon, right?
Yeah, I definitely think even with the sunshine, it's going to take at least throughout today as we see temperatures right around freezing. We might get right above that, but we need temperatures a little bit farther above freezing, more sunshine. So I think, too, with the refreezing tomorrow morning,
Well,
as
we
see melting, that's going to cause ice problems still.
Yeah, we were geeking out a little bit about it earlier, Hannah, talking about how, the snow has a high albedo because it's like white. It's reflecting that sun. So the snow is not actually going to melt until we get that temperature above freezing. The ice underneath, if you see that slush, you were stomping in the slush to show us that it would actually start melting from the sunshine. The snow is not going to do that, though. It's kind of protecting that layer underneath.
Yeah, and the ground is warmer, so it's going to start warming from the bottom up in some areas because we're above freezing in places like the grass where you have soil. But we will start to see some melting. Still going to see ice, though. So, guys, better conditions to play in today. It's a little bit less windy, but still have a lot of ice worries out there.
Definitely a better day to head out today with the kids than it was yesterday with all the wind.
All right. We absolutely need to see a snowman the next time we see you guys. There's no excuse now. And just love seeing anytime adults can act like kids, and all the better.
And it's a little nicer now with the sun out today. It's so nice to see the sun, and hopefully it'll help a little. Not maybe a much it can do, but just a little would be nice.
Absolutely. All right, well, Maddie Kurth joins us live as well. Maddie, earlier you were showing us how to walk appropriately in this weather. How's it looking?
Hey guys, good morning. And now, I think I just want to stand still. I've been walking on this ice for a while. I had a couple of close slip-ups, but I haven't fallen all the way down to my booty yet today, and I'm trying to keep that. throughout the rest of the day. So I might just turn my face to the sun instead because it's warming up all of the snow and ice that we've got here in Laplace. Now we are still just below freezing according to the weather app on my phone. 31 degrees at this hour, feels like 27, but we know it really only matters the actual temperature when we're talking about melting all of this snow and ice. But you know, the surface level here with the sun is getting some done. We're starting to be able to kick through some of this. It's at least an inch thick earlier this morning when we were out here, so that's a good sign that it's a little bit sloshier. Now, Parish President Jacqueline Hotard reports 2 residents here of St. John Parish and the warming centers. There was one in Wallace, also one in Garyville, and they're going to remain open through this weather event as needed. But mostly people have just been hunkering down in their homes here in Laplace. We're forecasted to get up to 36 degrees today. Let some of this all melt away. And as of that 10 o'clock, the clock turning 10 o'clock, I should say, we have dropped our extreme cold warning for the parish, and now we're just embracing it. So schools, government buildings, garbage pickup, all canceled today. Keeping an eye on how things are going today and how that might impact tomorrow. But the interstate still remains closed. I-10 here, just off to my left, the screen's right. As Cole pans over there to you, you can see they've got some deputies there. That's a St. John deputy blocked off there, just monitoring. This is Highway 51 here. We are starting to see some more cars, though. I'll tell you that much. People are starting to stir up, and we are starting to see them slip and slide, too. So no accidents just yet. I have been trying to reach out to the sheriff of this parish, Mike Trigg, to see if we can get him to safely come down over here to our area, because, of course, we're snowed in and iced in, and see if we can get some updates from him. But no major accidents reported. The only major emergency happening in this parish was yesterday morning, actually around this time, around 10:40. A house fire, single family home. No injuries reported though, but that house did see extensive damage. And of course, as the firefighters were pouring water on it to put it out, freezing overnight. So we will freeze again tonight, which is why we're being very cautious and asking people to drive slower than this Bronco's driving. But also at our hotel, we've had a couple of proper northerners, I've been calling them, people that are used to driving in the snow. And they told us, you know, the roads are actually looking okay for how they see. The problem is the icing. So it's not a matter of there's snow on the roads. That's all right. You can drive in that, they're telling me. It's this ice that's going to be a problem, and it goes down thick. I mean, I'm jumping all the way down here to the grass, and nope, still snow underneath me. So the good news is, though, this snow, as it starts to melt and get warmed up by the sun, becomes perfect for throwing snowballs. You know, yesterday Cole and I tried to have a snowball fight. Uh-oh. Are you grabbing some ammo, Cole? Is it about to go down? All right, we got the better snow now. Now we'll, uh-oh, you didn't reload, and that's your problem. Oh, okay. All right, I think I might have, Cole, turn the camera around, dude. I got him good. Right in his face. All right, I got to go make some apologies now to my photographer, but look, after going on 48 hours with somebody, you get to be the best of friends, huh, Cole? That's the latest here, reporting live in Laplace. We'll send it back to you guys. Have a little bit more fun out here in the snow, safely, of course.
You guys are hilarious. Thank you to Maddie and Cole with frozen faces.
Yeah, enjoying the snow. If you can, just step outside your door. You don't need to go farther because you still got a lot of snow to deal with. We'll be right back.
Keeping you weather aware takes a team.
From severe weather
to your daily forecast, on air, online, and on the go.
And no one keeps you more weather aware.
We're prepared to keep you prepared.
Making sure your family is safe.
You can trust Bruce Katz and the Fox 8 Weather Team, your weather authority.
Somebody hit me from behind, so a good friend of mine recommended to call Dollar Divorcer. They got me like 5 times more than what the insurance trying to offer me.
Throw your foes up.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining Built Ford Tough, and never settling. But what's really made Ford F-Series #1 is you.
Get 3.9 and $69.82 in total savings, plus $1,000 trade assist on an F-150 hybrid. Only at your Southern Quality Ford dealer.
Fox 8, your weather authority, sounded the first alert.
Well, get ready. This is going to be a snow event.
Keeping you ahead of the winter storm.
This is something we never see around here.
As the snow started and accumulated,
the forecasters have been pretty much dead on it.
Fox 8 brought you continuing coverage from all over our area.
I've just never really seen anything like this.
Stay with Fox 8 on air and online for crucial information to keep you and your family safe. Fox 8, your weather authority.
Lashley lawyers spend millions of dollars a year to make sure you know their name, number, and jingle. What you don't know is they're just going to hand you over to a case manager. I'm Justin Chopin. If you've been seriously injured, call the Chopin Law Firm at 500-8000 to speak with a trial lawyer.
See some heavy downpours, showers and storms, anywhere from 1 to 3 inches of rain.
Find out who will be named the best of the best.
There's no act too small to make a difference in people's lives.
NFL Honors presented by Invisalign, Thursday, February 6th at 9/8 Central.
All right, welcome back on this Thursday. It is 10:16
Wednesday. We're all our days are confused.
Wednesday.
We're on Wednesday still.
Wednesday. Good Lord.
I understand. You're probably just as confused as we are.
That's
It's been a long 48 hours.
The snow closures that we're already getting for the schools tomorrow. So that's Thursday.
We're hoping it's Thursday because that's when it's supposed to start clearing up a little. Okay, let's go to Josh Robinson. He joins us live now from Hammond.
Hey, Josh, how's it looking?
Hey guys, well, you know, the sun's been out for quite a while now, and our photographer Jake's got a really good eye because I would have never noticed this, and he brought it up, and it's actually a great point. So I'm going to show you two things. I'm standing right here in the sun, obviously. You see the sun shining on my face. This entire parking lot was covered with snow all day yesterday, and then even early this morning. Look at the ground here. You see this is completely dry here, and obviously there are puddles of water as all these cars around us, all the ice and the snow starts to melt. But overall, it's reasonably dry right here in this parking lot where the sun has been shining. Now, I will say all of this liquid on the ground, if it sticks around, likely is going to freeze again overnight because those temperatures are going to drop. But you see what the sun is able to do. Now, look here. Look at the building. The building is causing a shadow. All of this right here looks completely different, just a couple of inches, a couple of feet even, once we get into the shade. All of this is the way it looked even this morning. So the sun is doing its job, but this is a stark contrast what we're looking at right here. So one more time, you see all of this here behind me. I'm standing on slick, slippery ice. If I don't pay attention, I'll go down. That is what we are afraid of. That's what we want people who are walking to be careful of, and especially people who are driving on the roadways if they still look like this. And then you look right back over here. This is the sun. This is what the sun is going to be working its magic. It's going to be doing its job here over the course of the day. But we're not out of the woods yet, as you hear us say over and over again, because tonight everything that's melted could likely freeze right again, and then you have the black ice, and that's what we want people to be aware of if they are going to drive. So we don't want people getting all the way back to normal overnight into tomorrow because that slippery ice is going to be sticking around. But we'll go ahead and send it back to you now as Josh Robertson reporting live here in Hammond for Fox 8 Local First.
All right, like you said, it's doing its magic. You can tell. Thank you so much, Josh.
So here in New Orleans, the streets have frozen over.
All right, that's right. Olivia Vidal, she is actually live in Jackson Square with a look at those conditions. There was so much excitement there yesterday, Liv.
It's a completely different day today, you guys. Yesterday we had the snowstorm that didn't seem to stop all day, and it was cloudy and near whiteout conditions. Today, a completely different story. Blue skies and sunshine. Of course, it's still very, very cold, but it is beautiful out here in the French Quarter with the frozen roadways. The snow is still out there, and we're talking with some folks who are still out enjoying the fun. Hey, guys.
Hi. How's it going?
Are y'all having fun?
Yes.
Okay. I got to talk to you guys because you're bundled up. You got the ski clothing on. You know what you're doing. But this is your first time in the snow. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Tell me about Gigi, right?
Uh-huh.
All right, Gigi, tell me about your first time experiencing snow. I mean, what's that like?
Okay, so it's very cold, and my toe hurts really bad.
In a good way, though? You're doing okay?
In a good way. And I'm not quite used to it, so I keep, falling down, but that's okay, because I'm getting used to it.
It's part of the experience, right? Have you made snowmen, snow angels? Tell me what you've been doing.
Okay, so we've been trying to make snowmen, and it's been working, but they're very short, and it's just sloppy.
Overall, though, y'all are having a great time. It's been fun.
It's good.
It's been fun. And you're navigating the ice okay? No slipping?
Yeah, I slipped once already down there.
Oh, no. You know what? You're not alone. I've seen several people slip on the ice. It's super treacherous. You've got your goggles on, Jane. You're ready to go skiing, it looks like.
Yeah.
No, maybe?
Ready to go sledding?
Yeah, she wants to sled down the stairs, she said.
All right, well, tell me what it's been like to have this moment with your family and just kind of experience all this here in New Orleans.
It's been awesome. It's beautiful. I think everybody's enjoying it, trying to stay safe, but also get out and, just enjoy the scenery. This is amazing. We've never seen a city like this.
Yeah.
So we're just trying to have a good time.
And y'all are from here too.
We're from here, yes. This is our neighbor Gigi. My husband grew up here. The last time we saw snow, I think, was in 2018 and 17, and we got about a half an inch, so this is quite different.
And coming out and exploring and seeing, the iconic fixtures like the St. Louis Cathedral,
Jackson Square, exactly, yeah. Really neat. This is beautiful. That's exactly why we came down here, because, who knows if we'll ever see it like this again.
It's been really cool to talk to people who aren't from here, too, to kind of see, we came down for the winter to New Orleans, but winter is here. That's got to be it's fun for us, too, because like you said, we don't experience this every year.
Exactly. Yeah, it's been great. We got lots of texts. You can hear my phone going off because people are like, "How's the snow there? Is it real? Is it really that much snow?" I'm like, "Yes, we got close to 10 inches." So
well, I love that y'all are having a good time, making the most of it, making those memories. You're going to be talking about this for the rest of your life.
Sure. Yeah, for sure. Unforgettable day, making the memories.
Before I let you go, though, what's been your favorite memory?
Probably sitting here with my friends, just knowing that
that we're on TV?
Yeah, that we're on TV.
That's memorable.
And that we're just making memories every day, and we're sticking to what's here.
I love it. What about you? What's been your favorite part?
We made a snowman in front of my house, and a lot of people have come by and said that they really like it.
I love that.
A Mardi Gras snowman.
A Mardi Gras snowman. What's been your favorite part?
My favorite is when I made snow angels.
Snow angels are always a good time. Well, you guys, it was so nice chatting with y'all. Have a great day in the snow. Be careful and don't slip.
Thank you so much. Y'all have a great
See y'all around. How awesome is that? Making memories that'll last a lifetime. Now, I'm not sure if you have video back in the studio. I wanted to show you some drone video that we took this morning, that chief photographer Steve Wolfram took this morning of the Mississippi River, just kind of showing some of those. There's no drone video, but we did see that the Mississippi had some ice along the shoreline a little bit. Maybe it was frozen over as you got closer to the shoreline, but it's totally a different picture than yesterday. You could barely see across the river. You couldn't even see Alders Point from right here at Jackson Square. But we're going to spin around to give you a look now. Beautiful blue skies, Mississippi River with snow on the banks, but you can still see people. Very few people walking around this morning. It is, again, very slippery. We've seen a number of folks slip this morning out here, but a beautiful day otherwise in the French Quarter. You can't get enough of this image of the St. Louis Cathedral here. Okay, we're seeing video now of the Mississippi right now. You can see the icy river area there. A sight to see, really. Truly something I never thought I would see in my lifetime. Snow along the Mississippi River this far south anyway. But yeah, that's a look at what's happening here in the French Quarter this morning as folks are waking up and getting to enjoy the sunshine and the blue skies as the snow begins to melt. But again, of course, be careful if you're going to be walking around on this ice. Wow. Back to you in the studio.
What a Thank you, Olivia. Right? Yeah. The ice on the Mississippi, all these iconic pictures. Yeah. You could probably take a picture now and save it for your Christmas card and holiday cards because it looks like Christmas, right, Olivia?
That is a great idea.
And that's what I was telling all my friends, to get their matching Christmas pajamas back out and get the kids outside to take their Christmas photos for later this year for 2025.
Because you got the sunshine today to do it too.
We'll see you in about 3 hours in our journey.
Exactly.
Thank you, Liv.
Okay, so Rob Masson is in Covington, and he's got a lot of snow and ice there as well.
That's right. He's been hitting all the big spots in the North Shore. How's it looking, Rob?
Hey, Lucy and Liz. Yeah, we're at the Highway 190. They call it the Claiborne Hill Overpass going up toward Folsom. This is the main drag coming off the causeway, going through Covington, and then on up to Folsom and Washington Parish. We're starting to see a lot of traffic here within the last half an hour or so. When we first got out here about an hour ago, there was very little traffic. Now we're seeing more and more. People were hesitant to go over the overpass about an hour ago. Now we're seeing there's 4 vehicles going over the top of it right now, and they're going in both directions as well. But the road is getting a little bit clearer, but there is still plenty of ice here. And as you can see, I can break it up a little bit, but that your tires hit that's extremely slick. Here has been solid as well, but it's starting to break up too. And as vehicles pass over the road surface, this stuff will break up and they'll be able to get through. But a lot of people have been having a tough time. We've seen a lot of people fishtailing as they come in and get on this highway from the Abita Springs area. This is a very tight turn. You can see a lot of ice on it. And then there's a big embankment going down to the Rouse's Food Market down there as well, and we've seen plenty of vehicles have difficulty getting up the embankment. So people with four-wheel drive trucks, vehicles, Jeeps are having a better time of it than others. Here comes a Jeep. We'll see if it can make it, but we've seen plenty of people kind of have to back off of that incline right there, but he's come right through, although he's going in the wrong lane of traffic. This is somebody from out of state. So please be careful there, sir. You need to go around and get in the other lane. But that's the sort of thing you're running into. And here comes an 18-wheeler now on very icy conditions. This person is backing into the roadbed, and I hope this goes well. But 80% of the road is clear. You just never know when one of those ice patches will hit. That's why people are being advised to stay off the road. And luckily, that just ended with nothing but a horn beep. But that could have been bad if that truck had to hit his brakes rather quickly. It looks like the Rouse's is trying to open. There's not very many places that are open here in the Covington area, but we see people coming up to some of the businesses, these restaurants down here by the Chimes, kind of eyeballing it, trying to decide whether they're going to open or not. But people are still being advised to stay off the road, so I don't think we're going to see very many of them open. It's pretty much essential travel today. We spoke to a nurse who needed to get to a senior living center that she worked at a few minutes ago. She had a four-wheel drive vehicle, thought she was going to do all right. And here's another thing we've been seeing. A lot of people have had snow piled on the hoods of their vehicles, up maybe 18 inches. Wipe that stuff off before you get in your vehicle so you can see where you're going. I mean, that's been tricky. And my photographer, Tommy McDonald, points out it's good to get that off of the hood of your vehicle as well, because it's going to only get harder to get off as it melts and it starts to freeze up there. So a few tips to try and get by, but traffic is moving on the Claiborne Hill overpass here in Covington. We were on I-12 just a short while ago. It looked like they've been clearing one lane there as well. It is passable, but people need to be careful, and it's better to have a four-wheel drive vehicle than just a two-wheel drive. So be careful out there as the snow and the ice starts to melt a little bit here in Covington. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, I mean, Rob, you just showed us how fast something can happen. Luckily, it
If
worked
that
out
truck
well.
had to slam on its brake, it would not have been a good ending.
Yeah, absolutely. Be careful out there. So we're staying on top of all these crews that are supposed to be cleaning up the roads today to see how long it
To
takes.
see what sort of progress they're able to make. But the headline of this hour, if you're just tuning in, is to still be careful out there because of the treacherous conditions still on the roads at this hour.
That's right. So Chris Welty, we're going to go to you now. You've been spending your time in the Maroney, definitely one of the more beautiful parts of the snow coverage for sure. How's it looking now?
Hey, yeah, we're starting to get a lot of sunshine here in the Maroney. We are on Elysian Fields and Burgundy. We have Door Furniture right here to my left, and we can see that there's a few vehicles that are driving down Elysian Fields. Some still have snow packed on their roof and the hood of their cars, but for the most part, the cars that are traveling in this area, they are taking it slow. And as drivers navigate this, you'll hear the crunch of the ice underneath the wheels, but you also might not realize until later that, you know what, that wasn't only the crunch of the ice. Turns out, lost part of the car as well. So that's why right now it's just not advised to be out on the roads until things begin to improve. But once again, I mean, it is really just a picturesque scene out here along Elysian Fields, especially when you see the snow draped on the oak trees and the iconic New Orleans houses with icicles hanging off of the shoot, I lost my train of thought there. The gutters. That's what they're called. Gutters. I don't have them on my house. I wish I did. Gutters. So as the sun begins to hit that and things begin to melt, of course, if you're outside around your house or business, you'll have to really watch out, because not only will you have stuff falling, but of course it will be very, very slick. We're staying at Hotel Peter and Paul, and this morning the crew out there, they were trying to scrape away some of that ice, and then they had pool salt that they were pouring on the concrete there just to hopefully increase traction a little bit. And I have to say, probably within 30 minutes of them applying that salt, the traction was much better. I almost busted my butt when I stepped out of the hotel, even just going baby steps, trying to walk to get to our live shot location. But we did take a walk down Frenchman Street a little while ago, and it is completely quiet. No music out there, no restaurants or shops open at this time. We did speak with a business owner, and she says it would be irresponsible to open at this point, especially because a lot of the employees cannot get to her restaurant and shops that she has. So she's hoping that the city will really begin to thaw out tomorrow, and maybe by Friday things will return to normal. She said that it almost gave her a COVID type feel, everything being locked down. She's like, brought up some bad memories, but she is trying to make the best of it. She was walking out around the city with her daughters and just sort of taking it all in. We met a couple from Buffalo, New York. They were hoping to escape the snow, but when they saw the forecast, they were supposed to fly in yesterday. They saw the forecast. They tried to get a flight for Monday, couldn't do so, and they ended up actually coming in Sunday night. So they were still able to do some of those New Orleans things, take in some of the sights and sounds and the tastes of New Orleans, which they truly love. They couldn't stop talking about just how good the food is here. So they're hoping that things will start clearing and opening soon, and that's what everyone is really hoping for. But of course, it will definitely take some time for things to thaw out. Reporting live here in the Marigny, Chris Welty, Fox 8 Local First.
That's right. Just give it time. Thank you so much, Chris.
Yeah, because that is a big question. The snow is fun, and then it starts getting a bit antsy. The kids still having fun, but you're inside. You got businesses trying to figure out what moves to make next. And,
That's right.
And some people, like we heard earlier, need to get to people who really need their care.
That's right.
Senior citizens who may need someone coming to check in on them.
Exactly. The hospital went on lockdown literally Monday night at 7 p.m. So just a lot happening right now. We're getting airports from all these big entities, guys. The JP schools closed tomorrow. We've already gotten a heads up from Xavier that they're closed tomorrow. All these things are pretty expected. So as soon as we get another update from the airport, we'll bring that to you as well.
Okay, so let's check in now with meteorologist Nicandra Nord with our first alert on the latest.
And number one for our forecast today is going to be those cold temperatures that are going to keep the dangerous road conditions around all day today, and all that compacted snow, we get a little bit of melt on the top. Well, it's already straight ice, and it's going to go right back to straight ice as we go through the afternoon and into the evening hours, and the temperature goes right back down again. Here's what it looks like on the overpass here at Norman C. Francis. This is our tower camera, and this is probably your best bet, and you got to be careful doing that too as you walk along. And see, that's a utility truck that's making its way across the bridge. Those are the only kind of vehicles that most of us really need to be seeing on the roads, because there's still just that ice that's out there. If you saw earlier, Hannah and Bruce and Rob were out in the street, and they had to chip through and got like about an inch of just solid ice as if it had come out of your freezer. You don't want to be driving on that, and it's kind of hard to walk on it too. This is where we are temperature-wise. We've warmed up, actually, a whole lot from where our low temperatures were this morning, but it still feels like teens across most of the area with a good breeze still going. Those cold weather alerts remain in effect all across southeast Louisiana and the Mississippi Gulf Coast. So we at least lost most of the extreme cold warnings, but you're still going to be talking about wind chills that are in the teens and in some instances single digits. The freeze preps are what we got to keep with. Tonight, as soon as the sun goes down, we're right back in this. We're going to have very few hours above freezing through the afternoon. And here's how it's going to go. Those roads will refreeze. Look at this. Between 4 and 6, even though with the bright sunshine, we're getting that layer of melt, we go from mid-30s to back to 29, 24, 23. This is going to be another hard freeze, protecting pipes again tonight on the South Shore and the North Shore, seeing that same kind of action here with teens expected again as you go through the mid-morning hours. So we got to be ready for that for the next several hours. So at least 2 more nights, I think, really, of this incredible cold sticking around. This picture has been an interesting one. The bright white, you'd say, oh, well, that's nice bright white map. All the clouds are down in the Gulf of Mexico. Well, you know how the visible satellite works. It's like taking a picture from outer space. You're looking at the light that's reflected, and you say, well, wait, it's all dark up here. This is the snow, southeast Louisiana, all along the Gulf Coast, into Florida, and parts of southern Alabama and Georgia, all bright white because you're seeing the snow reflected in that sunlight there. Unusual sight. We do not see this a lot. As a matter of fact, we like to show you that snow cover map because we talk about, well, the snow is keeping the air cold. We're the ones that have all the snowpack right now. Look at this across southeast Louisiana. Most locations seeing some snow to almost 10 inches still on the ground in a lot of spots. And to our north, that's where they've got the break. Now that cold air is still out there. These are current temperatures all across the country. 3 in Cleveland, and you say, wow. But guess what? We had a 3 this morning on the map in southeast Louisiana down around New Iberia. They were seeing those single-digit temperatures. And look at all the cold air that's still up here to the north. A lot of that continuing to move south. Single-digit temperatures, 8 at Slidell, 8 at Gonzales, ironically, at the airport. We may get a reassessment of this when we get the official lows, but the record is 22. 23 was the low at the airport, but everybody else got down into those teens and very low temperatures. And through the extended forecast, it's going to be a bit to warm up. It's likely going to be tomorrow afternoon before we get enough of a warm up to really get things moving. We'll talk more about it throughout the day. We'll be right back.
Let's see some heavy downpours, showers and storms, anywhere from 1 to 3 inches of rain.
Putting the Womack on them means laying the law down.
When I hear put the Womack on them, I know they're going to get the job done.
When you're putting the Womack on them, it's like winning a championship.
Put the Womack on them.
FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook.
A little stiff. What, you got a job interview?
I'm doing the FanDuel Kick of Destiny 3. I'll finally be a kicker, like I always dreamed.
Yes. You'll never be a kicker, Eli. You'll just have to be a quarterback like me and Dad.
The FanDuel Kick of Destiny is my destiny, Peyton.
Not if I make it first.
FanDuel Kick of Destiny 3. Make your free pick now and may the best Manning win. New customers bet $5, get $300 in bonus bets.
February 9th on Fox. Let's go! It's not how you begin.
You take advantage of the moment.
But how you finish.
Dominate from the first snap to the last snap. Let's go!
Super Bowl 59, February 9th on Fox.
I was driving down the road and out of nowhere, boom, I was hit by a car.
Boom, I was hurt in a car wreck.
I'm attorney Gordon McKernan. A car wreck can hit you out of nowhere. But if you call me, boom, just like that, I can help get your life back on track.
I got Gordon and boom. Gordon got me $325,000 for my car wreck.
$500,000 for my case. Boom, baby.
After your car wreck, don't settle for less than you deserve. Just call me. Get it done.
Get Gordon. Get it done. Call 800-8888.
I'm honored that you asked me to come and that I was accepted.
Well, I think you're the perfect person for it. I've seen your reporting for, decades now. And look, your reporting makes a difference. I think you can make a difference. You will make a difference here.
Well, and that's what I'm called to do. I'm called to do this job for one reason, and that is to change the world. I like to think I'm bringing the whole enchilada.
Are you bringing the whole enchilada or the whole pot of gumbo?
Gumbo, that's I like the gumbo, absolutely.
There's going to be a natural inclination that when the snow stops, that the problem is going to stop, but that's not true. Actually, the problems are actually going to begin. This winter wonderland that we're seeing right now is going to end and a hard freeze is going to begin. So the fun is going to come to a quick end. And for many of us out there, the work is really going to begin.
State officials are urging people to not go out on the roads this morning. We have even watched this on live television, people having issues with the ice that is already out there. So a lot of roads are going to be closed. The ones that are open, they are icy, guys. We are watching this live. So stay with us because you know, we want to keep it fun, and not as many people had fun as Garland Gillen did yesterday. We're going to get to him in just a second.
Yeah, I was going to say on that note, like, which bridge was it? Christy showed us this morning. There was a car stuck.
Yeah.
Literally, somebody was trying to go up and didn't get very far. So it may look really nice outside because of the sun, but once you get out there, even walking, I've heard of so many people falling, even going to their mailbox outside their homes, and they're falling.
That's right.
So
That's right. So the penguin walk, get yourself some ice melt if you still can, and just let the
attraction.
plows do their job.
Right.
Absolutely.
Okay, so Garland, we saw him yesterday uptown. So many beautiful pictures when the snow is coming down. Today the sun, and he is still out there uptown. Will he find as many interesting people while he's there?
Yes, I moved locations from Autumn Park. I am now to the Carrollton levee right by Cooter Browns. And obviously in South Louisiana, we're not really ready for storms and sleds and everything, so you got to get creative. First off, what's your name, sir?
Michael Fitzpatrick.
All right, so this looks like a sled to most, but what have you brought us out here?
This is for hunting.
Okay.
We bring the duck decoys out to the blind with it sometimes. It makes it easier. It just slides right over the mud normally, but it does even better on snow.
So you got your crew here, and let's see how this does with the snow.
Ready?
Wow. That is very resourceful. I mean, that thing went almost to the Carrollton Avenue, almost to the railroad.
Yeah, it's perfect for this.
Yeah, I see some people using flotation devices with pools. They got yoga mats here tied with garbage bags. I mean, those kids actually moved it there. I mean, hey, if it's good for the ducks, I guess it's good for the kids here. That was just impressive.
Perfect.
Yeah. Now you do the hard part. You got to go back down, pick it up, and bring it back up.
Yeah, they don't pull it up. I'm getting my steps in today.
I gotcha. Thank you so much. Yeah, look at over here. Look at this. We got the inflatables. What's up, guys? Oh, your alligator got a little deflated, huh? All right, so those guys did really well with that with their device there. How are we gonna do on this one? How are we gonna do?
Pretty good.
All right, well, let's see this one. Are you gonna do? How are you gonna do this? You gonna do a running start into it? All right. Okay, all right. Well, roll it out, my man. Very nice. These guys become professionals. Okay, they've been doing this probably for their second day. As you can tell also, the sun's starting to get a little going here, so you can start seeing a little grass breaking out. So this is the kids' last chance to have their snow time with the sleds and other devices they're using. So get out here one more time while you can. Also, in my spare time, I am a sports reporter, so I also want to keep you updated. The Pelicans-Bucks game is scheduled tonight at 7 o'clock at the Smoothie King Center. Right now, it is to be determined. The NBA has not made a decision if that game will happen tonight. The Milwaukee Bucks flew in on Monday night, so they have been here since Monday night waiting to find out if they're going to play today. They also got a game tomorrow night. So we should have an update from the NBA in the next hour about that Pelicans-Bucks game. I'm going to send it back to y'all in the studio.
All right, very, very important because we've been getting so many questions on that. And just make sure that you tell that sweet boy that it has to be fresh snow.
Yeah,
before he eats
it's not a snowball. He was enjoying the ice, literally.
How's that taste, kid?
Oh my goodness.
Good?
Good?
All right, well, looks like all white snow, so you're all right, I think, huh?
You're good.
All right, well, getting it in.
I love it. I love it. This is awesome. He's like, this is just a snowball without the red stuff on top.
Without the
It's
red
fine.
stuff, without the little cream on the top. He's
the sugar.
enjoying it.
Oh my goodness, thanks, Carla. Just been a blast to watch his live shots.
Also having a blast. Rob Krieger, Shelby Latino, Hannah Gart, they're out near City Park.
Oh yeah. There are children and then there are adults that are children, like our friends here. Hey guys.
Hey y'all, what's up? We're here right next to the soccer fields at City Park, next to the levee because we found a hill.
Yeah, and this is Shelby's kids sledding hill.
Yeah, this is the sledding hill that you saw yesterday that my kids did not love us walking through the blizzard to get to. But today, now that it's sunny and beautiful, I think I'm going to bring them back out after we're done here because I think they'd like it a lot more. We swung by my house, grabbed some random
Things.
South Louisiana things. We've got
Trash can lid.
Trash can lids. I've got a recycling bin. just to give it a go, and we're just going to see what works best.
Will it sled? That's the test. All right. So you guys are going to try the cookie sheet. I think the cookie sheet's going to work well. I don't know if y'all saw Christmas Vacation.
But we're going to race and see who can go faster.
But one thing that I think really, for anybody who's doing this for the first time like I am, that was pretty good. It gets a lot better after you do it a couple of times and compact the snow a little.
There's a nice spot right here, though.
You know, that's why those paths are important. But Shelby and I are going to race on the cookie sheets and see who can go faster. I'm going to have to do it one-handed because I have this mic, but Rob is going to judge, and hopefully I don't fall over.
All right, ready, set, go.
I think I won because I actually got to the bottom.
Definitely won, but Shelby gets style points.
I will say, though, the cookie sheets, they really work incredibly well because if you buy a sled at the store, the bottom totally smooth. These are the thing that we found actually has a totally smooth sledding surface, but Rob did pretty good on the trash can lid too. So especially if you have a smooth one.
The key is to kind of like get the lid
Shelby's gonna try the recycling bin now, and we could see how that goes. There is a FedEx box underneath her though.
Look how much snow this is.
That was pretty good. The FedEx box helped. It got stuck halfway.
This is so much fun.
I'm kind of stuck like this. This is
perfect
nice.
sledding snow
Look at
now.
this giant chunk of snow.
Oh yeah.
This is great. All right, come on, Hannah, let's go.
This is really hard with the mic, but I'll report. I'm going at least
Hannah's got style.
5 miles per hour.
I'll dig it.
Don't do that so gracefully. I feel like
all right.
snow all over my face.
I mean, it is kind of hard on the other objects because the bottom of them, they have kind of weird shaped edges going on. This, I'm kind of shocked goes as well as it does.
Do you think that folks, I mean, we'll have the rest of the day to come out and test this?
I think this is the last day you're going to have good sledding snow because our temperatures, once we get to the afternoon, we're going to get above freezing. And that's when the snow really starts to rapidly melt. So we're still going to have a lot of snowfall to deal with. That was good.
That was distance right there. Come down my sled. Come down my route.
Let's go, Shelby.
My route's been packed down with more weight.
But yeah, even though we have sunshine, we have temperatures getting above normal, or above freezing, we're still going to see a lot of the snow sticking around because I don't know if you can tell how deep it is. Obviously, we've had those snow measurements. We have a lot of snowfall that has to melt even with that sun. So yeah, definitely get the kids out there while we still have this really good sledding snow. It's actually better for snowballs. They're not taking the time to build the snowballs. They're just throwing the snow at one another. But we won't see it all fully melted today. A lot of this is going to be... Thank you, Rob. We'll see this turn to slush, and then eventually it will be gone. But this is a once-in-a-lifetime thing to get the kids out there.
This is not something Louisiana kids see every day. Find the closest hill to your house that you can walk to because you don't want to drive in this, and go have some fun. This is so much fun.
Hey, I gotta tell you too, like, look, when I was in high school, you couldn't pay me to run hills, though they made me do it all the time.
We've
and
walked
now
up
we're like
at
doing it
least
for
6
fun, but
times, yeah. It's a
workout.
It is a workout, yes.
I know, I'm out of breath. This is so much fun. I think we're gonna stay here for a minute.
Yeah.
and just plop down the snow. Look, right here, fresh snow.
Oh, we needed a snow angel, remember?
All right, snow angel. Here's the snow angel.
Oh, that's going to be a difficult snow angel.
You see?
Oh, there you go.
How's this?
That is
That's
a
good
one, too. Wow.
Well
You
carved out.
guys are
You can see...
inspiring
I'm gonna stay here.
to be able to survive this kind of fun and still do your job of forecasting. Yeah, we're going to take it to break with Rob Krieger as our station snow angel.
Snow angel, and everyone's probably running to their kitchen now to find their cookie
sheets
to figure out a way to do what these guys just did. Okay,
Thank you,
stay with
guys.
us. We'll be right back.
Who knew? A cookie sheet.
Car ran through a stop sign and T-boned me. I had to have surgery on my knee and my back. I couldn't work.
Brooke was seriously hurt and out of work for months. She knew what to do, and so do you. Call me now at 525-8000. If you know, you know.
The latest in audio innovation, power, connectivity, and unprecedented storage. The future of furniture is
Oh my gosh, you always were the dramatic one, but you're forgetting one thing. Our new modular 3 at Rooms to Go is next generation style too, with pieces designed seamlessly to fit your space so you can relax, work, even stay organized. Comfort, style, and convenience. What will we think of next? It's Drew and Jonathan for Rooms to Go.
If you've been injured in a car wreck, what's the one thing that's keeping you from calling a lawyer? Is it money out of your pocket?
Well, at Dudley DeBosier, you don't have to worry. We want to put the dollars you deserve in your pocket.
And with our no-fee guarantee, you don't pay us anything unless we get money for you.
Seeking the maximum settlement possible with our no-fee guarantee. If you've been injured, demand Dudley DeBosier.
Call Dudley DeBosier. We'll fight for you. Throw your foes up. Throw your foes up.
At Ochsner Health, we know that you are 100% unique, and so is your path to great health. That's why we connect you to expert care that's as distinct as you are. From supporting healthy hearts to healthy kids, our physician and care teams provide access to more than 90 specialties. We're committed to keeping you and our community the best that you can be. Ochsner Health. Long live you.
If you've been injured by one of these big trucks, you need a big advantage. Get the BART Big Truck Advantage. We've recovered millions of dollars from trucking companies for our injured clients. They know who we are. One call, that's all.
All right, welcome back at 10:51. People down in Grand Isle, they are also frozen this morning.
And that's where we find Sean Fazan. And what is the situation there, Sean?
Hello guys, yes, down here in Grand Isle where things are a lot calmer than the last time you saw me. We are here on the beach, the Grand Isle beach. You can still see there's a layer of white, a layer of snow over the sand, but the Gulf is obviously much calmer than what we saw last night. If you look over here in this direction, you're starting to see more of that brown sand come up as the snow and the ice sort of gently thaw its way out and things start to slowly but surely return to normal. I must say, when we walked out of our cabin across the street, down the steps, very slick, very slippery, but as we walked through the driveway, you could really tell just how much that snow had started to melt away. But then when it melted away, it became very, very, very difficult to walk because of that ice at the bottom layer. In fact, that was more difficult to walk through that than obviously through the snow, just because myself and our photographer, Jeff Hagers, almost slipped a couple of times just walking across the street to get to the beach area. Same as last night in terms of activity around here. There's not much. We saw one four-wheeler driving down Highway 1. Again, it's starting to really thaw out on Highway 1, but that's when it gets a little bit dangerous, when that ice it becomes on the road, and obviously gets a little more harder to maneuver the vehicle. But most people here have stayed indoors. We were the last ones to get rid of the snow last night. It came pretty rough here through about 6 o'clock last night, and the wind had really picked itself up. We're going to get an update a little bit later today just on some conditions. If any bridge openings will be happening at some point. We're going to talk to the mayor, talk to the police chief, and hopefully get a little bit more information. But for right now, things are calming down. Things look pretty good down here in Grand Isle as they slowly but surely watch this snow melt away and hopefully get back to normal. Back to you.
Thank you there, Sean. In Grand Isle, I know that everyone's hoping it gets back to normal quickly, but we know it's not going to be that quick. We've got at least another 24 hours still. So this morning we heard from Jefferson Parish President Cynthia Lee Sheng giving some updates on the big question: what are they doing with the roads?
Yeah, I mean, we have sand trucks. I don't know if they're going to come behind with this contract. I mean, we've literally, just signed it, overnight. But we're hoping to get, some of the trucks today. And work on both the East Bank and the West Bank. We will put our effort in. We were already planning that all day yesterday, what our effort was going to be like with our own vehicles. Obviously, we don't have traditional snowplows, but we do have front-end loaners. We do have dump trucks within the parish with many of our vehicles, and we're going to use whatever we can to clear a pathway, again, for the emergency vehicles. So our own parish vehicles will be in this effort, as well as us being able to get some snowplows from this company.
Okay, so as you just heard, Parish President Cynthia Lee Sheng, this is the same company, Liz, that Orleans signed with the day before that we saw Bruce Katz riding around with yesterday from Indiana. They initiated contact with the station. The station put them in touch with Colin Arnold, and it seems that Jefferson Parish has also, just like Parish President Cynthia Lee Sheng just said they signed with them just yesterday. So we've asked for those routes.
In total?
That was for Orleans. I don't know how much more they brought in for Jefferson Parish, but we are on top of that, trying to figure out what those snow routes are going to be. And truly, the message is very much still stay off of these roads. Just because they plow doesn't mean that they've salted, and that's really what melts the ice, not just the removal of the snow.
And in terms of what the state is doing, they're starting from out west first in terms of de-icing and then moving towards us. So
exactly.
That is still not an immediate action for here, but at least things are moving and things are starting to happen. It's just that nothing much will completely 100% change in terms of the picture we're facing now until those temperatures start to rise.
So the state has a lot to do today, as do all the parishes. But let's get down to Houma, where Chris Joseph has been reporting for the last 2 days, making snowmen, tiny ones at that. But it has been so much fun to see the reporting from there. Check it out.
It is day 2 of the snow here in Houma, and you can still see that white powdery snow still available to make snowmen or whatnot to enjoy the day. But the reality of the weather has set in. Let's take a look at the road here. That ice that everybody was warning about has arrived. Not easily scrapable with the boot here, and of course parish officials are asking everybody, stay off the roads if you can. The sheriff's office indicated last night there was a rising number of crashes. There was no curfew here in Terrebonne Parish, but obviously everybody was urging drivers to stay off if they can. Now, we're here in the Bayou Cane community. The Entergy Louisiana outage map indicates there was as many as 155 customers who didn't have power. Thankfully, as we've walked the road here, we haven't met anybody who has had to go through this weather without any power. In fact, we did speak with Entergy Louisiana earlier this morning. They say the power should be restored by noon, so that's the good news. We did, however, meet one individual who's trying to sweep his way from his house to his daughter's house.
We kept saying it's too cold, but then finally we said, oh no, we got to get out and play. So we came out and played with me, my daughter, our neighbors, both neighbors, everything. Oh yeah, we played around in the snow, throwing snowballs, everything.
Very good. I see you've got a broom here to sweep away the snow. I guess there wasn't a snow scraper or anything like that.
No. And my wife wouldn't let me take the good broom. So with my daughter living next door, I'm trying to make a path to go back and forth to her house.
Very good. Has it been effective so far?
It's doing good as far as the fluffy stuff. But the ice is underneath there already, so yeah, it's cracking away. You can see where the ice is all at. But hopefully it'll melt a little bit.
So again, it's a beautiful day here in Houma, but of course, stay off the roads if you can. Enjoy the snow, and be safe and be warm. Reporting in Houma, Chris Joseph, Fox 8 Local First.
All right, just a lot of fun to be had, but I love how he said, no, my wife did not allow me to use the good broom.
We know who's in charge. Stay with Fox 8. We'll be right back.
I was just driving and somebody hit me from behind. They told me it's your neck, it's cracked. So a good friend of mine recommended to call Dollar Divorcer. They got me like 5 times more than what the insurance trying to offer me.
Throw your foes up.
Thank you to the real champions who donated towards the fight against cancer. You are why we can help those in need. Your generous support helps Ashna Health provide care for thousands of patients and provides ways to advance cancer research. But there's still more work to be done. At Ashna Health, we don't take timeouts. To continue to help, visit ashna.org/moonlight for more ways to donate. Thank you.
Most commercial trucks carry big insurance, so whether you're hurt by a dump truck or a garbage truck or any kind of commercial vehicle, you may have a big case worth big money. And these are some of the big results I fought to get my clients. If you've been hurt by a commercial truck, I'll fight for you too. Just call me, get it done.
Stand up to big trucks. Get Gordon and get it done. Call 800-8888.
You have a vision, a dream. Growing your business takes a partner you know and trust. At Gray Digital Media, we can help because we know local. Our digital marketing experts know how to reach your customers. Our experience spans coast to coast, but our focus is right here in southeastern Louisiana. Gray Digital Media. We know local. Let's connect today. GDMNOLA.com.
Research shows that car crash injuries are more costly and more severe than ever, but insurance companies are still trying to pay victims less. Don't miss out on the money you deserve because you didn't call us.
Call Deadly Deposure.
Now, from New Orleans' most watched news, Fox 8 Local First starts now.
11 a.m. on this Wednesday. Good morning. I'm Lucy Bustamante.
And I'm Liz Reyes. Meteorologist Nakandra Nora joining us now with the latest on what has been a winter.
That's right. It's been an interesting couple of days, and this is an interesting view of it. Our visible satellite takes that shot from outer space. You see the light, the sunlight reflecting from the Earth. Usually it shows us the white clouds. It does pick up the white. Right now it is showing us the snowpack all across southeast Louisiana and really all across the South. When you widen out, you can really see where that line is. Interesting, excuse me, that the farther north you go, that's where they missed out on the snow because the air was so cold and so dry, and we were just in the right mix where that low was able to give us snow, and it happened all across the South along the Gulf Coast here. These are some of the totals that we've been getting from the National Weather Service. We're going to see those updates through the day as they manage to get in more of those reports. But so far, it's looking like this is going to go on the books as our second most active snow. And, you know, probably because this was all in one day, it technically should kind of go above this for a one-day total, because this 1895 that we got over at Audubon is going to be for 2 days. So that's an event, but for one day, 8 inches, going to be a new record likely, and we'll see if that gets moderated a little bit here as we go along. Today's big story is all about the cold. This morning we've had those frozen roadways. They're already pretty dangerous. Now the sun is shining down and you're getting a little bit of that melt. And you may say that's a good thing, but remember, we got a lot of nice dry powder on top. Below that, we had a layer of sleet, we had a little light glaze, and then by the time we all went out and played, it was great. But there's a layer of ice underneath, and that layer on top in a lot of places has frozen over. So that's already dangerous. We're melting this afternoon. The sunshine's getting on top of that, but that is going to refreeze very quickly. We've got those cold weather advisories still all along the coast. And as soon as the sun sets, well, temperatures are dropping tonight. Full freeze precautions. We're going to talk more about it through the day. Now, Christy has an update on the roadways.
Yes, that's right. A quick update for commuters. After hours of being stuck in the snow, DOTD just pulled up to help this car stuck on a closed highway. This vehicle here was stuck I-10 eastbound on the high-rise, which is still closed. Not supposed to be driving on this anyway, but DOTD just pulled up to kind of help this driver. So hopefully we can get that out of the way for you soon. But again, this area still blocked off. I-10 at Chef, this is in New Orleans East. I-10 at St. Bernard Avenue, 610 still closed off as well. So again, this is why you do not want to travel on those highways that are closed off. Do not go around the barricades, because if you do, you'll get stuck like this driver here that kind of slid out of control and got stuck in that snow. So again, just wanted to update you this. We have been following this since earlier this morning, and DOTD literally just pulled up within the last 5 minutes or so to kind of help this driver that's been stuck. So again, that's why you do not travel on those roadways that are closed. Also, the open roadways are now starting to see some black ice, so it's going to be even more dangerous traveling today compared to yesterday. So just hold tight, stay at home, guys, and please just kind of stay off the roadways until we can get this out of the way. Liz, back to you.
Okay, thank you, Christine. Not only when you get stuck in your car, then you've got to get out, and you have to walk on the slippery ice, which can be dicey, as we've seen so far.
No doubt.
So same situation, Long Beach, Mississippi. Residents saw several inches of snow yesterday.
It was wild to see snow actually
right
on the sand, too.
Yes.
That's right. So Madeline Allen, she joins us now live from Long Beach with how it's looking now. Oh, my goodness. Look at that.
Yeah, good morning, guys. The snow is kind of starting to melt here in Long Beach, Mississippi. You're starting to see a little bit more of the sand on the beach. I know we saw you guys this morning, and pretty much a large portion, about a fourth of a mile from the road to the water, was just frozen with ice and snow. But now that's kind of starting to melt. You're kind of starting to see more sand, more water kind of creeping up closer to the sand. And so, you know, we're also starting to see a little bit of road activity pick up here. You know, yesterday while it was snowing, there was a lot of activity on this road right here, West Beach Highway. And then last night when it kind of started to, when the snow stopped falling and everything kind of started to continue to freeze, we saw car activity and road activity kind of slow down. But as you can see in here, it's starting to pick back up again. People are starting to get back out driving on these roads. Still very dangerous situation. We did walk across the road here to get to the beach, and you know, some of this snow and ice is starting to melt, but still a very dangerous situation. Again, because, you know, it may be fine in one area, but then another area down the road, you may have some black ice, which of course is super dangerous and can cause cars to slip and slide. So again, advising you guys to stay inside. Do not travel unless it's absolutely necessary, unless it's an emergency. Stay inside, enjoy this snow, again, from your front yard, from your backyard. But, you know, when Andre Johnson Jr., my photographer, and I were walking out here, we were still, I mean, there's still snow in our parking lot of our hotel. So we were kind of walking very slow. I've kind of learned to kind of dig my heel in first and then step as I'm trying to walk. But as you guys can see, it's kind of melting a little bit right here. You're starting to see a little bit more of the sidewalk. But another concern too, as we're walking, we saw a lot of snow falling from the trees. So that's a concern too. You know, snow falling from the trees. If it's a large amount of snow, if it's some ice, you want to be careful. Even as you're walking around your house, ice on the ground, ice falling from the trees. Those are some concerns. I know, obviously, I'm a sports reporter, so I'm going to give you a little sports update. The top 5 showdown between number 5 LSU women's basketball and number 2 South Carolina women's basketball. It was originally scheduled for Thursday night. That has been postponed to Friday at 4 p.m. The Tigers and the Gamecocks are going to square off at 4 p.m. on Friday in South Carolina. Obviously that change made because of some of these travel issues dealing with the snow. So huge matchup in the college basketball world. A lot of people waiting on that one, but you'll have to just wait one more day because of this snowstorm kind of impacting the travel for the Lady Tigers as they head to South Carolina. So that game again moved to Friday at 4 p.m. Central. Guys, back to you in studio.
Yeah, good to know that. And I know we're still waiting on the Pels game information tonight
Yeah, a lot
as
of people
well.
asking about that.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so plumbing is another thing we've got a lot of questions on, like what to do regarding that.
And Juan Kincaid actually caught up with a plumbing company to help you out. Listen to this.
Thank you very much. As the sun starts to come back out, one of the concerns that all homeowners will have are about your pipes, whether or not they've burst or not. If you haven't done enough to be cautious about protecting your pipes during this incredible freeze we've had. We bring in Ryan Lavania from the Rooter Man. She's the CEO of that company. This is something you guys deal with all the time, but you're going to help the folks out there understand how to detect if there's problems at your house, right?
Correct. First sign you know that you have an issue is low water pressure or no water pressure. So that's a good indicator that your lines are frozen. Even if you were home running water, I've had people call and said my water stopped. First thing you want to do is go around the perimeter of the home, look for any exterior pipe that may have frozen. Obviously frozen pipes are the first sign. My shutoff's right here so I could show you it's covered with snow. What I was able to advise that person to do was they were able to kind of heat it up slowly outside with hot water, and the water came in. Main thing, if you have no water at all, turn the faucet, go to your emergency shutoff and shut your water off, and then you want to turn a fixture on to relieve the pressure as it slowly thaws. No water doesn't mean it's necessarily broken, it could just be frozen. So bathtub is the perfect thing to trickle so you don't have to worry about a sink overflowing or anything.
I was going to say, it doesn't have to be the farthest point from the intake.
No, at this point it's just relieving pressure on the line so that as it thaws out, you don't have this spontaneous pressure in the line.
Okay, show us the line here, what you're talking about here, so people can get an understanding of what to look for.
So as you can see right here, this is where the water is coming into the house. I have mine insulated, but you could see this is emergency shutoff. Everybody should, it's either going to be a valve or a knob like this low where it comes into the house. You want to be able to turn that, and that's going to shut the water off at that point. Then it's important to go in the house, like we said, turn the hot and the cold on in the bathtub. That's the best place, and it's just to relieve the pressure, and then you'll know when the water starts coming around.
I think people sometimes get a false sense of security thinking, okay, I've wrapped my pipes outside. I've also had that drip from the farthest point of the intake valve, but sometimes it takes more than that to make sure that your pipes are going to be staying together.
Oh yeah, I mean, obviously we had to do all this stuff before, which were the precautions of wrapping and insulating, but at this point, because, you know, we stayed in this freeze for so long, that really all you can do is keep running the water. If you have pressure, do the slow trickle throughout the day, even if you're home. It's easy things. Go flush the toilet every couple of hours, just go run the water. Even if you're not convinced, because like I said, I have people who've had the water trickling. So keeping the water, stagnant water freezes, moving water doesn't. That's the most important thing.
And once again, as we go through this entire day today and into the overnight, you're going to still have those issues with possible frozen pipes and stuff like that. Continue to do what you've been doing.
Yes, if you have water, you've made it through probably the worst part. Now stay ahead of it. Keep everything moving. That's really going to be significant because it's staying freezing. It's going to have to get above freezing before anything starts to thaw. And it could take a good day to day and a half for everything to thaw. Like my pool's frozen, you should keep your pumps going. Side note, check your attic's space, mainly because you can see on my neighbor, there's so much snow. You might have gotten snow in your attic, and as it melts, you might think you have a water leak, but you actually have snow melting. So that's another issue as well.
All good points. Ronnie, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, let's go back to the studio.
Thank you.
All right, thanks to Juan for that. And the list is a long list, you guys. We're talking Orleans, St. Bernard Parish, St. Tammany, Lafourche Parish, Jefferson Parish, Hancock County in Mississippi. These are the schools that are closed tomorrow. So all first-line schools in Orleans are also closed, and Louisiana State and Southern University closed tomorrow. So once we get more information about Friday, that is a big question. We're going to pass that on to you.
Yeah, and we also remember we'll keep passing to you here, but online as well at fox8live.com. So don't forget that as well.
That's right. Let's get over to Maddie Kurth now. She is joining us live with the latest on the snow conditions in Laplace.
Hey guys, good morning. I've shed that big coat because we have officially hit 32 degrees, and I'm telling you, that feels like summer compared to what it's been here in Laplace. That feels like temperatures this morning as low as 11 degrees, so much more preferring this. Now, we are having a little bit of an issue here, but we've been able to clear it up with talking with Entergy. We had about 35 people without power since yesterday evening around 5 or 6 o'clock. Now, some of them that have reached out to me said they had a generator that ran out of gas come 2 a.m., and they were struggling to find a gas station open so that they could refill it. Thankfully, over here, the TA on Highway 51 is open. They were able to get some gas and get that generator going, but Entergy has still not been able to bring the lights back on to everybody. I reached out there, and Entergy says, you know what, this is a good note for everyone experiencing a power outage, no matter if you live in Laplace or not. The restoration is not the same as we're typically used to seeing from Entergy, is what they tell me. They say in these cold temperatures, they can't just throw on the lights to a whole swath of houses like typically. They have to do a much more methodical approach and do it one small group at a time. So you may start to see some neighbors pop up and think, well, what the heck? Why not me? What's going on with my lights? The Entergy says that's normal for these cold temperatures. We're just not used to experiencing it. So I really relayed that message over to the residents. They're grateful that Entergy's out there working. We had a couple of line workers from out of state staying at our hotel here right off the interstate, but they were able to head home about 8 o'clock this morning, 8 or 9 o'clock. Of course, they're going to have to go north to go east back to Mississippi and Florida, but with I-12 open, those folks are heading on the roads back home. Now, as far as locally, I-10 still closed here from Laplace all the way through the metro and out to Slidell. Christy has been showing you those live pictures there from the interstate. It's plain to see why you shouldn't be driving there. But on those smaller surface roads like here on Highway 51, which connects to Highway 61, which is Airline, the sun with a mixture of some of the other cars coming out to the gas station here is starting to melt all of this snow. I mean, just a couple hours, this was a block of ice at least an inch thick, and now we are down to the pavement. No freeze in sight. So we'll warm up a couple more degrees here in Laplace today, and then we'll dip back down to freezing overnight. So, of course, we know anything that melts is going to harden up, freeze over again. But with the grace of the sun, we'll thaw out by Thursday afternoon, if possible. That's the latest here reporting live in Laplace. I'm Maddie Kurth for Fox 8, Local First. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Maddie. If possible, fingers crossed, we want that sun.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll get an update on the de-icing efforts as well going on around the state. All right, guys, we're going to have an update as well from the Pelicans game that is supposed to be tonight. We're going to hear back from Garland Gillen right after this break.
There are many signs to help protect us from harm, to warn us from harming ourselves, or prevent us from harming others. But sometimes the best sign is the one that protects you from things you never knew or even thought would hurt you. Egan Insurance, the sign of quality insurance protection since 1954.
This January, it's LAS's Wipeout Sale. Get up to 50% off all windows and shutters. LAS products are engineered and built by LAS. We are the best in the business. LAS was voted winner of Best of Homes 7 times. LAS windows exceed Energy Star ratings by 30%, and our shutters are the preferred shutter by homeowners in the Gulf South. If you're looking for curb appeal and peace of mind, choose LAS. So hurry and save up to 50% off today.
Thank you to the real champions who donated towards the fight against cancer. You are why we can help those in need. Your generous support helps Ashna Health provide care for thousands of patients and provides ways to advance cancer research. But there's still more work to be done. At Ashna Health, we don't take timeouts. To continue to help, visit ashna.org/moonlight for more ways to donate. Thank you.
Let's see some heavy downpours, showers and storms, anywhere from 1 to 3 inches of rain.
If it comes down quickly, you could start running into street flooding.
We're tracking a flood risk as we go into your Friday morning commute. As much as 2 to 3 inches of rain will be a possibility.
As that rain continues, behind it, the weekend dries out, but we do turn breezy.
We're not as cold tonight, but we're increasing the heavy rain threat.
Where we see some isolated storms popping up.
The Fox 8 Weather app, sponsored by LAS Shutters and Windows.
Okay, we're following some breaking news, and welcome back to Fox 8's Winter Blast special coverage.
All right, we have gotten so many questions about the Pels game tonight, so let's send it over to Garland Gillen with an update right now about the big game tonight. Hey, Garland.
That is right. The Pelicans-Bucks game that was scheduled for tonight at 7 o'clock at the Smoothie King Center has been postponed. The Milwaukee Bucks have flown in. They've been here since Monday night. And they've been waiting and waiting. They have another game tomorrow on the road, so they were waiting patiently here. The word just came down officially from the Pelicans. NBA made the decision. The Pelicans asked for this game to be postponed, but NBA made the final decision. So no Pelicans, Bucks tonight. It was going to be on Gulf Coast Sports and Entertainment, so that is not to be. Been out here a little while, and I tell you one thing. I've seen a lot of guys, like, very creative, but this is different. I found a local, okay? I found a lot of Tulane people yesterday, like East Coast kids, but I found a guy from Covington that's a snowboarder. What's your name, sir?
Indiana.
Indiana?
Indiana from Louisiana, yes, sir.
Okay, he's got a special name. Now, they built a jump down here. This thing's been fantastic. You are experienced, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, let me see you do this. Okay, this is fantastic. Whoa! Wow! That was impressive. And that's a local here. You know, I talked to a guy from Vermont snowboarding down St. Charles Avenue, and, you know, I talked to another guy that was an East Coast guy on his skiing yesterday, but they did not have a jump like that. Indiana, I don't know if that's his real name. That's a great stage name. That was a fantastic jump, but everybody's been being very creative. We got this gentleman here. It's got a yoga mat tied into a garbage bag. So everybody's been really creative with their jumps. So, hey, get it in. It's the last moment. You can tell that the grass is starting to go through the snow. So if you're going to get your sledding in and everything else, you only have, it looks like 2, 3, 4 hours left. Oh, my gosh, she still nailed it. All right. Lucy, I'm going to send it back to y'all in the studio. I had everything. I gave you a Pelicans update, and I got you some snowboarding.
I mean, keep it up, my friend. This is unbelievable. And, you know, it really is safety first. Like, you're having all the fun out there, but anybody that's going to try to get on the roads now, Garland, it is just, you know, it's bad news. So good for the NBA for doing that, making that call. But I know a lot of people are looking forward to the game, too.
But it would be hard getting there, too, for so many people. You know, speaking of snowboarding, like where Garland is, we've seen so many creative things, people using a yoga mat, the duck boat, cookie, sheet.
Yes.
I mean, just about everything. We've become very creative in trying to enjoy the snow up there today.
So Rob and Hannah and Shelby Latino, they are all out there finding a new hill, a new spot. Any sliding this time, guys? Any sliding going on?
Yes.
Y'all,
We are at the highest point in New Orleans.
Watch. Here we go. This is the Couturier Forest Ski School, founded in 2025 on this day by these gentlemen here who are out here having a good time. Look, I know yesterday I was out at the Fly and I called that hill that I snowboarded down a double black diamond. This is the double black diamond right here. Guys, tell me a little bit about what I mean, you knew this is the tallest hill. This is the tallest spot in New Orleans. What was the idea?
They just had a couple boards and wanted to try and make a ski slope. And, I mean...
Out here having a good time. What else are you going to do today, right?
Nothing.
All right,
There's a couple of slopes that they have for us, too. They've got this one
what's your
here,
name?
which apparently has a jump.
All right, Matthew just crushed it on this makeshift snowboard. You want to try it again?
I'll try it again.
I just tried it and I busted my tail so bad.
It's a skateboard, right?
Yeah, it's actually an off-road skateboard that we took the trucks off of it to try to make it work. So, as a snowboard, but we'll see. I'm gonna try.
All right, yeah, keep that toe edge up. So keep your heels up.
What
there
is
you
he doing,
go,
Rob? He's shredding the
There you go. Yeah, he's shredding Narpow in the Couturier Forest.
Oh,
trick.
pretty good. Pretty
That was
good.
like a kickflip, sorta, without the flip and the kick.
That was amazing.
Y'all, this is well, genuinely, we came here because the Couturier Forest one is like
Beautiful.
really one of the most magical places in New Orleans, like as is any day of the week. And here it has just been converted into this winter wonderland. You get the snow kind of glinting in through the trees, and it's not really melting right now. You got the birds out here. Everyone's kind of enjoying
Well, we're
this.
seeing a lot of the snow starting to melt now, but did you say this is the first time that you've ever seen snow?
Yes.
So what do you think about it?
It's really fun.
Yeah? Have you tried the sledding yet?
No.
Are you going to try the sledding?
Probably not.
Really?
Yeah.
We
You
need
a
the
slightly
bunny. We need the
shorter
bunny
hill
slope. I
first?
get it.
Yeah.
It's because this is that's treacherous
Do
right
we
there.
need the bunny
All
hill
right,
before this
we're
one?
told this gentleman is good.
Yeah.
All
Okay,
right,
let's
see.
go.
He's got the Cajun Reebok snow boots on. Nice. All right. Oh. All right, you mind if I try it on this? Yeah. I'm gonna do it. All right.
Okay, you got to watch
All right,
Rob do
this
this
is-
real quick because this
is
one
gonna be
was a ton of
treacherous.
fun
I'm gonna
when I
try
was
and do
seeing
it
the
this
other guys
way.
do it earlier.
'Cause I've learned my lesson going head first. All right, here we go, y'all.
The other guy went belly first, Rob.
Oh. The first thing we were told was stay to the left, but that didn't happen.
Oh no.
There's an edge right there.
That was a valiant effort, but definitely everybody out here enjoying the snow. You can tell it's really starting to melt off of the trees, but we'll see it stick around on the ground for a little bit while longer.
Back to you guys.
This is just absolutely magical. I mean, this is like, it's probably like a blue, maybe a green to a blue level if we're actually talking a real
I
ski
know.
slope.
You need skills to do that.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
I don't know.
They've been
I'd say
throwing
this
out
is
ski
this
terms.
is this might be a blue. It's pretty steep.
Right?
Yeah, I think I might either like really bruised or busted my finger, maybe even broken this one right here. I don't know what happened there.
Goodness.
All right, there you go.
Oh, there you go.
Not too bad.
Y'all come back in one piece,
Not too
please.
bad.
Please. Thanks, guys.
Okay.
Fun.
Thank you guys. We'll be right back.
You look ridiculous.
Why don't you go fetch us up another blanket?
It's time to call Airsmiths. The experts at Airsmiths will fix your heating and air unit to keep your home comfy cozy this winter. The pros at Airsmiths take pride in having lots of options on repairs and equipment replacement. We should also sign up for one of Airsmith's maintenance plans. No problems means more belly rubs and fewer rough days. Call Airsmiths, a Carrier factory authorized dealer. Carrier, turn to the experts. You look ridiculous.
Why don't you go fetch us up another blanket?
It's time to call Airsmiths. The experts at Airsmiths will fix your heating and air unit to keep your home comfy cozy this winter. The pros at Airsmiths take pride in having lots of options on repairs and equipment replacement. We should also sign up for one of Airsmith's maintenance plans. No problems means more belly rubs and fewer rough days. Call Airsmiths, a Carrier factory authorized dealer. Carrier, turn to the experts.
It's time to replace your old windows, New Orleans, and right now Acadian Windows has a special offer. No money down, no interest, and no payments for 2 years. That's Louisiana's premier window product, professionally measured, manufactured, and installed with a lifetime warranty, all without the hassle of paying until 2027. Give your home the energy efficiency and curb appeal it deserves. This offer won't last long, so call now for your free estimate. Acadian Windows.
Best windows in town.
He's worked in Miami, Dallas, San Francisco.
The sources I've developed both on the East Coast and on the West Coast still talk to me.
An award-winning investigative journalist with decades of experience.
My passion is literally making a difference, and using journalism to do that
is now here at Fox 8.
I'm actually flattered that I'm here because this is the best job in the world.
Watch Chief Investigative Reporter Stephen Stock, only on Fox 8, local first.
All right, welcome back. 11:25 on this Wednesday. I'm Lucy Bustamante.
And I'm Liz Reyes, meteorologist Nicandra Norwood. Now, the latest on the winter blast still impacting our area.
Well, that's right. You know, our big focus is it's still cold, guys. So we're keeping those dangerous road conditions around all day because the melt is slow and there's plenty of ice underneath that snow. Plus, anywhere that it's already compacted, that is straight ice, slipping and sliding. We're starting to see a few more cars. It's not a good thing. Look, see how that's slowing down, going down the ramp? You don't want to be having to worry about that. We're not even moving. I'm afraid to find out what happened a little bit farther down with the car in front of it. Oh, and we're stopped, and there we go. There you go. Stay off the roads. Too much temperature still in the upper 20s, around 30-degree mark, and that has been the big warm-up from this morning. We've still got cold weather alerts, expecting to see those frigid temperatures, wind chills still in the teens and single digits. Full freeze precautions tonight. We're talking about pipes once again, and that's because, well, you got those roads refreezing, temperatures dropping back down into the 20s as soon as the sun sets. So even though we're going to get some melt with that sunshine, that water refreezing just like that, both on the roadways and as you are looking at those temperatures through the overnight hours into the day tomorrow. Look at that, north of the lake, teens again. It's going to be another pipe freeze tonight. We've been showing you the snowpack. It's like we've been on ice, folks, all the way along the coastline and even into Florida and Georgia. That's where all that snow was. It's showing up on the map, and that's going to help keep us cold again through the overnight tonight. There's plenty of frigid air still out there. Now, the real core is back here, 5 in Cleveland this morning, but guess what? Early this morning, we had those kinds of single digits all the way into our region, and that cold air, well, it's still out there. It's going to take a little bit before we warm up. Look at our lows today. 8 in Slidell, 8 in Gonzales. Can't believe we're not going to have a record at the airport. We'll see. Back to you guys.
All right, Nicandra, thank you for that. And we have got to show you some incredible video as well of a truck that was stuck on the high rise that they are literally trying to get out of the way.
Finally moving it. Stay with Fox 8, much more after this.
There are many signs to help protect us from harm, to warn us from harming ourselves, or prevent us from harming others. But sometimes the best sign is the one that protects you from things you never knew or even thought would hurt you. Egan Insurance, the sign of quality insurance protection since 1954.
This January, our biggest sale is back. It's LAS's Wipeout Sale. Get up to 50% off all windows and shutters. LAS products are engineered and built by LAS. We are the best in the business. LAS was voted winner of Best of Homes 7 times. LAS windows exceed Energy Star ratings by 30%, and our shutters are the preferred shutter by homeowners in the Gulf South. If you're looking for curb appeal and peace of mind, choose LAS. So hurry and save up to 50% off today.
Thank you to the real champions who donated towards the fight against cancer. You are why we can help those in need. Your generous support helps Ashna Health provide care for thousands of patients and provides ways to advance cancer research. But there's still more work to be done. At Ashna Health, we don't take timeouts. To continue to help, visit ashna.org/moonlight for more ways to donate. Thank you.
You have a vision, a dream. Growing your business takes a partner you know and trust. At Gray Digital Media, we can help because we know local. Our digital marketing experts know how to reach your customers. Our experience spans coast to coast, but our focus is right here in southeastern Louisiana. Gray Digital Media. We know local. Let's connect today. GDMNOLA.com.
From the Alex Trebek stage at Sony Picture Studios, this is Jeopardy! Let's meet today's contestants. A tax accountant from Hyattsville, Maryland, Sam Wynn. An administrative assistant from New Orleans, Louisiana, Molly LeBlanc. And our returning champion, a VP of Restaurants and Bars, originally from Boston, Massachusetts, Bill McKinney, whose two-day cash winnings total $28,000. And now, here is the host of Jeopardy, Ken Jennings.
Thank you, Johnny Gilbert. Welcome back to Jeopardy! It was a close game yesterday between all three contestants, but it was Bill McKinney who held the lead as we headed into final and managed to maintain it to secure his second win. So he's back today to defend against Molly and Sam. Good luck to all three of you. We're going to play the Jeopardy round first, players, and here are your categories. First, some political oopsies. Then we're on the ropes. We have rhyming last names, TV show taglines, triple tease me. These are all words containing 3 of the letter T. And finally, true tales of transportation. Thrilling. Bill, where to first?
I'll do rhyming last names for 800, please.
1980s CIA director William and pianist Count, who are Casey and Basie. Bill?
Rhyming last names 1,000, please.
Answer is a daily double. No one has any money, Bill. You'll either be in first place or third place after this clue.
I'll do 1,000, please.
All right, $1,000 at stake in rhyming last names. American playwright Arthur and German playwright Friedrich.
What are Miller and Schiller?
That is correct. It sounded like a guess, but it's correct. You have $1,000.
Rhyming last names for 600, please.
Author Eric and frontiersman Kit. Molly.
Who are Larson and Carson.
That's it.
I'll take political oopsies for 600.
Ex-Representative William Jefferson got this 2-word alliterative nickname that summed up the $90,000 found in the man's freezer by the FBI. That's why they called him Cold Cash. Back to you, Molly.
Political oopsies for 800.
In 2024, this New Jersey senator was looking at a lot longer than a 6-year term after being found guilty on 16 counts, including bribery. Sam.
Who is Menendez?
Yes.
I'll take triple tease me for 200.
It can mean a new colony or a business agreement negotiated to resolve a dispute. Molly.
What is a territory?
No. Bill.
What is a settlement?
That's the right word.
Triple T's for 400, please.
For decades, consumers have complained about this persistence in the diet soda drinking experience. Molly.
What is an aftertaste?
You got it.
Political oopsies for 1,000.
In the 1920s, a petroleum exec gave the Secretary of the Interior $100K in a loan, wink wink, and it was a tempest in this scandal. Bill.
What is Teapot Dome?
Yes.
Triple T's for 600, please.
Oscar Wilde quipped that he could resist anything but this. Molly.
What is the truth?
No, I'm sorry. Bill.
What is attention?
No, I'm sorry. Sam's not going to guess. He could resist everything except temptation. Back to you, Bill.
Triple T's 800, please.
A woman's undergarment often trimmed with ruffles or lace is a petticoat. Tough category. Bill, you going to keep going?
Yep, Triple T's 1,000, please.
The author of the text of an opera is the librettist. Sadly, no more of those. Where to now, Bill?
On the ropes, 200, please.
From 1900 to 1920, this contest using a rope was an event in the Olympics, with a British team taking the final gold. Sam.
What is tug of war?
Right.
On the ropes, 400.
Before the 1850s, these mostly hoisted freight as the ropes used could break. An Elisha Otis invention made them safe for passengers. Molly.
What is an elevator?
You got it.
I will take TV show taglines for 1,000.
For psychic Melinda Gordon on this series, the dead are talking, and she is listening. Bill.
What is the Ghost Whisperer?
That's the show.
TV show 800, please.
Science makes sense. Family doesn't, is a truth shared by this animated comedy. Molly.
What is Dexter's Laboratory?
No, I'm sorry.